Micky? Micky?
Janice, hi! I thought you were going skiing.
I am. Just as soon as we get this briefcase back.
What a drag. I was almost there. You know, I would be on the beach at the General's Mansion on the equator right now, soaking up the warm rays, and here I am back in Slushville.
How far did you get?
Miami. I was boarding a jet from Maracaibo, and I get this message to haul my buns back here. So what happened anyway?
The general that you were delivering that briefcase to was ambushed on some jungle road in Honduras this morning.
Is he alive?
Barely. Half of his staff is dead. That's why we have to get these papers returned to the Vance Helicopter Company by this afternoon. Would you like to go skiing?
With you and Alan? Oh, thanks, Janice, but no. I really wasn't looking forward to snow.
Alan's brother's coming down from MIT, Micky. He wouldn't mind seeing you again.
Well, there's bad snow, and then there's good snow.
What's this all about?
He's pointing like there's something wrong with our tire.
There's nothing wrong with our tire.
Are they after us or Mr. Vance's briefcase?
I don't know. Either way, we don't play. Phew.
Tuesday was one of those days when I could not find a damn thing wrong with living. Between a paycheck and a fat retainer, we finally had a deposit slip higher than our last utility bill. We, of course, includes Velda, she with the Tuesday dress that made my eyes water. My Dow Jones was definitely looking up.
This one deposit slip will cover us for the next 3 months. And by dinner tonight for 2. At Antonio's.
Make the reservations.
Already did.
What's the rose for?
You can put that on your pillow.
I'd rather you did. Yeah, like I said, things were going right. Too right.
All right, working check, Hammer.
You're way behind on etiquette, Hennessy.
Yeah, well, it's not good manners to keep a grand jury waiting either.
Grand jury?
Your subpoena, Hammer.
Now move it.
Somebody better say please.
Please. I just got the office cleaned up.
I'll see you later. The DA had the entire Hall of Justice under heavy security. Trouble is, you never quite know whether they're trying to keep justice in or out. The only welcome face in the whole bunch was Pat Chambers, an all-pro cop and friend.
You sure got a lot of security for one grand jury.
We already lost the witness.
Oh, yeah?
Mike, before you blow about district attorneys, I'd like you to keep in mind you were summoned by Lawrence D. Barrington.
Pat, I don't like being subpoenaed by anybody. You know that.
You keep it up, they'll be on your case and in your face.
Good. Maybe you'll fill me in. Now, what's going on?
He's building charges against the Vance Helicopter Company for bribery of various businesses and foreign governments. Now it's turned into a murder case. I don't have to tell you that Barrington is still a deputy DA.
Yeah, who wants to be mayor? But why does he want to use me for page 1 ink?
He's got a key witness in protective custody. She stipulated she'd testify only if you came in.
Gee.
It is Mr. Hammer. I hope I didn't disturb your morning too much.
No, you didn't disturb my morning, Mr. Barrington. Listen, all you had to do was get on the phone, give me a call, tell me what's going on. You didn't need these empty suits.
Look, let's get something straight. I don't owe you any explanations. And my office pulls PI licenses like they were dandelions.
Yeah. Have you ever considered teaching a course in alienation, Mr. Barrington?
Hey, I can be a very warm person when you're on my side.
You get Betsy when you put a tag on my toe.
Come on, Phil. He's got a permit to carry a gun.
Talk about time warps. Here was the only woman I ever asked to marry me.
Hello, Michael.
19 years ago. And I'd still consider it. Hello, Chris. Where did you come from?
I've been here a while.
In New York?
Yeah. Midtown, East Side.
Silk Stocking District? You still married?
Widow. I was hoping you wouldn't look this good to me.
Well, the years haven't hurt you any, Chris.
No? I saw you on a newscast last fall.
Oh, yeah?
After you'd killed 2 people.
Oh, yeah. Well, they weren't people.
You seem to play that game pretty well.
I play it their way, only worse. Is that why you sent for me?
Partly.
Who's trying to kill you?
Not that Jack Vance or someone his helicopter company does business with. The DA says they'll lose interest after I testify.
This could be a year just getting to trial.
Yeah. Want to stick around? Help me keep alive?
I'd have to stick very close. Like I always wanted to.
Closer than you did in the Army, I hope.
When did you meet your husband?
Mike, I waited a year and a half. Letters were getting strange, like you were more interested in killing Viet Cong than marrying me.
Listen, Chris, the reason I re-upped for another tour...
And another.
...was to teach guys how to live through it. I had something to pass along to them.
Well, I have something to pass along. A daughter, 19 years old. Her name is Michelle. Care to guess why she's named after you?
Are you telling me that I have a 19-year-old kid?
She'll be 20 a week from Monday. Want to come to a birthday party?
Well, I don't know.
You won't have any doubt after you see her. Dad.
Would you tell her about us?
That we weren't ready for a standard marriage. And that you hit the road. Look, Mike, it was better than telling her what you were really like at the time.
Yeah. How does she feel about a father who plays bump and run?
Not good. But sometimes she'd fantasize that you were back. We were a family.
Well, when do I meet her?
You have to be careful.
She's involved in this?
Deeper than I am. She's out there all alone, Mike. We'll talk about this later. Assuming you want to meet her.
Any daughter of yours is a friend of mine.
You're gonna love her, Mike. Later.
Now then, this courier service of which you are half owner, Miss Jameson, is rather unusual. Would you explain to us what your couriers do?
We deliver confidential documents for various corporations, both domestic and abroad. Our organization is made up entirely of women.
Do the corporations ever tell you what you're carrying?
Occasionally. Some deliveries are blueprints, engineering specifications, cost estimates, that sort of thing.
I see. So in other words, you carry information that competing corporations and other governments might really like to get their hands on. Is that right?
Yes. They're quite concerned about industrial espionage.
Now, last Saturday night, one of your couriers was en route to Central America to make a delivery. Would you tell us her name and exactly what happened, Miss Jameson?
Her name was Micky Penoyer. She landed in Miami and was changing planes for a flight to Maracaibo when she was given the message ordering her to return.
Who was the message from?
The Vance Helicopter Company, the corporation for whom she was delivering the briefcase.
I see. Now, why did Miss Penoyer have to return?
Well, General de Soria, the military chief for whom the briefcase was intended, had been injured in an assassination attempt. So, Micky flew back to LaGuardia Airport.
I understand that this is very difficult for you. And if you can, please continue.
And was driving back to town.
Was she alone?
When someone tried to stop her. She crashed.
Thank you. According to the state police, a large vehicle tried to halt Miss Penoyer's car. And in the process, her car went off the expressway and burned on impact. Now, the coroner's office reports that the dental x-rays confirmed that body is that of Miss Micky Penoyer.
May I be excused?
Certainly. Can we take a short recess, please?
Chris!
Call an ambulance.
Chris! I saw some paramedics in courtroom C. Get them right now.
Chris. Mike. Michelle. Oh.
What's wrong with her?
Looks like a heart attack. CPR.
Where are those paramedics?
They're on their way.
Where's your equipment?
They're bringing it.
All right, let's get her out of
You're
here.
not helping, friend.
Hammer, get him out of here now.
Come on, Mike. Come on, baby.
Hurry, hurry!
Move!
Clear.
Mike, let them do their job.
All right, just don't get upset when I want to do mine.
She's been under a lot of pressure. Maybe she couldn't handle it.
Clear.
If she dies,
Hey, Hammer, DA wants to see you now. Seems he's curious what went down in that witness room. Come on.
keep those two sleazes away from me, you understand? Yeah! Easy right now. Whoever killed Chris is going under. One piece at a time. Listen, a witness named Chris Jameson died in that grand jury yesterday. The doctor said it was a heart attack.
Rather convenient for the Vance Helicopter Company.
Right. Too damn convenient. Listen, I want you to chase down any address you can find on Michelle Jameson, daughter of the deceased, age 19. What do you know about tranquilizers?
Most prescribed medicine in America. This is one of the more popular.
Put those through a reliable independent lab and have the prescription verified with the pharmacy, okay?
Who's Chris Jameson?
Someone special. From way back.
I'd like to see Mr. Hammer.
Hello, Mr. Vance. Care for some coffee?
Yeah, thanks.
How do you take it?
Black.
Well, I'd like you to meet Mr. Jack Vance. The speech impediment is post-traumatic stress, courtesy of NUM, right?
Been doing your homework, I see.
One of the more decorated Marines in the war, if you like Marines. Flew helicopter gunships, right? Might have gotten the Congressional Medal of Honor if he hadn't tried to blow a Russian freighter out of the water. I'm curious, was it worth it?
You know it as well as I. You were with Air Cav.
Mr. Vance didn't like the helicopters he was flying, so after his court-martial for attacking the Soviets...
Those charges were dropped.
He came home and designed one of his own. Sales were around 450 million last year. Of course, 1/3 of them were to banana republics on Uncle Sam's blacklist.
This coffee smells like perfume.
Oh, we ran out of paper filters.
So you used one of my handkerchiefs?
Nice bouquet.
How did you know I was an Air Cav?
Little homework of my own. You're a loser, Hammer. You hardly make your lease money because half your clients get
killed.
Maybe I need tougher clients.
Like me. Yeah, I want to
hire you.
From what I hear, you're a heat-seeking missile, and you're honest to...
Honest to boot.
To do what?
Find the guys who murdered the courier I hired. That Micky Penoyer.
Mr. Vance, I'm the client on this case.
You're dropping into a red-hot landing zone, Hammer. I wouldn't solo this one if I were you.
Yeah, I guess you wouldn't, Marine.
I headed up to Chris's place, a townhouse in the upper 60s, where the addresses are in brass and the streets are a little cleaner, where poodle parlors make house calls. The letters were from Corporal Hammer, Sergeant Hammer, Lieutenant Hammer. 21 months' worth. Then I came to a couple addressed to me. Letters that Chris couldn't bring herself to mail. First, she asked how I felt about kids. Next one had the big announcement. 9 weeks pregnant. The third one asked me if we should consider abortion. The final letter said, 8 pounds, 7 ounces, Michelle. After you find out you're the father of a bouncing 19-year-old girl, you get an urge to see how she turned out. The baby pictures were there. Like her mom, she always had something to show her teeth for. The later pictures were another story. Someone had peeled off every photo that would show what Michelle looks like now.
It's a good thing Velda told me you were here. What are you doing? You tromping in the DA's garden? Mike, I know how you feel about Chris, and I'm sorry.
What the coroner have to say?
Ah, you're not gonna believe it. Chris died of a heart attack, natural causes.
You're right. I don't believe it.
First, your PI license. Then he's gonna lift your permit to carry a gun. Mike, you can't be seen here.
You might want to dust this for Layton's. Somebody ripped off all the photos of Chris's daughter recently.
Daughter? What?
Yeah, she's 19. Question is, were those pictures swiped to protect her or find her? Calvin T. Pope, private investigator. For who? For who? You know, you'll never make it as a PI, Pope. You got giant lizard breath.
The emissary courier service, in which Chris was half owner, was situated in one of those glass tombstones that always win architectural awards. Chris had helped build an example of how women are able to hold executive positions as well as anyone.
Mike Hammer to see Miss Shepperton.
Some of them, of course, would look good in any position.
Mike Hammer to see Miss Shepperton. Miss Shepperton will see you. Have we met, or do I just wish we had? Follow me.
I thought the receptionist was a double-dip delight until I saw the rest of the office. I'd walked into a 31 flavors of women, and I wasn't on a diet.
This way, sir.
On top of all this was Chris's partner, a Harvard MBA who came on like peaches and cream.
Yes, George. I'm aware Ulaanbaatar is in Mongolia.
While Jack Vance may have had the motive to snuff two witnesses, Isadora had taken control of this company. Even though Chris's daughter would be half owner, that wouldn't explain Micky Penoyer's death. What I couldn't get out of my mind was how Chris would look behind that desk.
Anytime you're ready, George. Bye-bye. I was just about to call you, Mr. Hammer. Isadora Shepperton.
Mike, you've got quite a handshake. Not many women bruise my knuckles.
Somehow I knew you'd like that. I was just going through Chris's file, trying to determine who exactly is entitled to her share of the company. How well did you know Chris?
Well enough to know that her daughter should get part of it.
That's the problem. The last time I heard, Michelle was at Vassar. And then when I checked with the registrar, they said she'd been gone for 2 years, this month.
Chris never mentioned that.
They said she was going through a dropout phase, feeling neglected. And she was.
Well, it shouldn't be too hard to find her. Does that file contain any of Chris's medical history?
Some. Under her health insurance. You seem somewhat skeptical of the coroner's report. Can this be a connection between Chris and Micky's death?
Well, let's just say that the medical examiners overlook a few things now and then.
I know she had a heart condition.
Possibly caused by rheumatic fever as a child.
Yes, the doctor was giving her muscle relaxants the last time she took a physical.
Would you mind if I kept this for a couple of days? I'd like to talk to the doctors.
Feel free.
Oh, one other thing. Any objection to my looking around your operation?
None at all. Mr. Hammer, would you be interested in working for me?
No.
Not even to find Chris's daughter?
No.
You are a private investigator.
One of the best. But I'm not going public on this one. Certainly not for you.
I see. Do you consider me a potential killer?
Honey, right now the only person who isn't a suspect on this case is me.
Paula, Mr. Hammer would like a tour. I don't think I have to remind you of the district attorney's warning. You see, we're not allowed to discuss the Vance case or Micky Penoyer with anyone. And I don't think he'd appreciate my personnel socializing with private detective.
Perish the thought.
Until after the trial.
Since most of our business is overseas, we have our own photo facilities for passports. Our computerized tutors provide a basic conversational command of 37 languages. Bonjour.
Je suis en train de me demander comment des yeux paraissent à la lumière de la bougie.
She said she was wondering how your eyes would look in candlelight.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Au revoir.
No.
And then there's body language, often useful in self-preservation.
Those two speak judo pretty fluently.
Uh-huh.
By the end of the tour, I knew two things. First, these couriers were not much more than international bag ladies, some of them with black belts in sex. And secondly, to train for Paula's body, you'd need at least 8 weeks.
That about covers it, unless there's something in particular you'd like.
I wouldn't mind a peek at the file on Micky Penoyer.
Sorry, that's a no-no. Too bad about the DA's rules. You'd make a great lover.
I don't know about that.
I do.
Anything?
Michelle Jameson's employment record. 2 years at Sarographic Film Company, several acting courses at the New York Drama School, and 6 months in a drug abuse center.
Address?
She moved out of an apartment on 8th Avenue about a year ago.
We need a photo of her.
I'm sure there's plenty of photos. She was an actress.
So where are they?
You forget who owns Sarographic Film Company.
Who?
Jano Saracen. The Prince of Porno.
How do you know Michelle was in his films?
Starring Michelle Jameson.
Here I was working up some enthusiasm for having a kid, and I find out she's frolicking in Sewer City with one of the top maggots. I wanted to puke. As an investigator, I was looking pretty lame, headed in the opposite direction from my instincts. Instead of developing a lead on who fried a nice kid named Micky Penoyer and may have killed Chris, I was in midtown traffic trying to pin a face on a daughter I wasn't sure I wanted to meet.
¿Qué pasa, Michael?
Gordo, what are you doing here? Why aren't you driving your cab?
I got tired of having guns stuck in my neck. I'm gonna be a certified perfect accountant.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. That's my excuse. What's yours?
I need a slice of this film. A picture of her without the mask.
Well, that's Michelle Jameson. She peels everything but the mask in all her films.
There she was, my own flesh and blood, wearing nothing but a mask. I guess it was her last bit of self-respect.
Where do I find a photo?
Sarograph Studios, I guess.
You shouldn't work for these maggots, Eduardo. I mean, how do you sleep?
I don't. Mostly I study.
Yeah, but when you're a CPA, drop by. Maybe you can balance my checkbook.
Hey, Mike. Sarograph Studios, that's Jano Saracen. You don't want to mess with him.
Why not?
He hurts people. Permanently.
Yeah? So do I.
What's up, Buttercup?
If you like what you see, I've got other skills.
Come back tomorrow morning.
I work days at my husband's office.
Got a warm one downstairs, Jono. Heavy duty. You want me to buzz her up?
By all means, Sal. She reminds me of Mother. Come in, Mr. Hammer. You're at no risk while I dine. Exercise merely gives me gas.
Go, keep going. Good, good, good. Keep going now, girl. Don't stop. Keep going. Terrific. Great, great. Let me get through it, Jimmy. Now, slop it up. Grapple and growing, girls. Come on, let's go. There you go. Good. Move it around.
I suppose it was inevitable that we meet, Hammer. I've heard so much about your Don Quixote complex.
Yeah? I've heard a lot about you, too, Saracen.
Good, good.
Where you eat? Always have a ringside seat, huh?
I try to maintain an image.
The King of Slime Square?
That's it.
No, no longer.
Good.
I'm turning my creative energies to more reputable profits.
Slop it up some more.
Care for some duck l'orange while we view my current epic?
Good.
It's called Deep Fun.
Why would I want to see one of your films, Saracen? I can't even stand your face.
Oh, Hammer. You're enjoying a most undeserved and very precarious hospitality.
You know, one phone call, I could pull the plug on that tub scene.
With a closer look, you'll notice these lovelies are discreetly clad, well within the diminishing mores of certain cable companies. I've made my last brown sock movie, Hammer. You have no lever, and I have no reason to discuss Michelle Jameson, other than my natural generosity.
Where is she?
Lest you render judgment, you should know that Michelle Jameson was a burned-out doper when I found her, turning tricks for nickel bags.
And you saved her from a fate worse than pornos?
Oh, I cleaned up her arms, enrolled her in drama school. I put Michelle back on her feet again.
There, that's good.
Last time I saw her, she was wearing a mask.
That's it.
Her chastity hat, she called it.
Are you going to tell me where she is?
That's the Vice Squad.
She turned you in?
I almost did 5 to 8 in the House of Doors.
Love it.
Almost.
How long ago was that?
About a year. I hear she changed her name.
Yeah. Probably because she heard what you did to the last girl who tried to rat on you.
You're working for a disillusioned father, I take it.
Yeah.
Well, tell your client that Michelle's career was short-lived. While I had a minor part, Daddy played the major role.
What do you mean by that?
You abandoned her.
Too many donuts,
You have a definite behavior problem, Hammer. Well, we just may want to film this.
Back off, or I'll blow dry your brains.
What an entrance! None of it on film.
Get your gun out, Mike.
What for? You're doing all right?
You think I'll forget this?
You think I care?
How's it going, Marty?
Just fine. Oh, Pat, where have you been? I was starting to read the obituaries.
I've been out crushing crime. Let me have a little brown water.
Oh.
No, make it a beer.
Keeping the streets safe from muggers, huh?
When's the last time you were mugged?
It's been months.
Well, we're making headway, huh? Is Mike here?
Yeah, he's in the back booth. Here, he needs this. I've never seen him so down.
What's the matter? How can you look so blue sitting next to someone's dynamite? Did you take his pulse?
Did you run anything on Michelle Jameson?
Credit, criminal checks. The vice picked her up a few times, leaned on her. She turned evidence against Saracen.
Oh, that guy that's been tailing you, Cal Pope, lost his PI license, some kind of blackmail scam.
Any mug photos on Michelle?
Well, they were trying to protect Michelle from Saracen. About a year ago, they had a gallery to testify, and she disappeared.
I know. Credit cards.
Had an account at Bloomingdale's, same address as her mother, who canceled the account 3 weeks later.
When you were going through Chris's apartment, did you find anything that might have belonged to Michelle?
Nothing. Fingerprints in the photo albums belong to Chris. Some of them recent.
You think Chris hid all of Michelle's photos?
Well, honey, she had to. Hitmen, at least the pros, require pictures, right?
She changed her name. Hiding her old identity would fit.
Michelle finked on Saracen about a year ago, and Chris just got around to hiding her photos last week, just when the Vance case is going to grand jury.
Well, now, if you're looking for a connection between Vance and Saracen, you're talking about two totally different cans of worms.
And two totally different killers tracking Michelle.
Except for one thing. Saracen acts like he doesn't care about Michelle anymore. Doesn't have to worry about her. Like she's already at the bottom of... It's the most important case in my life, and I don't even have lead one. I've seen every part of her body but her face. I don't even know if she's alive or dead.
Most important case?
I'm looking for my daughter. The porno queen. That bothers you, huh?
I don't have any ties on you, Mike. I'm aware of all the other women. It's just... I just never thought of you as a father, that's all.
Mike, what makes you so sure that Michelle is your daughter?
Oh, she's my daughter, all right. That doesn't necessarily make me a father.
Hey, geeks, who played the denture music?
You ought to flush that music, bartender, before it backs up your jukebox.
You've got a request? Put a quarter in it.
Hey, Granny, get up and dance. Let's see your tennis shoes. Nice legs. Whoa.
Easy, Mike.
Mike, you're gonna tear up my bar just to let off some steam.
I'm ready to leave anyway. Come on, let's go.
I'll be right there.
Have a nice evening, fellas.
Yeah, right. Have a nice evening. Yeah. Thanks, Dad.
Marty, I need a police special.
Mike.
Hey, Sharon.
Karen. Marshall.
Karen.
Atlantic City. After the beauty pageant.
Oh, right.
Oh, excuse me. This is my friend, Betty Braldo.
Hi, nice to meet you. Excuse me.
My number's still the same.
Good, I'll remember that.
I don't even think you recognized me.
It's probably because you're wearing clothes instead of a bathing suit.
Who was that?
A couple of guys I went to school with. Just one of those nights. Taxi!
Gonna help him with that jug?
Well, I may have to. Good night, honey.
Listen, I'm all right. You're due back at the precinct.
Hey, Hallie. You know how many brain cells you're destroying with one hit?
Yeah, thousands. So what? It's better than thinking.
Mike, we're gonna find your daughter. Meanwhile, you gotta cool out.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Chris dies in the Hall of Justice. Hall of Justice. For a DA who wants to be mayor.
So the system stinks. What else is new, huh?
You know something? There was only one convicted killer that was executed in America last year, while 165 police officers got the death penalty in the line of duty. Does that make any sense? Listen to that. You know, 5 people are gonna get killed in this city within 24 hours? 5 people turned to garbage.
More like 7. It's payday.
I don't understand what's happened to our values. I really don't.
It's the me generation, Mike. The me generation.
I thought that show closed with the 70s.
Held over by popular demand.
Well, let me tell you something, old buddy. It's time for the we generation. It's time we stopped bad-mouthing this country we lived in and started doing a few things, started solving a few problems.
Yeah. When I grew up, the people next door were neighbors, not strangers. Back when people looked out for the folks next door.
Easy, Mike. It's still visiting hours, isn't it?
For relatives and close friends.
Guess that leaves me somewhere in the middle. Heard so much about you from Chris.
Oh, yeah? Chris, I know, didn't blab about friends.
As I recall, you were wounded 3 times in Vietnam. Once by our own jets, which you didn't mind terribly because that got you rest and recuperation in Hawaii, where Chris met you, at a hotel on the side of a volcano. Your room came to be known as the lava bed. File on Micky Penoyer and Janice Wells.
Who's Janice Wells?
One of our couriers. She picked Micky up at the airport the day of the crash.
Was this Janice Wells in the car when it was run off the road?
No one knows. She's just missing.
Maybe the guys who ran him off didn't find the briefcase, and Janice Wells has it.
Maybe. If she isn't floating in some river. First Micky, then Chris. Now, I'm running out of friends, Mike.
Don't worry, Paula. I'm gonna dump these toads in their own burn bag.
Chris said you knew how to deal with killers. How to make a woman feel safe.
How well did you know Janice Wells?
Hey, I did something nice for you. Now it's your turn. Do something nice for me.
Glad you dropped by.
Something told me we'd get along.
Mm-hmm. Paula,
Hmm.
how long had Chris been on tranquilizers?
Back to work already?
How long?
Not long. I got her first refill last week.
You picked up her prescription?
It was delivered to the office, and I took it over to her at the courthouse Saturday.
That prescription was filled on Friday.
Must have been delivered late. I'll check it out if you like.
You were going to tell me about Janice Wells.
Cute and clever. A lot like Micky. There's photos in the files.
Oh, yeah?
Those two were rather close. Poor Micky. She'd just gotten off to a clean new start.
New start.
Somebody said Micky'd been a heavy doper.
Is that all?
Knew her way around 8th Avenue.
Made porno movies?
Uh-huh.
Under the name of Michelle Jameson?
Good Lord, I didn't know that.
Where's the photo of Micky Penoyer?
Are you telling me that Micky Penoyer and Michelle Jameson were the same person?
Paula, it's time to say goodnight. A couple things I gotta do.
Micky was Chris's daughter? I wish I knew what's wrong. I mean...
Honey, nothing is wrong. I'll see you later, okay?
Okay.
Good night.
Good night.
Two things you can't share are pain and guilt. I'd learned that writing letters to families of guys killed in action. But what do I do with love for a daughter I'd never known and never would?
Paula. Where are you hit? Paula.
At Captain Chambers pull your stats, Hammer, I was real curious to see why your brain hasn't been impounded yet. It's been overparked in so many illegal areas. Your arrest record.
Yeah, I noticed the results.
You know something? Your license is hanging by a thread. Now, a witness died at your threshold. We can hold you.
What did the ME have to say?
I'm not through.
Neither am I. Paula Corey probably saved my hide. That hit was meant for me.
Then why didn't they let her go?
She recognized him, is my guess. Cause of death?
Fracture of the third CV. Spinal cord almost completely severed.
Well, there you go. Breaking necks is in my style. And that's why you're not holding me. You're looking for a guy who drags his knuckles on the ground.
Paula Corey passed on an info.
Yes, files on Janice Wells and Micky Penoyer. Janice picked Micky up at the airport. I'll send him over to you.
All right, so now you know there were two girls in that car and one is missing. Anything else?
Only that Micky Penoyer's real name was Michelle Jameson.
Are you trying to tell me that was Chris Jameson's daughter that burned in that car?
All I'm saying is that dental x-rays don't lie. Now, you through with me?
Not quite. Other agencies are involved in this now. State Department, the feds.
Mike, there's more here involved in the illegal sale of military arms and bribery of a foreign official.
You know what that means, Hammer?
Yeah, I know what that means. You stumbled into a big one.
What do you mean, stumbled?
I mean, your case against Vance is pretty shaky, and you know it. The grand jury would probably throw it out. But then Micky Penoyer gets barbecued. And now Vance has got a murder charge hanging over him, so you can put the squeeze on him for names of people he's bribed. People both in foreign governments as well as ours. Another Koreagate.
You know something, Hammer?
He gets the National Book Award and probably becomes a full district attorney.
You know, you were told to stay the hell away from this.
Yeah, well, maybe this won't stay the hell away from me, and you know it. That's why I've still got my license. So you can drag me behind the boat and troll for sharks.
What kept going through my mind was Chris's last word in that courtroom. Michelle. I had a feeling she was still out there somewhere and needed me.
He just came in. Vance.
Tell him I just went out.
Lab report on Chris Jameson's tranquilizers. I'm sorry, Mr. Vance. Could I have him return your call, please?
Listen, you long-legged twit.
I can hear that silly sleep.
Wonder if my tetanus shot is still good.
I'll put him on the other end of the squawk box right now.
Vance, how come you don't stutter when you swear?
It's like singing. I sort of get into a rhythm. We gotta have a talk, Hammer. Come on down to the yacht base and we'll have a face-to-face.
Push another button, Vance. I'm not on your leash.
You don't want to hear about Janice Wells?
Yacht Basin?
Yeah, right at the end of the dock. A good ship, lovely lady.
Are you working for Vance?
Listen to this. Tablets are a dried aqueous extract of Stygius toxifera.
Toxic?
From the same vine family as tuberculari. Onset of symptoms are delayed and often identical to cardiac arrest.
How did the coroner miss that?
The body burns up the poison. Plant found only in Central and South America.
Where Vance does business. If Chris Jameson's testimony was going to lock him up, this is going to put him in the gas chamber. For the murder of Micky Penoyer as well.
Yeah, but what we don't know is who Paula saw outside my door. It wasn't Vance. Whoever killed her had to be right there. If you need me, I'll be yachting.
How do you know Vance isn't setting you up? Mike!
He'll be with you in a moment, Mr. Hammer.
You ought to buy him a calendar.
He does 2 miles a day, rain or shine. Winter or summer.
Yeah? He's either got pure alcohol in his veins or very hot blood.
Very hot blood.
I bet he keeps you in pretty good shape, too, huh?
Can I get you a drink?
Yeah, thanks. Beer, if you've got it. Anybody tell you the temperature of that water?
Yeah. Right between hypothermia and zero population growth. Oh, it feels great. You're in pretty good shape. You work out?
Yeah. I do 12-ounce curls every day. What about Janice Wells?
I'm going to lay out a fact that could land me in
prison.
Why trust me?
Because you never burned a client.
If you were my client, Vance, I might make an exception.
Janice Wells disappeared the night that Micky Penoyer was murdered. She has an attaché case of mine containing
$2 million in currency.
Bribe money with the South American general?
I make one of the best choppers in the world, Hammer. Nothing sells overseas without perks.
The DA wants that case for evidence.
It's my money. You find Janice Wells, you'll find that case. You'll also know who
killed your daughter.
Arla. It's $20K against 15% of the cash you recover. You find all of it, I'll give you $300,000.
I'm not sure you'll be around, Vance. Chris Jameson was poisoned. Toxic substance grown in Central America.
I'm not your man, Hammer.
Well, if you're lying, Vance, you'll have a good show. They won't even have to drop any pellets in the pan.
And I had nothing to do with your daughter's death.
I certainly hope not. Blowing away heroes is not one of my specialties.
I'm sorry, sir. You can't go in there unless I announce you.
You're a cool lady, Isadora. A corporate cool lady.
Somehow, I don't think that's a compliment.
Smart.
That's all right, Lisa.
One partner and 2 employees in the morgue and another on the way, and your only problem is where to have lunch.
Mr. Hammer, in case you didn't notice, half those offices out there are empty. My couriers are terrified. I'm trying to sustain operations, and I still have girls that need paychecks.
You never mentioned that Janice Wells was in the car.
Orders of the district attorney. Listen, Janice lived in Queens. Micky could have dropped her off before the crash.
Any idea where she might be now?
I'm afraid to guess. Hope to God she's hiding somewhere, but
But what?
we'd have heard from her.
Yeah, if she trusted you. How many people around here knew about the briefcase that Micky Penoyer was carrying?
Well, let's see. There's Chris, Micky, Janice, and myself. The only person who knew what was in that briefcase was Jack Vance.
What about a secretary?
Arla?
Yeah.
Possibly. There wasn't much she didn't know about Jack. And she did deliver the case to Chris the morning that Micky left.
How do you feel about Vance?
As a businessman, a lover, or potential killer?
All of the above.
Let's put it this way. In another few years, Jack Vance will be on the cover of Fortune magazine. Centrally, he's in a megaton class. And like any self-made millionaire, he worships his creator.
You covered A and B.
Basically, he's a nice tycoon, if you don't push his button.
What happens if you do?
That's one question too many.
Right. Well, I hope for your sake that this office isn't bugged.
Is that all the appreciation I get for breaking the DA's gag rule?
No. After this is over, you and I should have dinner together.
And breakfast.
Hey, Marty. How about a 50-center?
Enjoying the recession?
Seen better. Hey, Marty. You seen her before?
Yeah, she's been in a few times this week. Her name's Teresa.
Teresa.
Oh, how'd you like to have that on toast? With everything on it.
Hold the mayo.
Speak for yourself, dude.
Let the lady alone, huh? There's plenty of room down here.
So what do you think?
About what?
About you and I dancing?
No.
No.
Very no.
Me.
Oh, man. Put on the wheelchair music.
Hey. Dipstick, you want to leave the lady alone?
What do you mean, dipstick?
You want to dance, huh?
Hey, just standing here.
Perfect.
Hey, Mike, that's enough.
Sometimes he gets a little greedy.
Now you I could dance with. Who does your cleaning?
I do it myself. People wonder where I find the time. You like a drink? Beer, bourbon?
Oh, no, no thanks. I've had enough. You look tired.
Yeah, well, fortunately, I have a bed.
Think you can find it?
Shouldn't take long.
Well, there's something I think you should know before you head that direction.
You're a virgin.
No. I'm your daughter.
I know. It isn't every day I meet a young woman who is sharp and beautiful and my daughter. And we weren't shy on things to talk about.
So Mom told you I was definitely alive.
Yeah, right before she testified that you had died under the name of Micky Penoyer.
My disguise wasn't all that great, huh?
Well, you looked a little older than I expected, but I already had a hunch. I began putting the pieces together.
A hunch?
Once I saw you, I couldn't take my eyes off you. It's like I hadn't looked at a woman that way in 20 years. And then when you threw the whiskey in the punker's face, I knew you were family.
Okay. Eggs basted 4 minutes, bacon lean and long, right?
You got it. What else did your mom tell you?
Oh, that you time-shared a bar stool on 2nd Avenue, where the drinks used to cost 50 cents, and they played World War II music. And your drinking buddy is usually Pat Chambers, captain of homicide.
You got a complete file on me. All I know about you is your birthday.
Monday.
19th of November, right?
Yeah. Another Scorpio. You think this place can handle 2 passionate hotheads?
I don't know. I'll have to look at my lease.
Well, one of us could try holding our temper.
You think I dumped you?
I just wish you hadn't mentioned birthdays. They were hell. You know, I used to stay home from school so I could be by the phone, thinking maybe 1 year you'd call me.
Michelle, I never knew you existed. Your mom never told me.
Why would she do that?
I don't know. Maybe she thought it was easier to say that I left her, so that people wouldn't think.
What, that you got her in trouble?
Hey, how come you never came and saw me and gave me a chance at being a dad?
I looked up the word bastard in the dictionary after Mom told me who my father really was. It said illegitimate and inferior. I was a reject. I was never wanted. So I just decided just to see how...
See how far you could fall.
Yeah. And when I hit bottom, I wanted to stand up and tell everyone I am the bastard daughter of the famous and very righteous Mike Hammer.
Well, you made a pretty good job of it.
You saw my films.
Our eggs are getting cold. So you dropped out of Vassar 2 years ago next Monday, when the phone didn't ring on your birthday.
You're pretty smart for Dad.
Not smart enough to know how Chris switched your dental charts so smoothly.
Well, after I was thrown from my car, saw it explode, and saw these guys searching for the briefcase.
Did you happen to get a look at him?
No, I was too scared. But I got to a phone, and I told Mom how Janice had burned to death because of a stupid briefcase. Anyway, she went right down to the dentist's office that night.
But how did she manage to get into 2 dentists' office at night?
Well, most of us that worked for the courier service went to Dr. Tabor, mainly because Mom used to date him and she knew where he kept the extra key.
I see. So she slipped Janice Wells' x-rays into the film holder with your name on it, and you'd be safe. People would think you were dead.
Yeah, I'd already gotten some calls telling me I better not testify.
Where did the coroner send Janice Wells' body?
Well, Janice didn't have any parents left, so Mom had it sent to a funeral home. McGrady Mortuary on West 59th.
And what did Chris do with the briefcase?
I don't know. She wouldn't tell me. What I didn't know, I wouldn't have to lie about. That's what she said.
Shrewd lady, your mom.
Yeah. Mother courage. Just wish you were here.
Honey, listen. You better not stand too close to the window. It's dangerous. I want you to remember that for the next couple of days.
Why didn't you marry Mom?
That's a good question. Let's talk about it tomorrow, okay?
Things just would have been so different, you know?
Yeah, I know. Come on. Daughter, let's get some sleep.
And good morning to you.
Good morning.
Well, they don't call me Veldus Interruptus for nothing.
I don't suppose you brought a newspaper.
No, but the Jets won by 3.
Oh, yeah? What about the Giants?
Yeah, what about him?
Well, I had money on that one.
C'est la vie.
Now that you're here, I got a couple of shirts I want you to iron.
Wonderful. Are they clean? Oh.
This is Teresa.
You are in the sheets, I suppose.
The living room is bugged. Zelda, this is Michelle.
Hi, Velda. The Michelle, your daughter.
Yeah. What did they get at the office?
They got the lab report and the tranquilizers and all the notes I wrote on Michelle. Who is doing all this?
Well, I think Vance is involved in the DA and somebody else. But whoever it is using me to find you. Now, Velda, I want you to stay with Michelle until I get back. And don't open that front door to anybody. You understand? I mean anybody.
Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going to give Vance a call. Do some trolling. Hey, Arla. This is Hammer. Put Vance on, will you, please?
Jack, it's Mike Hammer on line 1.
How's it going, Hammer?
Not too bad, Vance. Listen, I thought I'd take a drive out to the Brooklyn Heights Cemetery and visit a few friends.
What do you have?
Some dead presidents you might recognize.
Why this cemetery?
Nobody interrupts.
Nicest cemeteries, Mr. Hammer.
I haven't been out to Brooklyn since the Dodgers went to go.
Gold chains and sunglasses.
Right. Have you noticed the larger tombstones have the longer lifespans?
It says something about money, doesn't it?
May not buy happiness, but it gives you better lease. You got a key?
Yeah, I got one, but it's not going to work. This isn't my briefcase.
Hold that pose right there, folks. I never like shooting reports. Besides, this place is filled up already.
I thought I recognized the curls, Hennessy.
Well, I almost wish you'd try something, Hammer.
I already did, Conlon. The hook is sticking out of your upper lip.
You have a right to remain silent. Anything you say may or will be used against you. And if you can't afford a lawyer, we'll be glad to provide one for you.
Take a seat.
You can have a seat too, Hammer.
Thanks. I've been sitting all day.
Hey, I'm not asking you. I'm telling you.
What's going down here?
Just Hennessy. He's overworked.
Somebody got a key for this? You didn't search him, right?
As well as I know how.
Dear Vance, I just wanted to find out who planted a microphone in my apartment. Nothing personal. Hope this finds you well. Yours truly, Shark Meat. P.S. If the DA winds up with this, you can sue him for false arrest. Well, Hammer, with a finesse like this one, you must play a fair hand of bridge.
I like poker.
That's too bad. You'd know what a trump card was, because one's being played at this very moment.
Well, my little game with the phony attaché case turned out to be a lesson in how you don't play footsie with the DA. Not without stubbing your toe. While I found out it was the DA's mutts who bugged my place, he figured out I was hiding Michelle, and there went her cover. And Vance, thinking I was playing a shell game with his missing $2 million, he was about as cheerful as the Ayatollah.
Hammer, there's no place you can run. There's no place you can hide.
I never learned how to do either one, Jaireen.
You're gonna get maxed, Hammer.
Oh, hold it. If you're gonna be threatening people...
Just stating a fact.
Go, Mr. Vance.
Could you two step in here, please? This young lady's convinced me that she does not know where her mother hid the attaché case. We can assume, however, by the frantic way in which she got rid of it, that the contents are either incriminating to Vance or valuable.
Or both. We can also assume that she's going to be your key witness on the 6 o'clock news.
Naturally. She made several deliveries for Vance, and she knows names.
Mr. Barrington, when you make your announcement in front of the camera, and I know you will, are you really going to tell the world that you broke into a private investigator's office and bugged his apartment?
You know something, Hammer? Your license is no longer on the line here. You are. I can pick you up for questioning anytime I want, as often as I want. As far as I'm concerned, you're the pizza man, and you will deliver.
Yeah. What about Michelle?
We can arrange for her.
Like you did for my mother.
Barrington, she can leave here anytime she likes, as often as she likes, and you know it.
I'll get up on that witness stand for you, Mr. Barrington. But I'm staying with Mike.
Well, Captain Chambers has what I think is a pretty good idea.
Oh, yeah? As long as it doesn't include null and void.
Hey, we brought you down here pretty easy, Hammer.
Hennessy, if I catch you in my apartment or my office ever again, I'm going to dance a flamenco on your face.
Hey, Mike. You haven't even heard the plan. You just might go for it.
Captain Pat, how many divorces have you had on this block?
Well, there was one down the corner about a year ago.
Yeah?
Neighbors told me they got back together last Christmas.
I thought so. A hotbed of fidelity. I'll even bet you got Little League in the summer and hockey and skating in the winter.
My daughter, the jog.
Here we go. Home sweet home.
How long are Linda and the kids going to be in Indiana?
It's hard to say. If you visit the grandparents, it could be up to a month. You make yourself at home.
Oh, well, that won't be too hard.
You won't have to worry about being wiretapped.
You mean Bush League bugs in the overhead, huh?
I tell you, I think Hennessy and Condon took their electronic surveillance from matchbook mail order school.
Well, now the DA's court order was for a phone tap. Easier, quicker.
Well, then who put the microphone in Mike's light?
I don't know.
Now, you better check that out, Pat. See if it was the Sparkies that wired us or tapped us.
All right. Beer in the fridge. Spare ribs on the way. For you? Be back in a couple hours. We'll have us have a backyard burnout.
Can't wait. He makes a barbecue sauce that peels paint.
Yum.
I'll do the baked beans and the potato salad.
You know how?
Sure. Where's the can opener?
Mind if I ask you a question?
Why didn't I marry your mom?
No, I already know the answer to that one.
You do.
Yeah. You like your women, right?
It's not that simple, kid. You know, when your mom stopped writing me, I was in a hospital praying that I would walk again. And I met this Australian lady who dialed me back to some sanity, helped me to get well, gave me some love. We were just getting close. We were having dinner one night in a Saigon cafe, and the VC threw a satchel charge through the front door. I didn't have a scratch, but they had to pick her up with a shovel.
So what's that got to do with Mom?
Well, when I got home, your mom was involved with another guy. I mean, he was a nice guy. Seemed to have his head on straight. I was going through re-entry, and then I got very lucky. I met a wonderful lady.
And?
She didn't live long enough for me to marry her. Michelle, I take women seriously, and you know what it gets them? A body bag. Where are you going?
Oh, I feel like a beer.
Michelle, what did your mom say about the briefcase?
That it was in a place where nobody would want to look.
And where did she send the body of Janice Wells?
McGrady Mortuary on 59th. Why?
I'd lay 9 to 5 that the briefcase is with the body of Janice Wells.
Oh, damn. I mentioned the McGrady Mortuary at your place last night. That microphone.
Third Precinct, Hurley. Yeah, would you tell Captain Chambers when he gets in to call home immediately? Thanks.
That's great.
I
That is
love
really
it.
great.
Good story. Stay right here. What's up?
Yeah, Captain. We got a radio call from an ambulance downtown. Mr. Mike Hammer was found in McGrady's mortuary. Said he wanted to pass along a message.
All right. Hold your IDs in front of you and keep your safety strap on your weapons.
Yes, sir.
What happened to Hammer?
Well, the emergency medical team said it looks like a skull fracture. He is conscious, but they said that Hammer never knew what hit him.
You all right?
Yeah, I guess.
What happened? Where's Michelle?
I don't know. 2 cops in a patrol unit. Some story about you being hurt. Out of the corner of my eye, I see a karate kick coming faster than I could think. Like a sledgehammer.
Yeah. Well, let's get some ice. Now we know what happened to Paula Corey. Sit down. Only reason your neck isn't broken is you don't have one. What'd they look like?
A medium height, sharp features, noble type of face. Now, the other one looked like a cop. Stocky, Italian looking.
Yeah, him I might know.
You got hit too?
Yeah. When I got to the mortuary, somebody was already going through the body bags.
They get the briefcase?
I don't think so. It's doubtful. When I got clouded, my gun went off and drew some of the morticians down from upstairs. They found me on the floor with half their corpses.
Maybe that's why I had callers. They came up empty at the mortuary.
I still think it's the most natural hiding place for that briefcase.
Hello?
Mike Hammer there?
Yeah.
Yeah?
An even swap. The money for your daughter.
What would you say if I told you I don't know where it is?
Hey, she already tried that one. You got till 2 a.m.? Then the bleeding starts.
Maybe I can't find it till tomorrow.
We're playing hardball, Hammer.
All right, where do we meet?
There's an old mannequin company at 8th Avenue and West 27th Street. 2nd floor.
One way or the other, I'll be there.
There's only one way, Hammer. And if you do that empty briefcase number or bring any cops, you'll just hate yourself. For killing your daughter, I mean. You know, you may wake up tomorrow morning after all.
That mortuary was my last hope. Where is the body of Janice Wells?
Maybe it's still at the mortuary under a different name.
Look, there was no Micky Panoia there. There was no Michelle Jameson.
Wait a minute. If Chris did put the money in the body bag and she was worried about something happening to her, she'd use a name that you'd know, like mine or,
Or?
Yours. Bingo.
Yeah, I noticed the marks.
Looks like somebody picked the lock.
You know, my hunch is that somebody wanted to make sure there was cash in here before the trip was called off. Then they were going to rob Michelle after she left Miami.
So it wouldn't look like an inside job. Laundered the cash in South America. Very tidy. Hey, Mike. That's evidence.
I'm not buying votes for Barrington. It's my daughter's life we're talking about.
Come on up, Hammer. Spread your heels, hotshot.
Should have bagged you when you were in season, Pope, when I thought you were a PI.
Yes, sir. Good things come to he who waits. Now, you're on the sharp end, clown.
That's a diplomatic courier case.
What kind of device?
Incendiary.
We never had our dinner, Mike.
The invitation still stands.
Where's the original case?
You mean the one you opened in the office before Michelle flew to Miami? You knew there was a bribe in there, didn't you?
That's what the trial was all about, wasn't it?
Did Chris know Michelle was carrying $2 million?
No. She just happened to be walking by while I was closing the case. It would have come out in the grand jury.
Right. You didn't mind poisoning her anyway, did you? Then you'd have the whole courier company to yourself. Of course, there was one problem. Michelle. You thought she was still walking the streets and spaced out on dope, so you were going to drop her down a hole, and there'd be nobody to inherit Chris's half. It'd be all yours.
And I didn't think your brain was one of your better parts.
You care to tell me why you killed Paula?
That's one question too many. Whose case is this?
Mine. I had to protect myself.
It's one of those embassy cases. It burns the contents if you open it wrong.
Right. Better untie Michelle.
Have you searched him thoroughly? Then untie her. I don't know what we would have done without you, Mike. Lovely. Cal, make sure it isn't counterfeit.
All right. Have a seat, mutt. Tie him up, Shell. You okay?
Yeah, much better,
I told you, Mike, she wouldn't be harmed. Torturing people is not my forte. I'm more of a...
You know what today is?
Sure do.
Well, is she gonna say it?
Happy birthday.
You finally made it.
This is for Michelle. This is for Paula. This is for Chris. And this is for me.
Good afternoon.
Bella. See here?
You could say that.
How long has this been going on?
A few days.
I thought you'd be making license plates, Vance.
The DA's case fizzled after a private investigator got me off the hook. Tough guy named Hammer. Is he around? Knew you were a loser, but I didn't think you were a quitter.
This isn't going to be one of those Marine sermonettes, is it?
The Army wants to buy 500 of my choppers, but they say I've got to reorganize my plant security first. You ever done any of that?
Well, now we know why the DA dropped the rest of the charges against you.
Swing over tomorrow. We'll get on it.
Where's Arla?
Her day off.
You only stutter when she's around?
Gives us something to do. Tomorrow?
I'd like to make reservations for 2 at 7. The name's Hammer. Mike Hammer.
Antonio's?
If it's a family you want, thought we'd have dinner first.
Like I said, 2 things you can't share are pain and guilt, especially when you lose people who matter the most. Anyway, thank God for Velda and the city.
Monday morning in Manhattan. The city was picking up where it left off on Friday. I was trying to remember back that far. Another day in the promised land, and the pot of gold was still at the end of the rainbow. Now all I had to do was find the rainbow. But happily, this was America, the land of opportunity.
Pastrami?
Is there anything else I can get for you, Mr. Hammer?
Maybe later. Velda, You want a pastrami?
Any idea where I'd put it?
You got a point. Sorry, no sale.
That's okay. I usually do better with the men anyway. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Smart girl.
Yeah. You got to admire her business acumen, too.
I thought you were going to quit smoking.
It's a dying art. Well, well, look who's here.
Hey, Michael.
Hey, Malcolm.
How you doing, buddy?
Velda, Malcolm Dobbs. Country and Western's answer to Legionnaire's disease.
Oh, Mama, darling, baby. How are you, pretty? It's a brand new outfit for you. Yeah, come here. Excuse me. What can I do for you? I got myself in the biggest poker game in New York. Yeah. Sprague Building? Mm-hmm. It's a 50K buy-in. I might be the favorite. Need a little backup.
What do you mean, protection?
Mm-hmm.
Malcolm, come on. The sign says private investigator. You know that. I'm not in that racket.
What do you mean? For 5C, you don't want to babysit me, sit around and watch a good poker game?
Don't miss lunch, Malcolm. It starts in 3 hours.
I have a feeling the down payment for the computer I wanted just walked out the door.
Velda, I don't like computers.
Mike, a computer could bring some order to this office, into your life.
I can't think of a better reason for not having one.
Buy yourself a co-op for that, partner.
Angela, you've done all you can.
Pat.
I'll talk to you later. Come on.
How you doing?
Good evening.
Malcolm Dobbs.
Okay, you're on the list.
Good evening, sir.
How you doing tonight?
It's Captain Pat Chambers. Who's the field supervisor?
Tom Phillips. Tell him that the drug deal is going down in the penthouse at the Sprague Building.
Martin Sprague, Malcolm. Glad you could come.
How you doing? That's quite a spread you got here, Martin. You can run a herd of cows through here, couldn't you? Security tighter than a pair of press shorts.
Bedrick Bordante and Tallahassee Smith.
What's your name?
Smith.
Smith.
May I offer you a drink?
Well, if anybody knew how to make a gin Ricky, you could.
I do.
Eve Warwick. Malcolm Dobbs.
One gin Ricky.
Good evening, ma'am. Well, I guess you certainly do have everything here, don't you?
Keys, LBs, and Zs wholesale. Everything else, Keystone. Better than 90.
It's quite pure.
Oh, it'll take a 175 melt point and go pure through a benzene burn.
I'll take the key.
Good.
Fella, I'll take a nosy off of that.
And keep play.
How's that?
You'll do just fine.
How sad.
That's even better. Oh, best grade ether. A little goes a long way.
You done with your yard sale, Mr. Smith? We'd like to play some cards. Table stakes, pot limit, 25,000 buy-in. Anytime there's less than 5 in front of you, you can buy more chips. Draw for deal.
No. I called over an hour ago. Where is he? I know you said Phillips is en route, but he's not here.
Couple of dimes.
20,000 blind.
I'm exuding confidence, Martin.
20. I think I'll exude some confidence of my own. You're 20? Up 20 more, put you all in.
I'm exuding acute depression.
I'm glad I'm out of this mess. I know everybody's exuding something.
Aces.
Kings over trays, full, huh?
Good evening. You are being robbed. Put your hands on the table and remain very, very still. There is no need to fear for your safety if you follow instructions. I will repeat what I just said. There is no need to fear for your safety if you follow instructions. Keep your hands on the table and remain very, very still.
Hey, that ring's important to me. It's a good luck charm from an old friend. Give me that ring!
You said there'd be no killing.
The guards downstairs will not be killed if you stay exactly where you are for 30 minutes. I will repeat what I just said. The guards downstairs will not...
Pat Chambers?
Yep. Who are you?
I'm Phillips, Drug Enforcement Agency. Chambers called and wanted to meet me here. Who are you?
Assistant DA Barrington. You're a little late.
Chambers is hurt bad. I'm going with it.
Stick around. We got a lot of questions we'd like to ask.
So do we.
Yeah. Linda? Yeah, wait a minute. Just hold on. Calm down. Where are you? I'll be right there. Damn it.
How is he?
I don't know. What's the time?
The bullet is dangerously close to the spinal cord. We have to operate immediately.
He was shot in the back?
Yeah. Without complications, he could be out of here in a couple days. But if it hit the spinal cord, there could be total paralysis.
Paralysis. Mike. Oh, God.
How you doing, buddy?
Not much, my back. Just like a rookie. Mike.
Take it easy now. Don't talk.
Dope deal. High stakes poker game. Dope deal. Sprague building.
I stopped by the Sprague building. It was crawling with cops, DA types, and feds all getting in each other's way, so I moved on. When somebody as big as Martin Sprague gets wiped out, the city doesn't sleep till it finds the reason why. I thought a certain country singer and I should have a polite chat.
How was the poker game, Malcolm?
Oh, Michael. Oh, I got some other ideas. I never did go.
Never did go, huh? You're a hillbilly liar, Malcolm!
I cut it out. I'm scared to death to hide. Well, you must have me confused with somebody who cares, Malcolm, because I don't. Now watch this. You see this? The time that hits the ground, you better start talking, or you're going to be right behind it. How much did you lose? A little over 50. What about Tallahassee? Try to stop him?
He got ticked off and took a big diamond ring off his finger.
What about the guy that bought the cocaine? Mordante?
I don't know. He's some kind of an art dealer. That's all I know about him.
You better not be lying, Malcolm. Because if you are, you're going to have to nail that window shut. Here, buy yourself a new hat.
I hope you're looking for me.
Fortunately, I'm not.
That's too bad. We'd make an interesting trio.
Oh, really? I'll make a note.
Pat made the doctors earn their fees. 6 hours on the table, but they got the slug. The next 3 hours would make the difference. It was payback time, and a .45 caliber was the only currency I had.
Kramer, please call
Angela, what are you doing here?
I heard on the radio. I tried to get in and see Pat, and they won't let me in.
Yeah, I know. He had a pretty rough night.
Mike, I felt so bad.
Hey, don't worry about a thing. He's pretty thick-skinned. He's going to be okay. It's just going to be a matter of time, that's all.
Kramer, please call admittance extension 1118. Mr. Kramer, call 1118.
Assistant District Attorney Barrington. There were times he reminded me of a weasel every time I saw him.
What's going on here?
Whatever's going on is none of your business.
Oh, tough talk.
Don't press your luck, Hammer.
Tom Phillips, Drug Enforcement Agency.
Mike Hammer. What's the DEA got to do with this?
An important citizen was murdered, Pat Chambers violated departmental procedures, and there are some unanswered questions.
What procedure? What questions?
Take it up with Internal Affairs. See how far you can get with them.
Why did you call the DEA?
Well, you remember the teller we had as a witness to Delancey Street bank robbery?
Yeah, Angela Sorrento. She was here just now.
Well, I was doing her a favor.
A favor?
Yeah, her boyfriend's a dock worker. He was scooped up in a federal raid along with 4 or 5 others, unloading a tub full of Colombian. Her boyfriend, Frank Dolce, overheard a jailhouse rumor that the feds missed a load of cocaine stashed in a secret place on the boat. A big piece of that cocaine was supposed to be sold off at the poker game.
So Dolce has Angela go to you to make a deal with the DEA, right?
Yeah.
Well, what did you do that was so wrong?
Nothing, except the NYPD lost a bust. But now the DA has a scapegoat. Pat's career is on the line.
Angela Sorrento was working as a guide at the Statue of Liberty. Like most New Yorkers, I'd never been to visit the lady with the torch. To help her boyfriend, Frank Dolce, who was in jail, Angela had tipped Pat to a certain classy dope deal poker game, which almost finished off Pat the way it finished off Martin Sprague. Angela was a sweet kid. She'd made a few left turns when she should have turned right. But Pat and I tried to give her a hand whenever we could. Now she could repay the favor. Angela was the key to clearing Pat. The DA's office would be slow in working up much interest about Angela's murder. There would be no headlines, no forensics, no leads. The good lady took the tired, poor, and huddled masses, but in this case, she didn't give them back. Angela's boyfriend was a federal prisoner at the Tombs, which meant I wasn't on his visiting list. I'd been flung back into the deep, cold well called Square One. Square Two was the Sprague penthouse.
Poker. And cocaine.
Well, Pat was right on both counts. Blow and dough.
If only I'd gotten here 10 minutes earlier.
Barrington deliver any witnesses?
I'm only looking at the drug end, but I don't think so. You?
Pat's only alibi turned up dead. And I still haven't been able to get to her boyfriend.
That's because he's none of your business, Hammer. I talked to him. He's a punk. First time, way too far down the ladder to know anything about penthouse dope deals. And you can tell Captain Chambers that Frank Dolce denied using his girlfriend for anything. He also denied any knowledge of a robbery plan for the Sprague building.
And of course you believed him.
I think the possibility exists that Captain Chambers called DEA too late on purpose, yeah.
Oh, stupid, Barrington. Anybody ever tell you dumb is forever?
Is that right? My people found this in a city car parked across the street. Captain Chambers' car, as a matter of fact.
All right, Barrington. We all know you're never wrong. It's just that this time you're a little weak on being right. Frames like this went out with horn-rimmed glasses. There was enough bull in that room to father a herd. I really didn't expect any answers on the roof. Just some fresh air.
How's it going?
Already talked to the police. Said nothing then, nothing now.
Hey, I'm not the man.
Oh, one look tell me that.
Smoke? I'm trying to quit, but today's not the day.
You think this is World War II and I'm being liberated? Take a hike, sir.
I'm Mike Hammer.
Leroy Applebaum, the third.
You know, Leroy, I can't figure it out. I can't figure out how they got up here. I mean, there's alarms on every floor, motion detectors, infrared, security elevators.
No place for a helicopter to set down?
The cops lay that on you?
Ain't too smart, is they?
I bet you're smarter.
And them tracks there, see them?
Yeah, for your platform, right?
If a body with the right kind of know-how had two of these, he could slip them inside them tracks and climb right up the side of this building like a spider.
Think that's how it was done?
I know that's how it was done. Found about the roof door this morning. Got no other idea where it might have come from. Do you?
Sometimes it's better to be lucky than smart. Leroy Applebaum III had given me a hot lead. But that particular climber's cam was one of 10,000 manufactured by an outfit in Hackensack, New Jersey. With that much leg work, there's no better legs than my secretary, Velda. Yeah, hello, Velda.
Hello, Mike. Let's go. I got the climber's cam traced to a retailer on the corner of 5th Avenue and 16th Street. They bought 2,000 of the 10,000 cams that were produced. Yours was one of them.
That's why you get the big bucks.
Sorry, sweetie. No pastrami today.
Sometimes you get pretty carried away when you find a parking place in New York. Pat was going to make it out of the hospital. Now I had to see to it that he stayed out of prison. My favorite parking ticket had had it.
It's all right, I'm in full control. Can I help you?
Maybe. I see you're into climbing.
All kinds.
Yeah?
Yeah.
My name's Mike Hammer. I'm a private investigator. This was sold right here in your store. I'm interested in finding out who bought it.
Oh, well, that's kind of difficult, unless you have a good reason for me to dig through 10,000 sales receipts.
Yeah, I got two. A friend of mine took a bullet in the back, and a nice young girl about your age is taking up space in the morgue.
That's plenty good. I'll check it out.
Thanks. Sandy, huh?
Yeah.
You're okay.
Oh, I'm a lot better than just okay.
Yeah, you are.
Next on my list was Beatrick Bordante, the guy who bought drugs and sold art. He had an address uptown, where even the garbage men wore designer jeans. I guess the pictures in that gallery were pretty good. I wouldn't know. The only thing I did know about those paintings, they'd be good for covering up bullet holes in your wall.
Are you interested in imported art, good canvas, or frames?
Up to now, my idea of imported art was German beer.
I'm Eve Warwick.
Mike Hammer. Well, you certainly have style, I'll say that for you. But then again, what kind of style shacks up with a guy who skips out on her and then leaves her holding the bag?
You probably haven't been mistaken for Dale Carnegie all day.
Doesn't it bother you just a little bit to be running this kind of scam on people?
Oh, yes. But I take something for it.
Oh, what's that?
Money.
Huh. Listen, how about answering a couple of questions and maybe saving the life of an honest cop?
I have no answers. Those heisters knew their way around that penthouse as if they lived there all their lives.
Like one of the players could have tipped him off. Could have been you.
Okay. If that's how you feel about it, don't expect any more cooperation from me.
Honey, I never expect anything, and I still get disappointed. It's a shame. We were just beginning to warm up to each other.
Hammer. You know where Tallahassee is staying?
Why?
Bordante was playing with 40,000 of my money. I'd like to tag along.
Sorry. Passengers don't help my gas mileage. Or my disposition, for that matter.
I understand. On the other hand, I have the address. You don't.
You okay?
Yeah.
Friends of yours? And just the effect you have on people.
Makes you so sure they were shooting at me.
Their aim.
Can I help you?
No thanks, honey. I think I'll just help myself.
That's too bad. I think you're my chromosome type.
I'll make a note.
You could bring new meaning to the term private investigator.
Well, it's a tough job. Somebody...
Spare me that, please.
Nitro Stark, 250 pounds of blood clot and scar tissue. He had a 72-inch chest and an IQ to match.
What are you coming in here like the man from Glad for, Hammer?
Eve, meet Nitro Stark. Living proof that man hasn't been out of the trees too long.
I ain't had my workout today, Hammer. Go clog a drain.
I'm not so sure you had to get quite so physical.
If he had a brain, I'd have thought him to death.
Tallahassee. Name's Mike Hammer. I got a couple questions for you.
Why not? We got through the qualifying round. How are you, Eve?
Fine. You carry Hef very well, Tallahassee. Very well indeed.
Well, like they say, if you don't take care of your body, where are you going to live? Somebody said that Captain Chambers is a friend of yours, Hammer.
Right.
Too bad. I haven't liked him from the last movie.
You sound like a man who doesn't mind losing a lot of cash and drugs.
I didn't say that. Some of those items were near and dear to me, particularly a ring I lost. My one good luck charm. Anyone like to join me for lunch? We got imported yogurt. Pina colada, cinnamon nuts.
You got any Tutti Frutti?
No.
You know, if you were to tell me a little bit more about that robbery, I just might get your ring back for you.
Little punk was strong. Had a grip like a wrench.
What kind of weapons?
Both had automatics.
Any idea on how they knew where the game was?
Someone fingered it. Bordani was just here talking about that. He wants us to pool our resources and hire a PI we can trust. If you weren't so close to Chambers, we'd take your application under consideration.
You think you can trust Bordante?
No. But then he can't trust me, can he? By the way, what's all this to you?
Nothing.
Hey, Hammer. You don't mind if I have you followed, do you?
Yes.
Goodbye, Hammer.
Well, thanks a lot.
Got anything on Bordante?
For one, he doesn't smoke.
I'm cutting down. What else?
He has no driver's license, no employment record, and no credit cards.
Huh.
But according to the tax assessor's office, he sold $5 million worth of art in New York City last year. Not bad for a guy who doesn't exist.
Well, that checks out with what Eve Warwick said.
Oh, how nice. I spent all day on this. What else does she have to say?
Well, according to her, he's not an American. He's Bass, lives in the West Indies, probably where he met Tallahassee.
Okay, now we both know what Eve said. What does Mike Hammer say?
Mike Hammer says that these belong to Bordante. Take a look at them. They're prescription, expensive, very unusual design. I want you to check them out.
Okay. I'll get the gumball machine fixed.
No, forget it. All these guys know how to fix today's electronic video games. I don't want them to ruin my gumball machine. What else is happening?
Oh, your source at the court clerk's office called. The DA just came out of criminal court with an arrest warrant for Pat.
An arrest warrant for Pat? Why didn't you tell me? I'll see you later.
The case of criminal conduct involving public officials.
Call the fourth floor waiting room as soon as possible.
Adding more to that as time goes on.
What the hell is going on here?
Mike, the DA asked my office to do the lab tests. It doesn't.
Tests? What kind of tests?
On the cocaine found in Angelo Sorrento's apartment.
Hey, please, do you mind? Wait a minute, we're trying to get stories.
1 pound, 90% pure, an exact chemical match to the cocaine found in Captain Chambers' car, and the residue at the poker game. Now, you tell me, what is Captain Chambers' contact doing with cocaine from the heist?
It's a paint job, and you know it.
Criminal conduct involving a public official. Right now, the charge is illegal possession. I'm sure we'll be adding conspiracy, murder, and obstruction of justice as time goes on.
So what are you going to do? You're going to arrest him right here in front of his whole family, in front of all the press?
Hey, Hammer, I don't like it. I've got a job to do, and I don't need your interference.
Now I know why you're so thin, Barrington. You got no heart.
Pat, I want you to think. Now, listen. I gotta know everything. Is there anything more that Angela said that might shed light on the situation?
You got it all, Mike. Everything I know. Listen, don't be busting any heads. Don't want to give Barrington the hives.
Thanks, Mike.
Bobby, listen. Whatever you see, whatever you hear out there, it isn't true. Your dad is the best. Right?
Right.
Go get him, Tiger.
The wheels of the system were grinding up my best friend. I wasn't about to let my best friend get ground up. I called Velda. She said she had a female mountain climber in the office wanting to join the firm. If Sandy could hook a name on the guy who ordered the climbing device, I'd let her nail the bozo who was tailing me. But on the other hand, why should she have all the fun?
Anything?
Mike, look, I was the one who took the order. His name is Davy Agate. He bought 4 cams, rope, backpacks, the whole enchilada.
Was he alone?
Well, Davy placed the order, but some other guy I'd never seen before picked it up.
Where do we find this Davy Agate?
In Hackensack. He works for the township teaching climbing and rescue.
Great. Val, get Eve Warwick on the phone. Tell her Sandy will be by in 20 minutes to pick her up. I want her to make a voice ID.
All right.
Come on, kid. You're on your first case.
With you?
You don't see anybody else, do you? Okay, her name's Eve Warwick. Pick her up and be back here in 5 minutes, okay?
You have to make a secret contact first?
Something like that, yeah. Must be losing it.
With your legs, lad. Your hands are strictly for balance.
That's him, Davy Agate, expert climber. The stairs are inside. I'll warm him up. I'm coming up, Davy!
Okay. Climb when ready.
Coming up!
Looking good, real smooth.
Oh, this is terrific.
Not too bad. That's good. You're almost there. A little farther.
Thanks.
Bit of a show-off, by the way.
Oh, I just thought I'd see if I could beat the private investigator up here.
Who?
Me, Davy. Got a couple questions for you. About this. It was picked up at the Sprague robbery and traced to you.
What? Well, they were gonna have me deported.
Oh, shoot. That was too easy. I was really ready to grill him. See you at the bottom.
Deported? To Scotland?
I'm confused. I should talk to a lawyer.
You should talk to a brain surgeon about a transplant. Deported to Scotland? She remembers your voice, laddie.
Well, they promised no killing. I told them I wanted no part of killing.
Who's they? Davy, with evidence this deep, you're in for a minimum of 30 years. Unless you plea bargain.
I might at that. I didn't hurt anybody. I'll be telling you the whole story when I get down. I'll meet you at the bottom. I just want to get my class off the side of the building. Watch out below, I'm coming down. Look out.
Teddy, no!
I saw him. I got a good look at him.
What about the license number?
It was raining dead bodies with no let-up in sight. But I didn't need an umbrella. I needed answers.
You are going to lose your money. Come on.
Hi. How you doing, Mike? You want the same thing?
Wait a minute, we're gonna sell this. Wait. Straighten this guy out. Tell something for me with this guy. He knows everything, this guy. Tell him. That's all right.
Tatsula. Tatsula.
Tatsula.
Look, Sadahara has 803 lifetime home runs to lead the world. Sorry, this gentleman is correct.
Answer.
Question. Who holds the record for the most games won as a relief pitcher?
You got me.
Elroy Face. A record of 18-1 for the Pittsburgh Pirates, 1959.
Answer, you amaze even me.
Even myself.
Question.
Answer.
Any news about hot ice from the Sprague robbery floating around town?
Well, word has it that the big fella from the south lost something that you might pick up at the Diamond Exchange down on Canal Street.
Canal Street?
Mm-hmm.
You got all the answers, answer.
I followed my nose and Ozzy the Answer's tip down to Canal Street. Some days it smelled just like its name. A rather talkative fellow I knew helped me get it narrowed down. It didn't take me long to find what I was looking for. Now that I had Tallahassee's ring, his lucky ring, maybe it could bring me some luck. Maybe I could find out why Angela was so unlucky and why Pat's luck was running out. I checked back with Velda. Somebody had sprung Angela's boyfriend, Frank Dolce, from the slam. So much for the help he might have been. I told Velda to run down everything she could on the people arrested with Dolce when the boatload of dope was seized. I had an idea where to find Dolce, but I didn't want company. Better watch out for the alligators, Nitro. New York drivers could be dangerous. It was a good thing Nitro had his seatbelt on. Angela Sorrento had lived on the Lower East Side in a neighborhood where every day was D-Day. It didn't have a daycare center, so the local kids played on the street.
Don't even think about it. See? You thought about it.
This was a security building until the dog food ran out. Then all bets were off.
You're a detective, ain't you? Bet you're working with Captain Chambers on that Angela murder case, huh? Well, it wouldn't have happened if she'd have had dogs like Spike. Mm-hmm. Ain't that right, baby? Yeah, you wouldn't let nothing happen to me, would you? No, I know that. Caught his first burglar last year. Chewed him up good. Word got out fast. Now, I bet you I got the safest building on the block.
I believe it.
Yeah, well, you ought to tell that to Captain Chambers. Then he wouldn't have to be giving away his money. Buy him a dog instead, that's what I say.
Who was giving out money?
Captain Chambers. He gave Angela $500.
How do you know?
'Cause I saw his personal check made out to her. She signed it over to me to pay the rent. Baby.
Well, I can tell you something. We're getting nowhere fast.
Come on, man. I didn't just get off the boat. I'm sick and tired of you lying to me.
Mike, I don't know how much longer I can keep it together.
Well, you might start by leveling with me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dad. Angela was destitute. Her guy job was only 3 weeks old, and her jerk boyfriend was in the slam.
So you just helped her pay the rent, huh? Something you routinely do on your civil servant salary?
Not what you think, Mike.
Does Linda know about this?
Oh, God. Why do you think I was such a clam in the hospital? Linda would never understand.
Were you sleeping with her?
Giving it to you straight, Mike. The 500 was to help Angela through a tough period. No strings, no favors, nothing.
All right. I believe you. But we can't afford any more surprises, Pat. I mean, Barrington has got that check. He's going to use it in court.
Never slept with her. God, I wanted to, but I never did.
I believe you. Listen, if I were you, I would tell Linda about that check. Listen, tell her what you did, not what you thought.
By the time I got to the hearing, Barrington had already worked over Eve. She thought she was going to help Pat by telling what happened at the climbing class. But Barrington had built a pyramid of circumstantial evidence that her testimony couldn't dent. He was on a roll. The only thing Barrington loved more than talking was listening to himself, but he sure didn't love listening to Pat's lawyer.
And in the 15 years that you've known him, have you ever seen or heard of Captain Chambers doing anything that could be considered unlawful?
No, never. And that's 18 years. Pat Chambers and I were in Vietnam together. He received the Distinguished Service Cross.
Your witness?
It's very effective, Mr. Hammer. Now, you don't remember that Captain Chambers was offered a bribe by one Patrick Donat, August 31, 1975, well-known syndicate figure?
Oh. Yeah, I remember. As I recall, Pat Chambers washed Mr. Donat's face in a plate of noodles Romanoff.
Captain Chambers had other offers, including one from Tallahassee Smith shortly after that. 6 months later, he submitted papers for an early retirement. You aware of that?
I was aware of that. Pat Chambers was going through what we commonly call a 10-year burnout.
You want to explain that?
I'd be happy to. See, the more effective you are in police work, the more arrests you make. After about a 10-year period, you begin to look at the hundreds of hardcore felons you put behind bars, and you suddenly see them loose in society because of some judicial technicality, whether it be inadmissible evidence or temporary insanity. You see crimes, vicious crimes, punishable by death, reduced to 6 weeks for good behavior. You begin to wonder if it isn't the American justice system that has temporary insanity.
We were talking about Captain Chambers, Mr. Hammer. You want to get off the soapbox?
I remember Captain Chambers asking me, why should we risk our lives? If the DAs don't care and the judge doesn't care, why should we go out and get shot at?
Is this a direct quote, Mr. Hammer?
That's exactly what I said.
Go on, Mr. Barrington.
In any event, Captain Chambers chose not to retire. Why? Maybe because retirement wouldn't be as lucrative?
No. He said somebody has to do the job. Somebody has to care. Look what it's got him.
No more questions.
Yeah, well, I've got one for you, Barrington. You just love prosecuting, don't you? You don't care that Pat Chambers is one of the best cops you ever had on the force. You're prosecuting an Eagle Scout.
Out of order. I can hold you in contempt.
Sorry, Your Honor. I plead temporary sanity.
Pat was dealt from the bottom of the deck, and the stakes of the game were the highest he'd ever played.
After careful deliberation, I've decided that there is sufficient prima facie evidence on the cocaine possession charge to bind the defendant over for trial in the General Supreme Court sessions. Bail will remain as posted. Trial date is set for October 3rd. Yes. Well, there's been a cancellation on the docket. Your new trial date is therefore moved to September 2nd.
Objection, that's only 3 weeks.
Objection overruled.
With 3 weeks and no new evidence, Pat Chambers was looking at a long stretch behind bars. Something had to be done, and I knew I had to do it. But what?
Well, they bound him over for trial in 3 weeks. I just can't believe it. Barrington's doing everything he can to send him away.
Mike, I tracked down those galleries. Bedrick Bordante.
What about those mug photos on Frank Dolce and the others he was arrested with?
The arrest reports are federal. I couldn't even get close.
All right, I'll get it from the NYPD. What about those prescription glasses?
75 gold inlay frames were made in that design. I have a list of optometrists who sold them in New York.
Well, get on it. We've got to get to Bordante.
Bordante is expected at one of the art galleries you told me to call.
Well, why didn't you tell me? What are we playing, 20 questions?
No, we're measuring your hostility index.
Where's the gallery?
It's on Park Avenue. I'll drive.
Well, then what in the world would I do without you? This is it. Try and park around back.
Oh, don't! Get back! Oh, get down! Get down! Oh, no, just watch it! Oh! Oh!
Sit.
Thanks, mister.
Yours?
Saved my job. I'd like to find a way to thank you.
I'm sure if we put our minds together, we could come up with something.
I'd like to put our minds together. What's your name?
Mike?
Mine's Bonnie.
Bonnie, huh? I'll make a note.
Angela was dead. Pat was coming to trial in 3 weeks. All I could do was look for someone called Bordante. I didn't know what he looked like, and in these surroundings, you couldn't tell a crook by his cover.
Mr. Bordante, telephone. Telephone, Mr. Bordante.
You're the greatest, Bella. How can I ever repay you?
Give up smoking.
Who's smoking?
Whoops. Is Eve in that car?
Sure is.
Is she working for the people who robbed the poker game?
No, somebody else. I'm not sure who, though. Sandy.
I was afraid you'd already gone to sleep. I thought I'd fix you a real California-style mountain meal.
Oh, yeah? Eat while gasping for breath, huh?
Oh, I came by window because I saw that same car parked out in front.
Oh, yeah?
Am I being followed? Or are you being watched?
Both.
Well, I brought my sleeping bag, just in case you wanted the whole bed.
Oh, yeah?
I've got dehydrated potatoes, dehydrated peaches, and my favorite, raw oysters.
Dehydrated?
No. It adds a little weight, but they're worth it when you're not camping solo.
Huh.
Got any milk?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow! Half of this food is crawling and the other half is teaching its young.
Well, I'm not home very much.
We'll use water. Now, you just sit right down. It's going to be a gourmet's delight.
All right, now, wait a minute now. Let's put our appetite aside just for the second and do some business, all right? Now, you sit down. I want you to take a look at these 5 guys. Now, these gentlemen were picked up offloading a boatload of Colombian red.
Mm-hmm.
You recognize any of them?
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, Garth. He's the guy that picked up the equipment from Davy, right?
No.
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 There was a third guy?
Yeah.
What's he look like? Is he here?
No, Ugly here is the only one I recognize.
Well, you think you can remember that third guy well enough to sit down with a composite artist?
Sure.
Good.
Oysters are also good for the memory.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm. You know what? I didn't really bring my sleeping bag.
You didn't?
No.
Hi.
Hi.
You haven't eaten yet, I thought.
Too late. We were just starting with the hors d'oeuvres. Oysters.
Well, I'll come back when the oysters wear off.
No, wait. I got a few questions for you. Come right in. Eve, this is Sandy. Sandy, I'd like you to meet Eve. Oh, I forgot. You two already met.
Got any glasses? I hate to pour champagne into tin cups.
We don't care to alter our state of awareness, especially when we are just about to enjoy ourselves.
Go right ahead, and your questions can wait.
No, they cannot wait, and this is not the right place to ask them. Now, just... Sandy, listen, you can eat your oysters and go to bed, and you can sleep in my room. And I want to know exactly where you are, because tomorrow morning, you've got to get together with that sketch artist, okay? I've got a key, so you can lock up behind me. Sleep tight.
By myself?
And that's right, you did have some questions.
You know, I'm not sure whether you're on the offense or the defense. You undercover types don't wear jerseys.
You are slick.
It all started with your confidence builder. First of all, bearded guys with Uzis don't miss when they get that close. And then there was that last-minute phone call that Bordante got at the gallery. You were the only one that knew that I was coming.
So what haven't you nailed down?
All I know is you're a Fed. Which agency, I'm not sure.
Department of Justice. Racketeering Task Force.
What's the DOJ got to do with Bordante?
I can't tell you.
Thanks a lot.
Look, Mike, what he's doing is important to us.
Important?
Meanwhile, he's allowed to play poker with laundered cash, move with dope deals, and look on as people get murdered?
Well, sometimes that's what it takes to work a sting.
I see. Is that what you're doing with me? Working a sting?
I'm trying to help you, without endangering Bordante's cover. He had nothing to do with the robbery. I'm sure of it.
I'd like to believe you.
I'd like you to believe me, Mike. I want that very much.
still think mountain climbers and oysters have the market cornered?
You know, I could get used to this secret agent thing.
You're very special, Mike.
You could become habit for me. Listen, I need a favor from you.
Amen.
You think you could get together with Sandy and arrange for your sketch artist to work up a composite with her?
I thought you said she ID'd the man in the gray car.
She did, but there was a third guy. A guy who picked up the climbing tools and paid for them. Now, he just might be the employer. What do you say?
Done.
Oh, you're easy.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Mike. Mike, you missed Tuesday night poker.
Yeah, I know. I had a lot on my mind.
Oh, I see. What'll it be?
Nothing for me. What does the lady want?
What the lady would like is a trip to Hawaii with you.
Really? We'll have 2 trips to Hawaii,
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
So how long do you think that'll last? Till the next murder?
It would last as long as we wanted it to. As long as we keep creating wonderful memories.
Should I quit my job for memories?
Fantasies.
Like last night?
Like every night.
You got an answer for everything.
Question.
Answer.
Did Manny Mona have more pinch hits than Rusty Stout? A pleasure, young lady.
Yes, he did.
Right again, Hammer.
This made me feel very smart. Eve, this is Ozzy the Answer. He makes love to the World Book of Records.
Among other things.
Hey, now, Ozzy.
Going, gone. Young lady? My pleasure.
All right, Hammer. Excuse me. Walk over here with me, would you? Tallahassee found out y'all were getting close to his big ring and, you know, his precious ring. And he'd been laying a little low, and I got some heat on me because he sent me to get it. And I don't know, I mean, what, you know.
Malcolm, I have the ring.
Huh? You found it?
Yeah.
Oh, hallelujah. All right. I'm saved, aren't I?
I wouldn't count on that.
Well, I mean, what am I supposed to do?
Sweat. I knew Malcolm would let Tallahassee know I had his ring, so it was time to pay the big guy a visit. None of the poker players were putting their cards on the table, except maybe Sprague, who dropped out of the game early, dead. This case was beginning to have more twists than a Rubik's Cube. I even had a funny feeling I wasn't being followed.
Who is it?
Hammer.
Come back later, Hammer.
I got something you've really been looking for.
Shove it under the door.
Your gratitude is overwhelming.
You're a bit shy on manners, Hammer.
I'll make a note.
You thought this would go a few rounds, huh?
Whatever it takes.
I don't have the time, Hammer.
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Medical examiner estimates the time of death between 10 and 12 hours before you called, Hammer. That means she died around noon yesterday.
She died for a reason, Barrington, and Pat Chambers is not it.
Then what is the reason?
I'm not sure, but Miss Warwick here had the Department of Justice technician make a copy of the identikit composite. We may learn something when we pick it up at her office. And if you were to let up on Pat Chambers, maybe you'd have a little more time to find out who the real killer is.
Look, Hammer, I don't like going after Chambers. It's not fun for me. He was a fine cop for a long time, but like I keep telling you, read my lips. I've got a job to do, and I don't need your advice on how to do it.
Right, Barrington. We all know you don't need anybody, as long as you keep the ball on the ground. Because you drop back for a pass, we might have to scrape you off the other team's goalpost.
Ike, wait. Look, I'm limited by agency jurisdiction, but I'll do what I can to help.
How come the Drug Enforcement Agency is so benevolent all of a sudden?
Not the agency, me. I retire myself next month after 20 years. I got a real good idea what's going on in Pat's gut.
Really? Maybe you're not on Barrington's team. But what can limited jurisdiction do for Pat?
Garth was, as you said, a federal prisoner in that boat case. Dope was involved in the robbery. Because of that, I can justify sending my people out to look for him.
That's a step. What about those reports on the boat case? Can I see them? I'd like to tie all those suspects together.
That's going to be rough. Federal reports are confidential, but I'll do my best. Cocaine is a business dealing in hundreds of millions.
Well, 100 million here, 100 million there. Pretty soon we're talking about real money.
Anything else?
Yeah. Put a muzzle on Barrington.
I couldn't get the picture of Sandy Freeman dead out of my mind. If I hadn't gone to her for help, she'd still be alive. And Sandy did help. She left one copy of an identikit composite behind in Eve's office, and I was convinced it was the face that would get Pat off the hook.
Oh, no.
Is there another copy?
No, I only had the guy make one.
All right, that's it. I gotta see Bordante.
I told you, he has nothing that can help. I know, he's been under constant surveillance.
Surveillance, yeah, while he plays poker, deals with dope.
We know what we're doing, Mike.
Yeah, so does Bordante. The guy's getting rich and he's got federal protection.
Is there a better way to get to the top? To stop the ones who pull all the strings?
Listen, Eve. I have got to talk to Bordante. He's the only thing I got left. Now, where is he?
You're asking me to make a tough choice. You or my job. Well, that's not a choice at all. I'm sorry.
So am I.
Little hostility in that shot.
I always think about Barrington when I break. You know that.
Mike, you should be on the streets looking for Bordante.
What, are you kidding me? Listen, Pat, you cannot go anywhere near that thing, and you know it. Come on, it's your shot. Hey, not bad.
I hate to interrupt, but I have a surprise.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm. First, I'd like to talk about my forthcoming race.
Must be some surprise.
A breakthrough discovery is all.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about the raise once we find out about the breakthrough. Come on.
Okay. Bordante's reading glasses, the ones that you picked up at the gallery,
Yeah.
they were prescribed 2 years ago, but not under the name of Bedrick Bordante. That particular frame and prescription were sold to Arturo Velasquez.
Velasquez? We busted him 2 years ago for insurance fraud and racketeering. He doesn't look anything like Bordante.
Are you sure? If the feds gave Velasquez a new identity, they may have given him a new face.
Look at this, the facial structure's similar. Mm-hmm. She could be right.
Yeah, but the last time I heard, Velasquez was in the Bahamas. What's he doing wandering around Manhattan? Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Pat. Who was Velasquez's main connection a couple of years ago?
Well, it was never proven, but we all knew it. He was the Fed's #1 prize.
Uh-huh. Walter Donnelly.
The only thing Donnelly and I had in common was things were going bad for both of us. Velasquez, or Bordante as he was now known, was singing like a bird, giving the Donnelly grand jury information, right or wrong. I needed information too, but I knew I couldn't handle 5 guys at once. I also knew who could.
Going up. I can't believe Donnelly would have ordered this in the courthouse.
It's not Donnelly.
Now, Velasquez, it's just you and me.
All right, take it easy. Take it easy.
Who figured the spray game?
What, are you crazy?
Who?
What are you talking about? I'm a stand-up citizen. I ain't no rat.
You can answer the question?
You can twist all you want, tough guy. Tough guy.
Yeah, come on.
You can twist all you want and break it, but I want to tell you something. When it's all over, we're talking about the big D for you, sir. Get away from my face! Do something!
Hammer, let him up. This man's a federal witness.
Yeah, he's a federal fraud.
Arturo Velasquez. He's still working for the syndicate. You think he's going to help you convict Donnelly?
You tipped the poker game in the penthouse, didn't you?
No, didn't you?
No, no, my oldest holy, no.
Hammer!
You don't need arms to talk.
I didn't figure the game.
I swear, I swear, I swear, I swear.
Tallahassee?
No. It was his cocaine.
Who was it?
Who was it?
All right. Talked to Malcolm Dobbs. He badgered me to get into the game. He didn't know where it was until I got him the invite. Go break his arm!
I'll do just that. You got a real winner here.
You're under arrest, Hammer. Tampering with a federal witness, assault, kidnap, obstruction of justice.
Yeah, but I got what I came for.
Yeah, well, you paid a damn heavy price for it.
Now, I'll tell you who pays a heavy price. The people pay a heavy price to keep dirtbags like this in style, but you make your boneheaded trade-offs. Well, I got another trade for you. Either I walk, or I go public with everything I know about you and what you let your witness get away with here under the guise of federal immunity. You call it, Mr. Prosecutor.
So long again. How
How many times will I keep on believing this never will end? So you say so long, good luck and goodbye again, so long. Get out of my life again, please help me, Jesus, I'm losing my mind. When you say so.
Malcolm's on stage, but I just bet you're my kind of entertainment.
You got a key to his dressing room?
What's never locked? Unless someone's already inside first. I'm a contortionist. Do you ever contort?
Only on Fridays.
It's Friday. Follow me.
Start a new life with a nice little girl with a heart of her own. So you say so.
Each his own. Me, I prefer a natural high.
Time after time, please help me, Jesus, I'm losing my mind. When you say so long, so long again.
Thank you. Thank you. God bless you.
I'm back, Malcolm.
Oh, I noticed.
Naughty, naughty, Malcolm. If you're planning an encore, you're going to have to gum it, because I'm going to have to chastise you. You set me up. You heard about the game. The night you came over to my office, you didn't want any protection. That was just establishing an alibi for you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah? Somebody wanted to know the location on Bordante. That same somebody took the game down there. Who was it?
I've been squeezed. Don't you understand that?
I want a name, Malcolm.
Am I going to get that protection? Oh, what's going to happen to me?
I want a name.
All right.
Malcolm down.
Let me finish this up.
You see that? Stop it.
Make things right, Mike. It's not much, but it's all I could think of. The federal reports on Frank Dolce you wanted to look at.
Why? Why now?
Sometimes it takes a storm to clear things up. You're very hazardous to me and my job.
Eve? Eve? I'm gonna need some help reading this. I'm a pushover once you get to know me.
You think a secret agent could have a love life with a hard case like me?
We wouldn't have to worry about the secret agent part. I'm gonna get fired for taking those reports.
My longevity usually lasts around an hour and a half.
Straight out.
Okay, don't freeze.
Oh.
Wait a minute. Garth was released from jail 1 month before Angela's boyfriend, Frank Dolce, right?
Right. Oh, look at this. The dope boat. Oh, would we have a nice romantic vacation on that, or would we? Might go cheap.
No.
According to this, U.S. Customs has it on the seized vessel block tomorrow.
I can see that again.
I was just kidding.
Oh, I remember that Pat said that there was a load of dope that was missing. Missing from a secret compartment.
What?
Here's that other report.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start the bidding today with a 50-foot Alden Keach, surveyed at a wholesale market value of $65,000. Federal law requires the bidding begin at wholesale. Who will start the bidding?
65,000.
I have 65. Do I hear 70? 70. Do I hear 70?
Yo.
70. Do I hear 75? 75. Do I hear 75?
75.
75. Yes, ma'am. I have 75. 80. Do I hear 80? I have 75. 80. Do I hear 85? I have 80. Do I hear 85? 85.
90.
$90,000, ladies and gentlemen. Do I hear more? 95. 95. $95,000. Yes, sir. Do I hear 100?
You got it.
I have your bid, sir. $100,000.
Great retirement boat, eh, Tom?
Yeah, but you're pushing it off the market, Mike. Didn't know you were a sailor.
Well, I thought I'd make a good investment.
Not at that price. What are you doing here?
Your bid was $100,000, sir.
I'd take it all the way to $1 million. Of course, it'd be worth it, wouldn't it, Tom?
It seems we will have to start the bidding once again. I believe the last
Your
bid
boys
was...
missed Tallahassee's cocaine stash.
You'd like to
Then Garth heard he was going to turn it in a high-stakes poker game and tried to make a deal with you to stay out of jail. He even bragged about it to Angela's boyfriend, who also tried to make a deal, but he didn't know how. How am I doing so far, Tom?
I think you're crazy, Hammer.
Yeah. What you never figured on was Angela Sereno talking to Pat before you shot him in the back.
You were going to retire. I mean, a cool $1 million would be a lot better than a reduced prison sentence. You squeezed Malcolm Dobbs for holding a little snow so you could get the exact location in the Sprague building. Then you came up with a very fancy way of getting a cool $1 million out of the country. And here we are.
Mike, look out! Ow.
Stay away from me, Hammer. Just stay away.
Let go of her, Phillips.
I've waited too long. Saw too many punks get rich. Money always talked. Nobody did time, nobody cared.
Phillips, let go of her!
When I'm clear!
My arm. My arm. Don't push. Don't push me. Don't
Street. You won't get away with this.
You make one sound, and I'll blow your spine through your belly.
Out of the way. Look out. Hey!
Hey, what's going on?
Somebody help him!
Hold it!
Out of the way. Move. I said move it.
Mike, look out!
Eve.
Get out, get out!
Help me. I can't hold on much longer.
I can wait.
Hi, Pat.
Hey, you're moving pretty well. Feeling any pain?
I got my pain. I'll live with it. How's your pain?
I'll live with it.
Dinner at my house Friday night. Mandatory.
You got it.
It was there, all right. Eve and I had it. That magic or chemistry, or call it what you want, when two people click. It was there, and it could have been something special. But in a flash, it was gone, and her with it. The blues had me by the throat, and it was lonely.
Can I get you anything, Mike?
No, thanks, darling. I'm just fine.
Well, you've always got me.
That ain't all bad.
Thank God for Velda. Thank God for the city. It was time to get back to work. Nothing can beat a beautiful spring day in Manhattan. Outside, the weather was just perfect. Inside, the forecast was for intermittent showers due to a leaky pipe. In fact, it was monsoon season.
As you can see, Mr. Hammer is a crack shot. Meet Vincent and Lillian Becker, Mike. They need your services.
How do you do? Please sit down.
We're paying cash.
Well, it's a good thing. I may need it to build an ark. As you can see, we're flooded. What can I do for you?
They've got our gold, those crooks. Now, we've worked all our lives for it, and now they won't give it back.
And we need some of it for our cruise. It's our gold.
Who's got your gold?
30 days notice they say we have to give them before we get our money back. But we've been handling with them for 36 days already.
Our life savings. And they took it.
Who took it?
Company called the Gotham Precious Metals Exchange. The Beckers have their entire life savings tied up in gold bullion there. The exchange won't give them any of their gold or cash for 30 days. They signed a contract, Mike.
Well, then what they really need is a lawyer, not a private investigator.
Please, lawyers, we've been that route.
I'll tell you what. Here's the name of a lawyer that I trust. And you talk to him, and if he doesn't give you results, you come back and I will.
Well, I guess that's fair. But we'll be back.
Yeah. Bye-bye, Mr. Hammer.
Bye.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I had a lot of respect for the Beckers, if only for the distance they've traveled. They'd lived in my neighborhood for years, but I'd never really met them. Sometimes I used to see them on the street when I would go down to the corner market. I liked them. I buy my supplies from a Korean grocer named Duck Ho Cho. To me, he's just Ducky. He calls me Hammer. To me, that's just Ducky, too.
Strike one. You always choose the wrong meat, Hammer. Strike two. 哎呀，真係弊啦！嗰個冇咧嘛 ，strike three, you're out，係嘛 ？You're out。嗱，我講起聲啦，係嘛？呢嚿呢？呢嚿真係涼啦，係咪？紅色嘅呢個咧 ，this one is fresh. Learn it for next time, huh?
Okay, Ducky. Got me listening to the next game?
No basketball for me. Baseball. Strictly baseball.
Right.
嗱，我講俾你聽啦 ，Mickey Mantle is my favorite 啦。
Like firecrackers. My God. My God.
You wait here.
Beckers. I felt sick, like someone hit me square in the gut with a shovel. Who would want to hurt these two sweet people?
You say, Mike?
Pat?
They never give you a break. My kid's in the swim finals tonight. What a mess. Third random sniper attack this week.
Yeah, well, this is about as random as income taxes. This guy was a pro. 2 shots, dead center. Had to be a 270 at least with that kind of firepower.
And he cooks good with a rifle. Load him up, boys.
Another thing, the Beckers, that's their name, visited me in my office earlier today.
Should have guessed.
Seems they invested their life savings in gold in a place called the Gotham Precious Metals Exchange. Couldn't get it back. Got to check that out.
Yeah, fine. We'll look into it. What'd the Knicks do tonight?
Oh, Boston buried him 103 to 87.
Oh, that's $50.
Yeah, my heart bleeds for him. See you later.
Okay. Let's go. Come on. What do you got? What do you got?
I'm walking home.
I was checking.
My name is Claire Duveau.
How well did you know the Beckers?
When I first moved to New York, the Beckers were my only friends. Once I got pneumonia and Lillian stayed up with me for 5 days and nights, hardly sleeping. Vincent made many pots of soup for me. Vincent loved soup. They were friends with everyone. Why would anyone do this horrible thing?
I don't know. But you let me worry about that now, okay? I paid Pat a visit just to see how on top of this case he really was, or wasn't.
Tickets for the fight tonight. Good as gold.
Where'd you get these?
Ozzy, the answer.
No wonder they smell like they were just printed. Listen, find out anything about the Beckers? The Gotham Precious Metals Exchange?
Ah, yeah, well, we're working on it. You know, Mike, I still think it was just another crazy.
Come on, Pat. A 270 isn't your usual weapon for a normal crazy.
Well, I gotta admit, this guy was pretty well prepared.
Oh, conscientious crazy? Listen, thanks, but...
What? You're not going to fights? You know what these things are worth?
Yeah, I know what they're worth. Less than the Beckers. Listen, I'll see you later. Somebody's got to go to work.
Hey, Mike, I'm doing it, okay? Huh?
Hey, Barrington, love your tie. Tie City having a sale?
He's going to give us trouble on this, isn't he?
Nah, Mike's okay. He's all right. Don't worry about it.
Well, if he gets in the middle of this, you've got a problem, Chambers.
Haven't I seen her before? Two old people get shot, and the world just goes on. Somebody ripped the word care out of the dictionary.
Can I help you? Please?
Yeah, I'd like to talk to someone about investing.
I'll take whatever you've got.
Hello. I'm Lenore Wiggin.
Mike Hammer. Lillian and Benson Becker suggested that I talk to you.
Oh, would you like some coffee?
Thanks.
The Beckers are such lovely people. In fact, many of our clients have been referred to us by the Beckers. I'm very pleased that you may be one of them.
The Beckers are dead, Miss Wiggin. They were shot and killed last night.
That's horrible.
Yeah, it is. Now, I know they wanted to get their gold back from your company. I also know they came to see you.
Yes, but they needed to give 30 days' notice.
They did. As a matter of fact, they gave you 36 days.
Yes, but the contract they signed specifically stated that all withdrawal requests must be made in writing. The Beckers finally submitted the proper forms, but not until about 2 weeks after their initial verbal request.
Really?
I don't make the rules, Mr. Hammer. I just enforce them.
Who does make the rules, then?
A group of businessmen out of Switzerland own the company, so they get to make all the rules they want.
Money talks and nobody walks.
Mr. Hammer, may I ask why you're so interested in the Beckers?
Yeah.
They're very nice people, and I'm going to find their killer.
Crooks and thieves. I sent my letter 6 weeks ago. And contract says 3 weeks and you get your money.
Excuse me.
I don't get my money or my gold. Now, I want to see somebody that tells me what I'm going to do.
Mr. Leakos, do you want to come with me?
Look, you told me. I sent letters 6 weeks. Oh, you. Now, look, I sent you letters 6 weeks ago. Now, where's my money?
We definitely have a problem. I don't know what happened to your letter.
You pay my rent for me.
The old people.
How do I pay my rent?
They just don't seem to understand what it means to sign a contract.
Yeah, small print's murder on their eyes.
You don't mean anything. If you are with that money-grubbing exchange, you can go to hell.
It comes with the suit. I hardly ever shoot anybody with it. My name's Mike Hammer, Mr. Leakos. I'm a private investigator.
Oh, yes. You are the one that Vincent and Lillian went to see. Bless them. For 25 years, I know them. They was the ones that told me about the exchange.
Do you know who told the Beckers about the exchange?
Was that French girl, a lovely girl. Claire.
Claire Duval?
Yes, that's right. On A&E.
I found out that Claire was working as a dancer at the Cherry Lane Theater. Ah, show business. A broken heart for every bag lady on Broadway.
I've never seen anyone killed before. Do you ever forget Mike?
No, you don't. Each one has a little dark corner somewhere inside you.
Do the authorities know anything?
You were the first one to introduce the Beckers to the exchange, right?
Yes, I don't understand. Was it bad?
Well, the Beckers couldn't get their money from the exchange, or their gold.
That's terrible. Well, I had no money to invest myself. Harry told me about it.
Harry? Who's Harry?
Harry Flerick. He's the scuzzbucket that produces this show. You up for lunch, honey?
Yes, I will join you soon.
Okay. Why don't you bring him along for dessert?
Au revoir, Shelley.
Hey, you Harry Flerick?
Yeah. Oh, thanks. Keep the change.
Hey, thanks, Mr. Flerick. I'm not gonna pay him. It's cute. What kept you, huh? Oh, and there better be mayonnaise on it this time. Ah, that's the guy delivering my lunch.
Harry Slerick, the type of guy whose mother might trust him. Maybe.
Well, you're breaking my heart. I mean, the tears are running down my face.
He had an irritating manner that got under your skin, banged away at your nerves.
I'm not gonna pay him. He died on me. What are you waiting for? A tip?
What's the word on the exchange?
What are you, a wise guy? I gotta make a deal for my lunch now? What is this?
Delivery is just my hobby.
Oh, you're making my day, pal. Hell, come on, Hammer, pump him out. Come on, I ain't got all day.
Okay. You tip one of your dancers, Claire Duval, to the Gotham Precious Metals Exchange. What do you know about their gold investments?
What exchange? What gold? I don't give tips. And you don't listen to dancers, that's your first problem. I mean, they move well, but they don't think. We're not talking stable human beings here.
You ought to know. Did Claire ever mention an elderly couple by the name of Becker?
If they had money for me, I'd remember them. I don't know.
They were shot and killed by a very high-powered rifle.
Well, too bad they won't get to see my play. Are we through here? Come on, I gotta get a play ready for Europe. You know, they still got culture over there, you know? And that's what I bring them with my plays. Culture.
Yeah, right. I'll be back.
Yeah? Well, next time, buy a ticket.
I'd seen his type of culture before, growing on some old meatloaf in my refrigerator.
And now I was being followed. I was pushing somebody's buttons, all right. Remember me?
You've been tromping through my dreams.
Hope I didn't break anything.
My heart was broken a long time ago.
I'm glad you came back.
Why is that?
You have a style I haven't seen in a long time.
I need to know the names of those people who invested money in gold through this exchange.
Well, I could whisper a lot of things in your ear, but that isn't one of them. Excuse me. Yes? Oh, hello. How are you? Of course. What terms would you like? Uh-huh. We can accommodate that. Uh-huh. A party? How nice. If I can get away, I certainly will. Thanks. You too. Goodbye. Please don't feel I'm putting you off. Our investors list is private information. Do you remember when dancing was smooth and close? You could whisper in each other's ear.
Feel each other's heartbeat.
Well, I trust a man by how he dances.
You can trust me. Listen, I better go before we both get in trouble.
I like trouble.
I'll bet you do. Till that dance. Some of the tricks you learn in this business are simple, but this one got me the address of one of the investors, Justin Herds.
Young man, will you bring me another screwdriver?
I think you're tightened up, sweetheart. Excuse me. You must be Justin Hurd.
And who are you and just what do you hope to be?
Mike Hammer to both.
Mike who? You don't know either one?
No.
What the hell is that?
I'm sorry. Just look at this mess. You could really use a maid around here. Mind if I talk to you for a second?
A walking embarrassment. Just what you want.
An education. Let's start with the Gotham Precious Metals Exchange. Any problems with your investments?
No, why?
2 people were killed yesterday.
I know, the Beckers. My girl lives in their building. She was pretty shook up about it.
Claire. You know Claire DeVoe?
I should. I sleep with her. She's fabulous. You want details?
No, thanks, I don't. You should be ashamed of yourself. Gentlemen don't talk like that.
Who says I'm a gentleman? Now get out. Your education's over.
Hey, pal, don't push your luck.
There's the door.
No, there's the door. You had to push, didn't you? Obviously, it was time to leave, so I went and picked up Claire. This business can be rough. The work is hard and dirty. Sometimes you can end up in a lot of hot water. know anything about Harry Slirik's Swiss money connections?
Nothing. Why do you not believe in the random sniping theory? If the police... America is such a violent country. When I was a little girl in France, we thought all Americans were gangsters and cowboys.
Some of us are.
Please don't. My father was a wicked man who used to beat me viciously. That is why I so love the gentleness of the Beckers. And you, Mike.
Whoever this guy was, he certainly was patient. The least I could do was give him the courtesy of an introduction.
Website.
Morning. Something told me I'd have another round against the man with the dragon tattoo.
What is this, a dance contest?
Jimmy, a great guy to be around until he got his new teeth. You used to have to duck his right cross. Now you had to duck his speech.
Hey, Jimmy. How are you?
Hammer,
You got any potential contenders this year, Jimmy?
if you stay away from them.
Listen, what do you know about a small-time off-Broadway producer named Harry Slirik? He's a real boxing fanatic.
Yeah, Slirik. Yeah, I know him. He's been here a few times scoping out my boys. He thinks he knows everything about boxing. He says he's got a lot of dough to promote a big fight. Well, I think he's a big phony. My personal opinion is that he's a real stinkbag.
Any bucks to back him up?
Well, the word is he gets mucho dinero from connections in Europe or France or...
Switzerland?
Switzerland. I knew it was someplace with mountains.
Thank God you know your geography, Jim.
Hey, you want me to put that suit in the gym washer, wet it for you?
No, just talk to it.
All right, I'm watching again. Punch!
Both the Exchange and Slirik were funded out of Switzerland. Just a coincidence? I found that hard to believe. I called Veld at the office and asked her to run down everything she could on Harry Slirik's Swiss money connections. And then I asked her to do the same with the Exchange. I felt like I was climbing up a down escalator.
Why didn't you want to be at the party?
Because it is over between us, Justin.
It was important for you to be at the party. Everybody was there.
Let go of me.
Hey, loosen up, pal.
This isn't your affair, Hammer.
Obviously, it's not yours anymore either.
I hope you're not seriously considering taking on this primate as your lover. What a totally ridiculous couple you'd make.
Primate? Dragon tattoo. I just heard the bell for the second round.
Stay right there. Come on. Come on.
Where did you learn that?
Micky Mantle.
What the hell is going on here, huh?
This might be the scum that killed the Beckers. You've been tailing me for days now.
Mike, we got the guy. He's already confessed.
Name?
It's privileged information. You know, whoever this guy is could possibly file assault charges against you.
If he attacks me and then can file assault charges as well? What? I'd say he's got more privileges than you and I put together. Hey, Pat, wait, what's going on here? You should be in the cage. Pat, what the hell is going on here?
Mike, let me tell you something. You're in way over your head.
Yeah. Now, who confessed to the Beckers' murder?
Snail, we got him.
So who?
Mike! Pat! Benny Coyle.
Benny Coyle. Come on, give me a break. Benny Coyle confesses to every crime in this city from mass genocide to jaywalking.
Yeah, well, maybe this time he finally did it.
Uh-huh. And Mary Poppins was an axe murderer. You know, I'm worried about you. I really am. The pieces just weren't fitting into the puzzle. There was no way Benny Coyle killed the Beckers. But who then? The dragon tattoo? It was pretty clear the cops didn't think so. Belda phoned to tell me she hadn't found anything about Slirik's Swiss money connection. But there was a connection with Claire. She'd had a part in the last 5 plays Slirik had produced.
Some men don't like the scar.
I like it fine.
I think it adds character to my face, no?
Yeah.
I just smoked my last cigarette. Do you have any?
Yeah, I think I've got some lying around here somewhere. Why does Slirik rehearse his plays in the United States and then open them in Switzerland?
I don't know his business.
Haven't you had parts in his last 5 plays?
Justin paid Slirik off. It was his little way of trying to keep me as his. It didn't work. You're a hard man.
You're getting to know me pretty well.
If you're not going to light it, then, what's the point?
Sometimes I just like to fondle them. You don't always need a cigarette to smoke in bed. Hello?
Mike, please, you must come. The theater.
On my way. fear coming out of that phone had burned a hole in my ear. I found Slirick face down on a contract, his blood covering the bottom line. So much for culture. Claire was nowhere to be found. The theater felt as empty as the pit of my stomach. Betsy was one of the most important women in my life. How was I to know she couldn't swim?
Here on A&E.
What about Claire DeVoe?
I don't know. All I know is Claire lived in the same apartment building as the Beckers. That's where I came in. She worked for Harry Slirick. Is there a connection? You tell me. You were riding tail on Slirick. Tell me.
Nice, Hammer. Very nice. Very nice.
Thanks, Barrington. Listen, when you get a chance, I'd like to talk to you.
Understand me, I'm not interested in anything you have to say. You have Rydell's file?
In my office.
You're going down for this one, buddy.
Yeah, well, if I do, you're going with me. How can you work for this guy?
Why don't you just shut up and try not to put your foot in your mouth any more than you already have?
You actually believe that Benny Coyle killed the Beckers?
Get him out of here. There's no record of a Claire DeVoe here or in France. She doesn't exist anywhere.
Then who was downstairs in the morgue?
Someone want to take him to the rubber room? Such a bright boy, Hammer. You want to see how far you've jacked us around on this one? Rydell. Rydell. Come over here, please.
The dragon tattoo was a cop?
Rydell works for us. He was an undercover plant inside Slirick's company, and a successful one, too, until you botched it.
What the hell is going on here? I don't understand.
It's a network of international terrorists working out in New York, funneling their money back to their home base in Europe. That's what's going on.
We had a whole operation here. 6 months, thousands of man-hours, reams of research. We suspected Slirick, and Rydell was about to move in on this Claire DeVoe when you closed that angle permanently. The little stunt with Rydell and Claire probably set us back, what, 8 months?
All right, Barrington, but the Beckers are still dead. Do you understand? The Beckers are dead.
The Beckers. Again with the Beckers, you know, your zealous concern for old people is duly noted. But we're dealing with a major terrorist offensive here.
You still don't get it, do you?
That's okay. We're talking about the same thing. Now, listen. If you'll just get a court order to open the mercantile vault, that's where the exchange keeps its gold. I'll show you what I'm talking about.
Get the hell out of my face.
Yeah, I'll get out of your face!
Get out of here.
I can't tell you who she really was, but I know who she wasn't. She wasn't your ordinary straight arrow. One of her teeth was hollowed out with a compartment to hide a pill. Yeah, this is the one that was in residence. Dandy cure for a headache, cyanide.
Cyanide, huh? You find anything else?
Actually, I haven't started on the autopsy yet. I was just noodling around with her teeth. I used to be a dentist. I switched to this because I couldn't deal with my patients. People are at their best when they come to me now.
Look at this.
Hey, how about that? This girl is full of surprises. Damn good fake. Very subtle. Just latex and some makeup. Doesn't stick well on a body when it gets cold. Falls off. Yeah, strange beauty mark, eh, what?
Yeah, you find anything else, you let me know.
Oh, no problem.
Women had always been hard to read, but what had I missed? I'd have to start remembering everything about her, including that I liked her a lot.
Hammer, question.
Ozzy, answer.
What's a great place to visit when you got a cold?
The pass.
Answer. Thinking Lake, New Mexico. See it here?
Yeah.
Is this a big decision or something, left side or right side?
Question. Most people smoke either out of the left side or the right side of their mouth, but not both, correct?
Answer yes, so. Hey, I thought you quit.
I'm working on it.
Hammer, you're getting weird.
Thank you, Ozzy.
Jenny, can I have a beer?
The gold was gone, and no one seemed to know where. Slyric was dead, the play was leaving the country tomorrow, and Barrington was ready to scramble the egg I had all over my face.
How about that dance? I'd like to tell you something, close up.
It'd be a pleasure. It was like a moment out of time from long ago. Another era when people danced slower and closer, and they went wherever the music would take them. There was a word for it, not used much today. Romance.
You're one of a kind, Mike.
Can't find your style in the catalog either.
I wanted to let you know that your suspicions were correct. We were all suddenly fired last night. And...
The vault was cleaned out, I know. We got a court order and checked it out.
It had to be a scam right from the beginning. They fooled me pretty well.
Well, it sure is nice to see you again. I thought you'd skip town. I never thought we'd have this dance.
You should have more faith in women.
Women have been confusing me recently.
We can do that. None of us are alike.
None of us are alike. Excuse me, I gotta go.
But our dance.
Yeah, I'll make it up to you. How about dinner?
How about a weekend?
I like her style.
I thought you might.
Slirik's play was leaving for Switzerland the next day. I wondered if the gold was going with it.
Perhaps we should be properly reintroduced, Mike. I'm Nicole.
Ah, Nicole. And your dead twin sister?
Geneviève. How did you know?
Aside from the fake scar on your sister's forehead, it was a matter of the right hand not knowing what the left hand was doing. The way you both smoked.
Both folded your hands. Very different.
And then, of course, no two people are exactly alike. Especially in bed.
I'm sure you didn't mind. And yes, Geneviève was much too vain to let a real scar be put there.
Aren't you leaving a little ahead of schedule? All that gold just for yourself?
Hardly. My sister and I were prepared to die if necessary for our cause. My organization needs this gold to buy weapons in Europe. And the weapons dealers negotiate only in gold, not money. Very smooth, actually. Steal the gold here, through the exchange scam, then smuggle it to Europe, hidden in the sets of the show.
Very smooth indeed.
But people are still dead.
Slirik was bought off to look the other way and not ask questions. But he got a little too nosy, so you killed him and tried to pin it on me. And the Beckers. The Beckers were making waves simply by asking for their gold.
Sometimes there are things more important than people, like a profit for the right cause.
The right cause? You actually shot the Beckers while Geneviève was standing right next to them. Gave your sister a great alibi.
I've enjoyed our little chats, Mike, but especially our close moments. Au revoir, chérie.
To feel something for Nicole, but I just couldn't. She was as cold as that gold bar.
It just goes to show you, you can never trust a pretty face. But I can trust you, Mike.
The police are holding all the gold as evidence for a while. But since your rent is due on Monday, I borrowed a few trinkets.
Oh, Mike, how can I thank you?
Easy. Some Sunday afternoon, you can buy me a hot dog at Yankee Stadium.
Wait till I ask for change. The look I get.
Make yourself at home.
Ringside to the garden tonight.
I'll be there.
Pat could be a real pain sometimes, but there's not many others around I give the label friend. I had some time to kill, so I decided to call on another friend and see if she was in the mood to get in out of the rain for a couple of slow, close afternoon dances.
question we could get a 20 carat oval, but he insisted it be a pear shape.
Then we should go with this stone. We can control the imperfection and get the maximum percentage.
I agree.
Thank you, George. Will you be staying in for lunch today?
No, I don't think so. How do you think we should cut this one, Mailing?
Not a sound. Punch it. Punch it.
You. Open it. All right, just don't hurt anybody. Take whatever you want. It's not here.
Where is it?
What do you do about her?
She comes with us. As Mondays go, mine started out pretty good. The Jets and the Knicks had both won on Sunday. The mayor talked his way out of a transit strike. And Ozzie the Answer had stopped by with a tip on a horse running at Aqueduct he said couldn't lose.
Question. What pays $687?
I give up.
Answer the daily double with Sally B taking the first race. Civic Marina in the second. Question, what pays $852?
Oh, wait a minute, Ozzie. You're already counting the money. Civic Marina hasn't done anything yet.
Is a tree made of wood? Do birds fly south for the winter? Does a bear...
Mel Hurock is on the phone, Mike. He says it's urgent.
Oh, thanks.
Mike? I'm a little short of cash right now.
How much you need?
120. Thanks. Question.
Mel.
What jockey won the Triple Crown in 1978?
Yeah?
Answer. Was Steve
When did this
Crawford
happen?
happened to be the youngest guy to ever win the Triple Crown when he was 18 years old?
Mei Ling?
Interesting. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Nah, forget it. Hey, Hammer, see you post time.
Okay, Mel, listen, I'll be right there. To me, Mei Ling wasn't just another kidnapped victim. She was family. Mel looked out for her ever since she was a refugee from China. He taught her the diamond business, and he made me her godfather. It was an offer I couldn't refuse.
Mike, what are they gonna do to her? We gotta get her back.
Now, what would be the reason for them to keep her? I mean, they took Mei Ling just to cover their escape. They got what they came for.
No, they didn't.
What are you talking about?
Just listen. Naturally, I didn't tell the insurance company this, but what they wanted was not in the safe.
Wasn't?
No. Come here, come here. This is what they were after. I had it on me.
Must be worth a small fortune.
$1.3 million. And that's my price, wholesale. Mike, before I called you, they called me. They want this diamond in exchange for Mei Ling.
What did the police say?
The police? I didn't tell the police. I called you. Michael, listen. These guys made it very clear. Any attempt to call the police and Mei Ling will be killed. All they want is the stone. Listen, I think it will be good if you would deliver the stone.
Mel, you know how I feel about Mei Ling. I'm her godfather. I care about her just as much as you do, but you can't keep this away from the police.
Mike, I'm asking you to save her life. Look, maybe these guys are bluffing, but maybe they're not. Mike, you're the only person here I can trust.
Okay.
God bless. Now listen, this is the address where they want you to bring the diamond.
Well, wouldn't you know it? What are you doing here, Hannah?
Christmas shopping.
What's going on? What are you doing here, Michael?
Me? I'm just leaving. Oh, listen, by the way, you owe me $20. The Jets and the Knicks both won this weekend.
Listen, do me a favor, will you? Go down to the OTB and put that 20 on a nag named Civic Marina in the second at Aqueduct to win.
You got it.
The wholesale flower district. The $1 million diamond I had in my pocket could buy a lot of daffodils, but I was hoping it could buy me Mei Ling.
Who are you?
Mike Hammer.
You have the diamond?
I have the diamond.
Hand it over.
Not until I see that Mei Ling is safe.
All right, the diamond.
Cubic zirconia.
It's a fake. You want to give us the real one?
That is the real one.
Wrong.
Look, what you see is what you get. If you don't like it, try Tiffany's.
Oh!
Nothing.
I woke up to the sweet smell of gardenias. I never liked gardenias. They reminded me of funerals. I had no clues as to who gave me the lump on my head, but what I did have was the memory of a pair of shoes, and that vision was etched with indelible ink. Sooner or later, I was going to find those shoes. But the question was, could I find Mei Ling before it was too late? I couldn't find Mel at his office, so I went to his apartment. There she was again. The blue uniforms in the apartment meant only one thing, and it wasn't a Cub Scout jamboree.
Well, look who's here. At least we don't have to send a squad car for you. We need some answers here, Hammer.
Yeah, well, I need some aspirin, Hennessy.
Aspirin?
Pat, you got any aspirin?
Gonna need more than aspirin.
Now, what's going on?
Ben Mallon's been kidnapped.
When?
About an hour ago. We don't have much on it. Barrington heard you were involved. He almost had a hemorrhage. He's very grumpy.
So what else is new? Hey, who's that?
Mel's daughter.
Rachel? The last I heard, Rachel was at a finishing school. If looks were any indication, they did their job. They must also teach you how to hide your emotions when your father's been kidnapped. She wasn't that upset. Hi there.
Hello, Mike. It's been a long time.
It sure has. I'm sorry it's under these circumstances.
Mike, Dad said you were trying to help. Would you please tell
Excuse me,
this...
Miss Sherrick. Would you go with Detective Hennessy, please? Thank you. I hope you know a lawyer, Hammer, because you're going to need one. The paramedics reported Jack Benson dead on arrival at the hospital. Now I have 2 kidnappings and I have you.
Aren't you lucky? I may have some information for you.
Spare me your theories, please. Captain Chambers told me that you were at the scene of the robbery. I told him I did not want you involved in police business. Then I learned from the daughter, Rachel, that her father sent for you. Another intrusion into police affairs. And now you have the nerve to show your face here. I want to know why.
I figured I'd stop by and give you a hand.
I suppose you think that's very funny. Well, we'll see how funny it is when we ship you off to Danbury or Elmira. I'm thinking long-term penitentiary for you, Hammer. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, McCabe. Do you happen to know where Mel was kidnapped?
In front of his residence. At approximately 1600 hours, the perpetrator forced the victim into a vehicle.
What kind of vehicle?
An ice cream truck with bells on it. How's that, Hammer?
McCabe, you know what I like about you?
What?
Nothing.
Mike,
Might be a good time for you to cut out. Barney's got an audience.
I guess you're right. Listen, if you hear anything about Mei Ling or Mel, please let me know right away, okay?
Oh, sure.
Excuse me, man. Hey, Pat. Finally, something's going right. Civic Marina won by 3 lengths. You did put a bet down on Civic Marina. He paid $168 on a $20 ticket. That's $1,680, Pat. You did put a bet on Civic Marina.
Civic Marina? I bet Rusty Covina.
Rusty Covina came in last.
Yeah, I know.
My head was still throbbing when I called Velda. She told me a man named Sun Wu wanted to see me right away. Sun Wu was the leader of the Triad Society, a secret Tong organization the police had been trying to break up for years. The Triad's origins dated back to the 1600s, and no matter what the NYPD thought, they'd be around for a while longer.
Like some tea, Mr. Hammer?
Sure, why not?
Actually, I would have preferred a beer, but just watching her pour the tea was worth it. She moved like an angel.
Mr. Hammer, thank you for coming. We've never met, but I know Mei Ling is your godchild. What no one knows is that Mei Ling is my niece.
Does that mean we're related?
This is Keach, her husband-to-be. As you can imagine, we're concerned for her safety. We want her returned.
I understand, so do I.
Also, through my sources, I have learned that an attempt to free Mei Ling was thwarted because the diamond the kidnappers requested was a fake. I ask why.
So do I.
Maybe it was you who stole the real diamond and palmed off the fake.
I'll make believe I didn't hear that. I've been doing everything I can to free Mei Ling.
Leave him alone with me. I'll get some answers from him.
Spare me the Bruce Lee routine, please, or you may spoil your wedding pictures.
No. 翻後邊啦。等陣同你講，回來。I apologize for Keach's behavior. He is young. The police are looking for my niece, Mr. Hammer. But what I need is an individual I can hold accountable for Mei Ling's safety. That person is you, Mr. Hammer. When she's safe, you will be safe.
I understand. Thanks for the tea.
Have a cookie, round eyes.
No thanks.
I'll read your fortune anyway. You will be watched very closely. Want to know what the next one says?
I'm on a very strict diet. 1 misfortune cookie a day.
I was planning on finding Mei Ling's abductors to repay the headache they'd given me. But Sun Wu just gave me another reason. And as for Nature Boy, the kid wearing the pajamas, I knew I hadn't seen the last of him.
More Mike Hammer in a moment, here on A&E. Mike Hammer on Mystery Theater, here on A&E.
You've got company.
Who is it?
She's been pacing in there for almost an hour.
Rachel.
Hello, Mike.
Any news from your father?
That's why I'm here. I'd like to hire you to find him.
Excuse me. Pat just called. He and Barrington have some questions. They're on their way over here.
Oh, great. That's just what I need. Sweetheart, you better leave. If Barrington or Chambers find you here, it's not going to do either one of us any good.
Will you call me?
I sure will.
Don't worry about the phone bill. There's got to be some kind of mistake, and I made a note to call him. I wouldn't blame you for being mad, but don't worry about it.
Okay. Wait a minute. Look at this.
I like it. It's a little bit flashy, maybe, but hey, I'm not complaining.
Hey, come on. Come on.
Is this one the real thing?
I don't know. That is what I'm going to find out.
Philly Brock was one of the regulars at the Light and Easy. He was a jewel thief by profession, and he cared enough to steal the very best.
So, what did you want to show me?
Right here, Philly.
The look on his face gave me the answer. That diamond was real, all right.
Look, why don't you let me hang on to it for a couple days? I'll get it back to you.
Sure, Philly. And the check is in the mail. Sweetheart, buy Philly a cookie. Thanks.
A lot of people put their trust in safety deposit boxes, but I put my trust in people. People like Richie, anyway. A stand-up guy if there ever was one.
Hey, Richie. Hey, Mike, how you doing? Oh, by the way, Mike, you know, Ozzy give you that horse yesterday, this Civic Marina?
Yeah, don't remind me. I have, but I didn't bet it.
That's too bad, Mike. You know, I had her pretty good. I went out and bought my wife a new coat. She near fell off the chair. She thought I robbed a bank or something.
Listen, Richie, I need a favor.
Hey, sure, shoot.
I want you to hold on to this for me. It's extremely valuable. Now, guard this with your life.
Hey, Mike, no problem.
And don't tell anybody you got it, okay?
Hey, Mike, don't worry. Until you want it back, the thing don't exist.
Thanks, Richie.
All right. What's he at?
Diamond. Diamond? What are you talking about, diamond?
The gun.
I'll handle that.
He doesn't know about the diamond.
Oh!
You're not going to find any diamonds in there. But if you come across a hockey puck, let me know, will you?
Who's Yogi Berra?
I don't know. Where's the diamond?
Where's Mei Ling?
I'm going to ask you once again, where's the diamond?
Yeah. I leased it to Liberace.
You talk, or we keep going.
I didn't know you'd started. Oh.
Be careful we don't kill him until we find out where the diamond is. You have a nice nap?
Oh, yeah.
This time, we're not going to be so gentle.
I wouldn't want you to blow your image.
lost a diamond. I know you haven't.
I ran into some bad luck at the track. I had to pawn it to keep my bookie happy.
God. Are you all right? What happened?
Oh, just a little kung fu party with some Chinese flash dancing.
You've got to see a doctor now.
There are questions that must be answered first.
Nature boy, you're getting on my nerves.
Can't you see he's hurt?
Close the door on your way out.
The feel of satin sheets and the smell of lilac perfume told me this definitely was not my bedroom.
Hi.
Hi. Where am I?
My apartment. Doctor gave you a shot that made you feel drowsy.
Who put me in bed?
I did. You're very heavy. Doctor said you should stay in bed.
Oh, doctors are dreaming.
Mike, the men who attacked you at your apartment, did they get the diamond?
Nice try, Rachel. But I never said I had the diamond. And until I get some answers. Tell me something. Why is this particular diamond so important?
Let me explain it this way. The man who ordered the diamond from my father is a very wealthy Frenchman named LeBlanc. And for him, acquiring the best means everything.
LeBlanc, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I'll put his name on my list. Listen, I need to look around your father's office. How do I get a key?
Mike, it's late. And the doctor said someone should stay with you as a precaution. Mm-hmm. You'll never get a cab this late at night.
Rachel's body felt warm and willing. It was tough to argue with her. I tried, of course, but she was just too persuasive.
More Mike Hammer in a moment, here on A&E.
Exciting A&E programming, contact us at our website.
Well, Hammer, who does your face? Looks like a band of gypsies did a tap dance on it.
Very funny. I cut myself shaving.
Yeah, well, let's not waste any time. I want the diamond, and I want it now.
Oh, yeah? Take a number. What about Mei Ling and Mel? What are you doing about them?
Yeah, we already searched your office. This warrant here gives us authorization to search your apartment as well.
Well, as usual, you're late, Barrington. Somebody beat you to it.
You know, our intelligence sources in the department informed me that your friend Mel Hurek gave you the diamond to exchange for Mei Ling. I have a little theory.
I don't want to hear it.
Well, I'm going to tell it to you anyway. Your friend Mel gives you the diamond, only you don't deliver. You see it as your opportunity to retire to Acapulco.
I don't go anywhere I can't drink the water.
Yeah, how about the water in jail? You think you're going to like that? You know, if you don't cooperate, I can have you locked up right now.
Yeah, and I'll make bail, so you can do whatever you want, but I'm leaving.
Rachel had said that LeBlanc was the buyer who ordered the diamond. I pulled his file and learned that when he was in town, he stayed at the Warwick Hotel. Could Mel be laughing at me on a beach in Acapulco? If it was just a question of beating the police and the insurance company, maybe. But Mei Ling was like his own daughter. Family meant a lot to him. This wasn't his style. Jack Benson. He wasn't going to come up with any answers. He was dead.
Well, two things. First, I want you to get a rundown on Jack Belson's family. They should be around for the funeral. And find out whatever you can about a Martin LeBlanc. Okay, thanks. Yeah, bye. Excuse me. Do you have a Martin LeBlanc staying here?
LeBlanc? Perhaps our assistant manager, Renee Lovely, can help you. Miss Lovely, this gentleman is inquiring about Martin LeBlanc.
I see. Can we discuss this privately?
Sure. Why not?
What happened to your face?
Man, the gypsies did a tap dance on it.
May I ask the nature of business you have with Mr. LeBlanc?
Well, my name is Mike Hammer. I'm a private investigator. Do you always screen your hotel visitors this carefully?
We'd like to find Mr. LeBlanc, too. You see, he sticked us for $25,000.
That's a lot of room service. If I find anything on LeBlanc, I'll let you know.
Well, that would be very nice. We could discuss it over dinner in the presidential suite. It's almost always available.
Let's be sure and pick a day when the president's out of town. Thank you. Usually, I do my best thinking in the bathtub. But not this time. Yeah? Bella, what's the good news?
Hennessy and McCabe were back 3 times to search for the diamond. The office is a mess. In between all that, I checked on Jack Belson. No living relatives in this country.
Well, what about friends or associates? I mean, he's got to have a social life.
Not really. He was a religious Orthodox Jew, and he didn't go out much. And as for his business associates, he was well-liked. But he kept to himself pretty much. Oh, and as for Martin LeBlanc, there's a long list of creditors looking for him.
Okay, thanks. Why don't you go home and get some sleep?
I've got a lot of straightening up to do. I can't face this in the morning.
Okay, well, don't take too long. I'll see you. Bye. The one thing I was sure of was Nature Boy. Like a caboose on a freight train, he was still following me.
I know you got the diamond.
You do?
I know you, Mike. Well, let me tell you something. You really rattled Barrington's cage on this one. You're looking for trouble.
Sounds familiar.
Well, guys, life can be beautiful sometimes. And I thought everyone knew Sir Barton was the first horse to win the Triple Crown. So did you guys clean up on that horse I gave you, Civic Marina?
Did anyone ever tell this guy that gambling's illegal in a public place?
Well, thanks for asking, guys, but I gotta go. Boy, is that gratitude for you.
Any chance your pal Mel could be taking you for a ride on this one?
No, Mel wouldn't do that. But you know something? A couple things have really been bothering me about this case, Pat. For instance, those guys who bruised their knuckles on my face, they were not packing what you would call Saturday night specials. I mean, they had some fancy hardware, Walther PPKs, and something else. When they were trashing through my apartment, they ripped up some of my baseball cards. Neither one of them had the slightest idea who Yogi Berra was.
Foreigners.
But they spoke perfect English, and they didn't have accents. I mean, how do you account for that?
That they were international spooks, and heavy duty at that?
Yeah. But what would international spies have to do with this? And who are they working for?
I don't know. You know, there's a couple of things bothering me about this case, too. Mel's partner, Jack Belson, for instance. Now, we can't find much of a history on him going back only a couple of years. But one thing we did find was a will specifying that his body be cremated immediately.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Mike, telephone is Belda.
Thanks. That's interesting. Yeah?
Mike, someone just called from Martin LeBlanc's office. He wants to meet. Tonight. He'll turn over Mei Ling and Mel if you bring the diamond. I think you should turn this over to the police.
Where does he want to meet?
I love the way you take my advice.
Belda, what's the address? Thanks.
Check Spade. You catch it next time.
Oh, good.
Want to get home, see my kid before he gets to sleep. Gotta go.
Okay, me too. I'll walk you out. Bye, Jenny. Do me a favor, will you? You see this guy? Take care of him for about 5 minutes. I got a date and I don't want to shadow.
You gotta be kidding.
Rustic Covina pad.
Hey, you. Come here. Yeah, you. Ah! Whoa.
Anyone in my racket will tell you to stay away from midnight meetings at the waterfront. But I had to get Mel and Mei Ling back, so I played the hand.
Hold it right there, Mike.
Hello, Rachel. I thought I got a hint of your perfume when I came up here.
I'll take the diamond, Mike. But first, I'll take your gun.
It's a good way to get yourself killed, Rachel. Now, you better start talking and tell me what this is all about.
I don't even know how you fit into all this, except I thought you had the diamond. I know it's stupid, but I just want my father back. I'm sorry. Oh, God, I feel like such a fool.
It's okay.
Oh.
Listen, I'll call you tomorrow. You better go home and get some sleep, okay?
Okay.
Let's go. Drive carefully. Rachel's little performance was good, but not that good. When she went a bit over the top with her tears, I knew she was lying. She was covering something up, all right. I was determined to find out what. She headed downtown and over the Brooklyn Bridge. The air was clean and crisp, and there was no traffic. Another night, and I would have enjoyed the ride. She led me to a street in Brooklyn Heights. Luckily, she drove slowly, because once I get to Brooklyn, I'm lost. Sorry, I need answers.
More Mike Hammer in a moment, here on A&E. Mike Hammer on Mystery Theater, here on A&E.
Mel said he had an explanation, but I had to see it in order to believe it. In order to see it, we had to drive 2 hours out to Long Island, as if Brooklyn wasn't bad enough. By the time we got there, it was almost dawn, and my back was aching. Doctor, what kind of research goes on here?
Well, we work with lasers. Will you allow me to give you a small demonstration?
Sure.
Please put on our goggles now.
It's all very impressive. But what does it have to do with why we're here?
This is exactly why you're here, Mr. Hammer.
The science fiction reality of Star Wars had come of age, all right. Seeing it right in front of me was staggering. The laser beam went through 3 inches of solid steel like a hot knife through cream cheese.
Rubies and emeralds are used as exciters to magnify the laser beam optically. Diamonds, on the other hand, have the highest index of light refraction. A pure diamond, cut exactly the right way, could make an extremely powerful laser booster.
The diamond you have, Mike, was specifically cut for a prototype laser. Let me explain all this from the beginning. Walt called me and asked for help to cut a very special diamond. Well, I became obsessed with this. For a change, it was something I could do that was worthwhile. To give back something to this country.
Mr. Hammer, have you the diamond?
Yes, I have the diamond. Not with me, but I do have it.
Is it safe?
It's safe.
You see, Mike, when Mei Ling was taken, I called you because I needed somebody I could trust. I was worried sick, but I couldn't give back that diamond. And I was sworn to secrecy. So I had to give you a fake one.
I know. I found out the hard way.
Then later on, I found out that the guys that were after the diamond knew about its laser value. That panicked me, so I sent you the diamond and went underground.
So you threw me off the track with Rachel in the direction of LeBlanc.
LeBlanc. LeBlanc is out of the country dodging hotel bills. He doesn't have anything to do with this.
Some months ago, the basic plans for the prototype laser were stolen. But they are completely useless without the specially cut diamond.
You see, there is only the one diamond. The cutting specifications were destroyed for security purposes. The one that you have is the key to the whole thing.
Well, I can have that diamond back here very shortly.
When I got back to the office, Belda was nowhere around. She never goes out in the middle of the day without leaving a note. I was worried.
All right, thanks. If you do hear from her, please let me know.
I spent the rest of the day trying to find her, with no success. Then the phone rang.
Hello?
I don't like to repeat myself, so listen very carefully. I have your secretary, Velda. If you want to see her alive again, you bring the diamond to the Talbot Aviation Hangar at the north end of LaGuardia Airport.
Let me talk to her. I want to talk to her.
Mike, I'm sorry. They know about the diamond. They know that you have it.
You okay? This isn't let's make a deal, Hammer. You just follow instructions, do what you're told. Got till midnight. Not a minute longer.
There was a pounding in my head I couldn't ignore. To give up the diamond would possibly put a deadly weapon into the hands of a foreign enemy. But Belda's life was on the line. Hey, Richie.
Thanks a lot. What time you got?
10 after 11.
God bless you.
I'm always here, Mike. That's far enough, Hammer. You bring the diamond?
Yeah, brought the diamond.
Good. Now get rid of the gun. Do it very carefully. Now, the diamond.
I'll give it to your boss, if you don't mind.
I'm in charge here.
Yeah, sure. Dracula's been into bikini. Come on, I'm talking about the guy with the kinky shoes. Where is he? Come on out, Jack. What's the matter? You afraid? There he is. Jack Belson. Dead on arrival. You almost had everybody fooled, Jack. But almost isn't good enough.
You're smarter than I thought, Hammer.
You did a very convincing job of getting everybody to believe you were killed in that robbery.
I thought it went well. The body that did arrive at the hospital looked very much like me, but I can't take all the credit. Victor, Alex, both of you were very good.
You went to a lot of trouble to make sure that everybody thought you were dead.
The beauty of it is I get to leave the country and no one will be looking for me. It was planned that way. For almost 2 years, actually. I thought I infiltrated the diamond business rather smoothly.
And you almost pulled it off. But you overlooked one very important thing. You were pretending to be an Orthodox Jew. Orthodox Jews don't cremate their dead.
I'll remember that for the next time. Now, we've already filed our flight plan, so I'll take the diamond, please.
What assurance do we have of getting out of here alive once I hand it over?
Let me remind you that you're in no position to bargain. I'll take the diamond right now or they die immediately. Your choice.
What kept you? Let's return to my Yogi Berra car. What is this, a dance routine?
Not bad, Hammer.
Look out!
Where'd you learn to hit like that, huh?
Dick Butkus. So when's the wedding gonna be?
3 weeks. Will you come?
Of course. Who's gonna give away the bride?
Oh, that's my job.
Oh, yeah? You want to arm wrestle?
All right.
My money's on Mike. Mike, Hammer. Come here.
Excuse me. Yeah.
For you. Oh, question. What are the odds of a box of jewelry falling off a truck and right into the hands of my friend Philly, who happens to be sitting at this bar right now?
I got no idea.
Doesn't matter. He's got some excellent buys on diamonds. Are you interested?
No, thanks. No more hot eyes for this guy.
Oh. Would you level with me?
Yeah.
How'd you do it?
Well, Ozzy, the final clue came when I saw her in the red satin skirt. She walked towards me. Her hips waved a happy hello. And then I noticed the run in her black silk stockings, and I knew I was on the right track. She had a tortured look in her eyes as she leaned towards me.
I left Ozzy wiping the steam off his glasses. The weekend was coming. The weatherman was promising a cold snap, and I wasn't looking forward to it. And then I found an invitation to the presidential suite, and it wasn't from the president. It was from Renee Lovely. Maybe it wouldn't be such a cold weekend after all.
Taxi!
Some people like to travel, but for me, a fall afternoon in Manhattan in my neighborhood bar is better than Miami Beach and cleavage season.
And you're saying to yourself, you can't remember the winning Dodger lineup in their first series at Evans Field, right? And you're saying, how could anyone else? And you're saying, here's a fast C note if you can do it. And I'm saying, if Dodgers was first,
Might be easier on your mic if you moved your office down here.
Well, it's not business, Jenny. Not this time.
Ridge Grundy and I went way back. He helped me shake the snakes out when I got back from Nam, and he taught me to be a private cop. He even got me to like it.
It's like old times, huh?
Yeah, we have hoisted a few.
Well, here's to a few more. You like that tune, don't you?
Oh, yeah, best. The best. Hey, got a proposition for you.
Oh, yeah? What's her name?
Gramercy Park Hotel. A PI convention.
Ridge, you gotta be kidding me. Not again. You're serious, aren't you?
Hey, my jobs don't come walking in off the street anymore, Mike. Most of my business is legwork I get from the PI Association referrals. Well, that's why I joined. I'm even on the board of directors.
You're not in any kind of trouble, are you, Ridge?
Oh, yeah. I just don't want it to come as a surprise. I may need you and your 45 backing me up when I corner this guy I've been working for. Now, he'll be at the convention tomorrow. He's a PI, too. He's got all that juice in town.
You been doing legwork for him?
Stumbled into something big, Mike. Now, this guy is not going to be happy about what I have to say. But I am going to say it. This means a lot to me.
Hey, Don, I'll be there. You got a cigarette?
Sure.
Velda tossed mine. I'm trying to quit. Well, sort of. Hey, Ridge, you're not telling me the whole thing.
Yeah, but you will be there tomorrow.
Yeah, sure, I'll be there.
Like you said, kid, here's to a few more. Thanks. I'll see you tomorrow.
Ambulance!
Watching Ridge go, I had this raw, hollow ache. I had that feeling once before, when my dad died.
You okay?
No.
You got anything on this?
Nothing. Political. A radical terrorist group already claimed responsibility.
Just one terrorist group, Barrington? Must be a slow day.
Gotta get over there. Yes, it was a terrorist group, and we're handling this one. Understood? Chambers, how are you?
It was a random killing. Ridge was in the wrong place, the wrong time.
Yeah, he sure was. And somebody knew he was going to be there. I'm okay, thanks, Pat.
Oh, my. That Mr. Porter outside wants to...
Yeah. Rich Grundy is dead.
Oh, my.
Somebody killed him. There's a bomb, took out a whole storefront window. Lucky nobody else was killed. Listen, I want you to check with Pat and see if he's got the coroner's report on the autopsy. Find out if the crime lab knows what kind of explosives they were. Barrington. Barrington has got pipe dreams about terrorists. It's okay with me. I'm going to set him straight myself on this one.
Mr. Porter would pay you $300 a day for you to work for him.
Where was he last week? Oh, listen. Ridge Grundy mentioned something about a PI convention at the Gramercy Park Hotel tomorrow. Matter of fact, he wanted me to go with him, meet some guy. Something was bugging him. I knew it. I should have stuck with him if I had.
You'd both be dead.
Try and stall Porter, will you?
For how long?
As long as it takes. Yeah, I knew that Ridge's widow, Edna, would be taking it pretty hard. But I didn't bargain for just how hard. Ridge had been everything to her.
And now everything was gone.
No, Ridge would never have brought that filth home with him. I never even set foot in that office of his.
Edna, you don't know how sorry I am.
I made a nice home for him.
I know you did, Edna. Ridge told me lots and lots of times.
We were married 27 years ago, last month. We had a honeymoon in Atlantic City. Then we bought a matched pair of these. I remember boardwalk, sand, the ocean. He was hardly ever home. He even had to die away from me.
No matter how strong you think you are, there are times when you can be so damn helpless. I was heading for Ridge's office. Maybe I could find some answers there to questions I couldn't ask Edna. Once it had been a nice building in a nice neighborhood. The two older boys looked like they'd just been paroled that morning, and shouldn't have.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, look, I'm not armed. I'm Artie Landon. Who are you?
Name's Hammer.
Mike Hammer? Hey, Ridge talks about you all the time. See, I work for Ridge.
You haven't heard.
What?
Ridge is dead. He was killed by a bomb.
I've been working under his license till I could get my own.
Yeah? He did the same for me. Of course, that was a few years ago.
Had me doing repos, skip tracing, serving subpoenas.
Do you know anything about Ridge's referrals from the PI Association? Was he working on anything that might have gotten him killed?
He works all that stuff himself. Look, if there's anything I can do.
No, it's okay. Just keep doing the repos and whatever else you were working on. I'll be in touch with you. Old friends share old secrets. Ridge wasn't too big on banks or safety deposit boxes. If he had anything important, it would be in here. He always did like to be sitting on top of things. The strong box was empty, except for a list with 6 names on it. Velda, me. Yeah, I'm in Ridge's office. Listen, I want you to run a make on a Brown LTD, New York plate ZFF 626. Yeah, see if it's registered to an Arthur Landon, Landon. Also, I want you to call the Bureau of Investigative Services in Albany and see if he's made an application for a PI license recently. Yeah. I'll be dropping Ridge's files off in a little while. Oh, listen, did Pat call? Yeah? Plastic explosives, huh? Ridge. Poor guy never had a chance. Yeah, I'll see you later. There she was again. Was I dreaming? Velda reported that Artie Landon had checked out clean. I headed to the convention to find one Ari Artel, the next name on the list after Ridge. I'm not that fond of conventioneers. Their jokes are worse than mine. Besides, I don't trust the herd instinct. If you hang around in herds, you're bound to step in something you don't like.
Hi.
Hey, Artie.
Just thought I'd check out what's new in the business.
Yeah. Listen, Ridge had a list with 6 names on it. You don't know anything about it, do you?
No, why?
Pixie Lampoon.
Nothing. Still working on those files?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good. Keep it up. Check in with me once in a while, okay?
Will do. See you later.
But Ridge had wanted me to back him up while he spoke to a former client. I figured the answer to Ridge's death was with him. I was looking for Ari Artel and getting nowhere fast. Not one person in the joint looked hungry enough to be a practicing detective. The closest they came to working the street was when they crossed it to get to their Mercedes. And there were a lot of distractions.
The lining contains several layers of protective material that will stop any bullet up to 38 calibers. They come in your size.
I can see that.
D.L. Johnston to the front desk, please. D.L. Johnston to the front desk.
She was my favorite flavor, blonde. It was lust at first sight.
Would the detective who left his .45 automatic in the men's room please claim it at Lost and Found? The detective who left his .45 automatic in the men's room, please claim it at Lost and Found.
His name? Ari Artel. I've worked for him about a year.
Excuse me. Do you work for Ari Artel?
Unless you have a better offer, and then maybe I'll quit.
Well, why don't you introduce us first?
What second?
As I was saying, Bobby, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So come on, all right? Listen, do me a favor, baby, and send the other guys in. Ciao.
It was the first time I'd ever seen X-rated wallpaper. From what I was watching, Artel had a set of morals the sanitation department wouldn't pick up.
Harry specializes in society divorce work for a big slice of the pie. He uses me to get the goods on all those roving spouses. Harry, this is my camera.
Oh, yeah, Ridge Grundy used to talk about you.
Really? I'd like to ask you some questions about Ridge.
Maybe later, Hammer. Maybe next week.
What about now?
Hey, don't push it, Hammer. You crashed the wrong party.
Party's over,
Hey,
bozo.
come on, watch it. Come on,
Yeah,
this is
yeah,
my
all
suite.
right, yeah.
Stop it, Hammer. This is my suite.
You want an active discussion? We can have an active discussion. What cases was Ridge Grundy working on?
Blow off, Hammer. What cases?
What cases?
He didn't work on any cases. He was a sort of lackey. He helped with the divorce setups.
What are you talking about? Ridge would never...
Oh, yeah? Who do you think took those films?
Could Ridge have slipped this far? I just wanted to get out of there before I did something I would get 20 to life for.
Get out of here.
Here on A&E.
I spent most of the night in the DA's office with Barrington drilling me about Artel's murder. With 2 dead private investigators, his terrorist theory just wasn't making it. There's only one person who'd show up to make breakfast the way I like it.
Bacon long and lean, eggs basted 4 minutes, coffee still hot. You have 30 seconds to rejoin life on Earth.
Velda shows up at my apartment in the morning about as often as Dolly Parton sees her toes. I knew there had to be a reason behind this visit.
Oh, incidentally, the office was burglarized last night. Did you pass the salt?
How bad is it?
Well, we could use a maid. They zeroed in on the Ridge Grundy files.
All of them?
Except for the invoices and correspondence files I took home with me last night. Where's Ridge's list?
In my jacket. Well, somebody either thinks we know something or we have something. That's why they hit the office. Let me see that.
Are you going back to the convention this morning?
I sure am. And so are you. After yesterday, I won't exactly be invisible around there. Now, don't lose this. We're looking for a man named Dan Foreman. Now, if he's a healthy guy whose hormones are properly balanced, you might get lucky quicker than me.
But you really hired me for my mind, right?
Right. I love the way it moves.
I couldn't help but wonder if it was another private eye who did Ridge in. It might have been the one he was going to talk to. I wanted answers. All I got was distractions.
This is the latest pick gun, effective on pin tumblers and spools, and even pick-proof locks. If you're trying to break in...
Actually, I was trying to break out. Excuse me.
Yeah, as an attorney, I specialize in civil suits, but I also sit on the board of several large corporations, administer their pension plans. I'm here right now giving a seminar on the business side for the PI, but let's not talk about me.
Kid sister.
Who's very thirsty.
Oh, yeah. Bartender.
I can handle it. His name's McCambridge. $600 suit, a couple of stools down, is the guy you're looking for. Dan Foreman. Does he know something about making money that we don't?
Maybe he'll do things to make it that we won't. Excuse me.
Who shines your suits, Hammer?
We've met.
In the history books. Dinosaurs fascinate me. Ridge Grundy, you, tailing people, stakeouts, doorknob rattling. You're a walking fossil, Hammer.
Was Ridge Grundy doing anything for you that might have gotten him killed?
I swept him a few crumbs. Nothing important. See, he never understood the delicacy of my work.
Feet black and blue from dropping the ball, huh?
Exactly. When you're on retainer to several of the city's most prominent attorneys, you can't afford to be too careful. I get a percentage of their awards in their biggest civil cases.
You mean you pick up personal crud for squeeze tactics they're using on defendants they're facing in court? Come on.
That's why dinosaurs disappeared, Hammer. They didn't get it.
He gets the job done, Mr. Hammer.
Yeah, picks up the trash.
Oh, I would think that would be a quality you'd admire. I happen to have Dan Foreman on a yearly retainer for a good deal of money.
Putting a bow tie on a penguin doesn't make him Fred Astaire.
I suggest you be extremely careful in initiating anything that may hinder Foreman in his work or cost me money.
Eloquently phrased, I'll make a note. But my friend is dead, and this guy Foreman just might know something. I couldn't find Dan Foreman, who was number 3 on the list. So I went back to my office to look over the damage. Someone was rougher than they needed to be just to get Ridge's files. Either he didn't like me very much, or maybe he didn't like anybody very much.
I hate it when they rearrange the furniture.
We need a better class of visitor.
The canvas the building, no one heard us going.
You two have met.
I've got some more information on Dan Foreman.
Uh-huh. What is this, Khyber Consolidated that Foreman's investigating?
It's a big corporation, rich corporation, pays very well. We should do that kind of work.
Hey, listen, Mike. Look, all I ever wanted to be was a PI. How about you split the list with me? I can question some of the suspects.
Listen, Artie.
Look, I've got to do something to try to get Ridge's killer.
I understand how you feel, pal, but I got to say no. It's tough out there, and you just don't have enough experience yet. Hey, I'll tell you what you can do, though. Help Belda.
Okay, Hammer, hit the bricks. Barrington wants to see your face now.
McCabe, I'm in the middle of inventory. Can't you see that?
Yeah? Well, their informant was just found murdered.
Yeah, right, Barrington. I killed Foreman. I'll buy that. And Santa Claus is a transvestite.
You were seen having drinks with Foreman at the bar. A maid saw you in the hotel corridors, and Foreman left this note at the front desk. I'll read it to you. Please see that I'm not bothered for any reason by Mike Hammer.
What happens when you crack this case, Barrington? You get a better view?
People are dying, and I keep finding you in the middle.
That's because I'm not on the sidelines waiting for the answers to stroll up to me. You dragged me down here just to blow smoke at me. You're not telling me anything I don't know, so I am out of here.
Yeah, well, I hope you know a good bail bondsman, because your next visit here won't be as friendly.
I'll make a note.
Hey, Mike, let me show you this trick my kid taught me last night. It's great. Blow your cigarette here. It's in here like that, and it just disappear. What do you think of that? It's great, huh?
Yeah, it's terrific. Now make Barrington disappear, and I'll really be impressed. Natives are restless.
Yeah, I heard the drums. Hey, I might have something on Foreman for you in a little bit.
I may beat you to it.
I don't want to know about it.
You haven't seen me.
Captain Chambers, I went into Foreman's office.
Already on it. We'll pick up the search warrant and Foreman's secretary, Kyoko, on the way. She'll let us in.
For me, murder is the worst page in the book. Because what a murderer steals, he can never give back again. My lockpick wasn't state-of-the-art, but it had one thing going for it. It worked. I figured I'd be long gone from Dan Foreman's office by the time Pat and Barrington got there with the search warrant.
So, how long you been in this country, darling?
Ever since I was born, darling. Are you okay?
Getting better.
Good. What the hell are you doing here?
I heard there was a fire sale.
Is that right? Well, if you got anything up there, I should have it.
I got a splitting headache. You want that?
Anything?
No.
I stuck my hand into some snake nest. But who was the snake? And where was he going to strike next?
Hi, Cheryl. Yeah, I got them right here. Yeah, they turned out pretty good. Well, some of them are out of focus, though. I think you'll like them. Well, listen, Cheryl, I'm going to grab a quick shower and go to bed. Why don't you call me at the office tomorrow? Sure, we can have lunch at that new place if you'd like. Okay. You too, Cheryl. Bye.
I felt like Tuesday's corned beef sandwich, and this was Friday.
You look like we've both got a story to tell. Meatloaf died in there 2 months ago.
Throw it out.
Don't be silly. You could donate it to the military for germ warfare.
Wish I knew where our killer was. I could donate it to him right down his throat.
You have to admit, whoever he is, he keeps busy.
Yeah. Well, obviously, he didn't find what he was looking for the first time around. Question is, what was he looking for?
Something we obviously still have.
Well, maybe, maybe not. Let's check what's missing. Yeah?
Mike, you ever hear of two PIs named Thick and Summers?
Yeah. Specialize in insurance fraud.
Specialized, past tense. They're both found driving their car at the bottom of the East River.
Thanks. I'll talk to you later.
Mike, my copy of the list is missing. Ridge's list.
Were Thick and Summers on that list?
Yeah, right after Foreman.
They were just found dead. Damn it, you know something? I've been leading the killer right to our victims.
Now he can get ahead of us.
I know it. Good. Kim Warren. She's the last name on that list. I'm gonna go back to the convention, see if I can find her. I want you to check and see where else she might be, okay?
I was beginning to think I was at a yo-yo tournament, and I was one of the yo-yos.
Hey, Hammer, I stopped by your office, but your secretary said you were here.
Nice try, Harry, but my secretary's upstairs.
Some secretary, huh? I want you to work for me. Same employment terms I was giving Dan Foreman. Yearly retainer against a 5% rake of all settlements that you generated.
Rake this, Harry. I don't work for anyone, I work with them, and only if I like them. Oh, Velda, I forgot to tell you, Harry McCambridge was here. You just missed him.
Forget trying the convention. Kim Warren's secretary said she's playing racquetball over at the Diamond Courts on 3rd Avenue. I called over there and got this little snot on the phone. I'm sorry, the PA system is down and I don't deliver messages. I was about to go over there myself.
I'll go.
When I saw who Kim Warren was, I was glad I came instead of Elda. This lady had all the right moves for racquetball. She bounced all over the court.
What the hell is that?
I'm sure the insurance company will love to know what a great game of racquetball you play. With a broken back.
Who are you? Hey, give me that. I said, give me that.
You're good to have around in a fight.
But you gotta know when to throw in the towel.
I usually go the distance.
You got all the right moves. You could have been a contender.
The right man in my corner.
And now, here on the Midday Report, we have Dr. Joyce Brothers with her continuing series on attraction and closeness.
Thank you, John. When a man and woman meet for the first time, how long does it take them to decide that they're attracted to each other and they want to see as much of each other as possible? Psychologists have actually timed it with a stopwatch, and it takes exactly 7 seconds. And when their eyes meet, it is the first one who looks away, man or woman, who from that point on has the dominant role in their relationship. Those characteristics that most attract you to a person in the first place are those characteristics that later on in the relationship you're going to find the most irritating. That's because those are the characteristics of your mother.
We'll be ending our 6 o'clock news with the final installment of Dr. Brothers' series on attraction and closeness. Dr. Brothers.
Thank you, John. When a man and woman have a peak experience of intimacy, they actually think differently. He is involved in the present, comparing his present experience with those of his past. She is fantasizing about the future and how the relationship will develop. Scientists have found that there is a special chemical that is released in a man's brain after he makes love
this list.
that makes him especially...
Yeah, I still can't figure out what that is.
I can. It's a list of the members of the Secret Admitting Committee. We screen applicants' qualifications for admission to the PI Association.
This could be a connecting piece. What do you say we kick it around over a nice dinner, huh? Let's go.
A&E.
Kim was in the hospital. She was lucky. A few inches more and that sniper's bullet would have added her to the list. Somebody knew that Ridge had stumbled onto something, and they'd killed him to keep him quiet.
I thought you might still be here.
Kim Warren's been shot.
She dead?
No, not quite. But you could flip a coin over her chances.
Look, Mike, if there's anything I can do, I mean anything at all.
Thanks, Artie, not tonight. Go home and get some sleep.
Oh, Mike. Thanks for being straight with me on this.
Kim told me that all the private eyes on the list were on the Secret Admissions Committee. So I found the minutes of the last meeting and read their monthly committee report. The first paragraph was a shocker.
Dummy, you just killed a dummy.
I really wasn't in the mood to eat anything. Like the steak in front of me, I felt charred on the edges and raw in the middle.
What's bugging you? Kim's gonna be all right. All the pieces fit.
Some of them do, but not all the way. Artie said that you told him that I was at Kim's apartment. But you didn't know I was there. Nobody did. Only somebody that would have followed me would have known that.
And he had to find out if Kim was dead or not.
Looks that way, yeah.
Sure, don't you see? The admitting committee turns down Artie's application for admission in the PI Association. Being PI is the only thing in the world that meant anything to him. So, he flips out and starts killing all the admitting committee.
Yeah, it all makes sense, huh? Barrington will have it on the 6 o'clock news.
Case closed. Will you eat your steak?
I'm not hungry.
Well, neither am I.
Hey, Hammer, how the heck are you?
Ozzy.
Say, Velda, long time no see.
Ozzy, question.
Answer. Artie wasn't Artie Landon.
Who's Artie?
Buzz off, Ozzy.
Well, okay.
Artie don't exist. He never did. Are you sure that thing is dead? See me cook more than that, get up and stampede.
Tell us about Artie.
Jenny, bring me a steak. Only cook it a little bit, huh?
Pat, what about Artie?
Artie's ID started to check out okay, but it turned out to be a fake. I ran his prints through military records. I came up with his real name, Artie Jackman. Vietnam vet, like us, Mike. Army demolition expert.
Any connection with any of the PIs on Ridge's list?
None at all. This Artie was an investment counselor. Mostly worked for some company named Kyber Consolidated.
And why did he go around trying to kill all the PIs on Ridge's list?
Well, that's what we got to find out. Jenny, the steak, I am starving to death.
Sorry, gang. We'll need about 48 hours in the sack. See you later.
I'll take care of Pat, Mike. I want another cup of coffee anyway.
Hey, things are looking up, huh? I'm starving.
Well, here, go for it.
Oh, yeah.
So there was a connection between Jackman and one of the PIs on Ridge's list, Dan Foreman. Both Foreman and Jackman were connected to Kyber Consolidated. Pat would probably figure this out in the morning, but I was determined to get to the bottom of it that night. It looked like Jackman was getting ready to take a long trip. When I looked into his files, I could see the reason why.
Yeah, I got the stuff that Ridge Grundy dug up for Dan Foreman. I'll bring $50,000 in small bills to Ridge Grundy's office. Be here by 7 o'clock. If you're not, the cops get it.
Ridge had just lost some of the old touch. I guess getting old and getting scared waits for a lot of people. But he wasn't a blackmailer. It was Foreman he was going to corner at the convention, and that's why he needed me. He knew something was wrong, and he was trying to set it right. Ridge was there for a lot of people in his life, and now, finally, I could be there for him.
Hammer, what the hell was this charade, huh?
It means you flushed a lot of people down the toilet, Harry, and now it's your turn. You and Artie, or Jackman, I should say, were the trustees of Kyber Consolidated's corporate pension fund, and you were stealing from it. Ridge and Foreman were the only real suspects. Killing the others was just a cover.
Yeah, it was Jackman's idea. Brilliant, actually. Up to a point, that is. Yeah, getting a fake ID, counting old Ridge Grundy into hiring him.
So we could find whatever incriminating evidence Ridge had about your dealings with Kyber Consolidated.
Yeah, but we didn't find anything at Ridge's office, so we'd have killed both Foreman and Ridge. And Jackman figured why not cover it up by killing all the other admitting committee members? As if this Artie Landon character had gone off the deep end because the board had rejected his application.
Yeah, then all of a sudden, Artie drops out of sight, skips the country. Now, I'm curious. How much were you going to pay him?
$500,000. He jumped at it. Of course, he was never going to be allowed to spend it, huh? Oh, Mike. Thanks for taking care of that for me, huh? And now it's time that I take care of you. Gentlemen.
Objection, counselor. I've had a 45 leveled on you under this desk ever since you walked through that door.
I don't buy it.
You don't have to. I'll give you a freebie. Okay, boys. Let's give those guns some wings.
All right.
This is for a friend.
Freedom is rights.
You got the right to remain silent.
Evidence against McCambridge.
What the hell happened to these suspects?
They fell down.
What, 30 or 40 times apiece? That's duress.
Duress? It was sheer music.
Mike!
The boardwalk would still be there. So would the ocean. It might be good for Edna to see that. Shouldn't take long for us to get there. Velda could use a break. So could I.
Rising up, back on the street. Did my time, took my chances.
Now, I'm not that old, but I can remember when Greenwich Village was filled with long-haired kids beating their bongos. Nowadays, the bongos are electric and the kids have rainbow hair. One thing for sure, it's never been dull in the village. I was supposed to be at the Garden with Pat tonight, watching the Knicks take on the Celtics. But the kid was doing a set, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. There was no doubt about it. Vicky Cornell had a voice that could really get your motor running. She got to everybody in the place, even the kids with the pointy heads. I knew her because I babysat her a while back while she kicked a heroin habit.
Vicky kept the table for you, Mr. Hammer.
How'd you know it was me?
Well, she said you'd be the first guy without purple hair and an earring.
Hang it.
Beer, right?
You got it.
I'd like to dedicate this next number to someone who's very, very special to me.
There's a somebody I'm longing to see.
When she really lets go.
Turns out to be someone to watch over me. Won't you tell him, please put on some speed, follow my lead. Oh, how I need someone to watch over me.
Hey, that was great. Even better than I remembered.
God, I missed you. You stay away too long, I'm gonna forget your face.
Missed you, too. Sit down.
Thanks for coming. I know this isn't exactly your scene.
Hi, babe. You were great tonight. Except for that last song. Whoa, let's 86 stuff like that from now on.
Hey, pal, I like that song.
I'm sure you did. You're not exactly what I'd call with it. Nothing personal. Who are you? Vicky's father or something?
He's a good friend, Carl.
Vicky will wait for you by the door.
I'll be out in a minute.
This Carl, friend of yours?
You know how hard I've worked, and you know how hard it's been to get this far. Carl's got money. He says he's willing to front the bucks to produce an album.
That's what he says.
Come on, Mike. It's strictly a business deal. Hey, you know I can take care of myself. I'm not exactly a stranger on the streets.
Listen, you deserve the best. You've come a long way. I just don't want to see you blow it, that's all.
Don't worry about a thing. Everything's fine. Well, I better go now. Thanks for coming.
Hey, you were great.
Thank you.
I made a note to myself to check back with Vicky next week. There was something about the company she was keeping I just didn't like.
Hey, what's wrong with you? Get out of the way!
Get so fancy, Pat. Bus fare would have been enough. So what's this all about?
You're almost. Mike, I'm sorry. I know how close you and Vicky were. What happened? Looks like an OD.
An OD? No way, Pat. She wasn't a hype. She's been straight for 6 months. Who the hell are you?
Harry Welsh, Narcotics, Mike Emmer.
So funny, man.
The lady had this in her purse, tracks on her arms, and your card in her hand. I figure she popped a hot shot and was calling a connection for her.
You?
Mike,
right.
Mike, easy. Hey. Trying to put 2 and 2 together, doctor, that's all. Hey.
You buy this?
Depends on what the medical examiner has to say.
Forget what the medical examiner has to say. I want to know what you think.
Mike, I don't know. I just don't know on this one.
Well, I do. Vicky was not a hype, Pat. She was clean.
I remember remembered the photographer at the club taking Carl Pennington's picture. I had a hunch it would show up in the society pages, and I was right. The cops could take their fancy overdose theory and shove it. Vicky was murdered, and Pennington was my only clue.
The medical examiner said that the heroin that killed Vicky was over 40% pure. Too hot to handle. But the tracks were fresh. She was clean up until then.
I tell you, Velda, her eyes were clear, her mind was right. She was okay.
Give me those things.
Thanks.
You'll thank me in 20 years.
Who can think ahead that far?
Oh, this thing is...
I didn't have any trouble finding the Pennington house. It was the smallest one on the block. In fact, it was the block. Hello. My name is Mike Hammer. I'm a private investigator, and I believe Carl Pennington lives here.
Carl's my brother. I'm Connie Pennington. Why do you want to see him?
Carl was with a friend of mine last night. My friend is dead.
I'm sorry about your friend, but I'm sure my brother had nothing to do with it.
Her name was Vicky Cornell. She was young and pretty, just like you. Was she here last night?
Why don't you come on inside and...
My daughter wasn't home last night. She wouldn't know. I'm Veronica Pennington.
Mike Hammer.
Aren't you due at the Antique Guild?
Yes, Mother.
I'm sorry about your friend.
Stepdaughter.
Mrs. Pennington,
Veronica, please.
Veronica. Do you happen to know where Carl is?
No, I don't.
Well, if and when you're in touch with him, would you please have him call me?
I hope you don't think this girl's death is connected in any way to a member of my family.
I certainly hope not.
Hope to see you again, Mr. Hammer.
I'm sure you will, Mrs. Pennington. Something told me to take a tour of the grounds, and I saw some signs of life in the pool house. All right, wake up, Carl. Come on, Carl. Hey, come on, wake up, wake up. Come on, wake up. Listen, time for some questions, buddy. Where were you last night when you left the club?
I don't know.
You don't know? Well, let me refresh your memory, Carl. Now, I want to know, where did you go last night when you left the club, huh?
Here. I think here.
Okay. You came back here. And were the two girls with you?
I don't know.
Vicky Cornell, do you remember her?
Yeah, I remember Vicky.
Yeah. Was Vicky with you?
I don't know.
Well, you better work on that one, pal. Vicky is dead.
Vicky's dead?
That's right. Somebody killed her.
I didn't do it.
Yeah? You were the last one seen with her when you left the club. Now, listen, Carl. You better do yourself a favor and start remembering the events of last night.
I'd help you if I could. But I'm blank. I just don't remember.
Hey, what are you doing out here anyway? Don't they let you in the main house?
Veronica lets me use the pool house to crash. I got my own place in town.
See. Did you shoot up Vicky?
No, I swear I didn't.
You've got some big problems, Carl. Now, I want you to pull it together and remember what happened last night, because I'm not through with you. I'll be back. It just didn't make sense. A junkie who was afraid of needles. Carl Pennington didn't remember much, but maybe the two girls with him that night did. So I asked Velda to track them down through the photographer at the club. I also asked her to start shaking the Pennington family tree to see if any squirrels dropped out. With a place like this, I couldn't figure out why Carl kept running home to crash at stepmom's. Why is it that some guys who can score touchdowns and hit home runs still have to find their high at the end of a needle?
I'm Bradley Snyder, attorney for the Pennington family.
Really? I thought you were just another dumbbell.
After I talked to my client and they told me about your little escapade, I made some inquiries. I figured you were stupid enough to show up here. You've interrupted my daily workout, Mr. Hammer, so I'll come right to the point. Any more unwarranted, illegal, uninvited intrusions on the Pennington family, and this film will be sent over to the district attorney.
You tell your clients they've got nothing to worry about.
Good.
Provided they weren't involved with the murder of Vicky Cornell.
Well, I shall see you again sometime, Mrs. Snyder.
I called Velda and asked her to run down some info on family attorney Bradley Snyder with his fancy jogging suit. I never understood guys who got all dressed up just to sweat. She told me Pat had something he wanted to show me.
I say, Mike.
Pat. Hey, well, who do we have here? Hey, it's the working girl's friend.
Very funny. I thought they fed the animals at dawn.
You know, you're about as funny as that stiff on the gurney, Hammer. Why don't you see if you can make him laugh, huh?
Cute, Harry. With you around, he probably died laughing.
Mike, you know this guy?
No. Should I?
Should you, Hammer? His name is Cappy Hinton. He OD'd on some bad junk. Only he wasn't your, your average hole-in-the-arm loser. He was doing a little pushing, too. His room was full of these babies. Well, do you recognize the packaging? Huh? Same as your girlfriend's, right?
Oh, come on. That's your case? You're gonna bury this poor kid's murder just because of some lousy tinfoil?
Oh, no, Mike, there's more. Vicky's name was in his address book.
Come on, it's obvious. Pusher and a hype are both using the same stuff, which the lab says is bad. They go belly up. Case is closed. Hey, no loss to society, right, huh?
Street Theater here on A&A.
Cappy Hinton's rap sheet was full of nothing but two-bit busts, shoplifting, flashing, but he wasn't a pusher. I leaned on Pat to find out who controlled the Midtown narcotics action. It was Jake Gill. So I called in a marker from Wholesale Sal.
Word is he's a mule making a delivery for Jake Gill.
Yeah, but where is he? We've been here for 2 hours, Wholesale.
Patience, Mike. Have I ever failed you? This info is as good as gold. It's more than I can say for your suit. Look at this. Feel this material. This baby cost 6 big ones on the rack at Bloomingdale's. I can let you have it for $30. Huh? Plus, I'll throw in an extra pair of pants. Action.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey. Welcome to America. I just love it when you talk dirty to me.
Michael!
Moochkins.
You finally found my favorite restaurant.
How you
The
doing?
Mugu Gai Pan is excellent here. That's not why you're here.
You know him?
Jake Gill? Jake Gill is the last man you want to be messing with, Mike.
All right, listen, Moochie, I want you to talk to him. I want you to tell him that the Greek didn't deliver, that I have his special import package.
I don't want to have to tell him that, Michael. I hate eating bullets with my Chinese food.
His or Betsy's?
what I like about you, Michael. You're so very, very persuasive.
Talk to him, Moochie.
Talking to him. I think it's important for you to talk to.
You want something?
I have something. 2 pounds of China white.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Then I guess I'm wasting my time.
But I do know that whoever does own this material would probably want it returned. Soon.
Since it's not yours, you should probably butt out.
Not now. What makes you think you're so tough, Hammer?
I eat shredded wheat without milk.
You know, people who take other people's property have been known to find themselves permanently horizontal with a lot of dirt on their face.
I'll make a note. I'll be talking with you.
Yeah.
Love your shirt. Excuse me, bozo.
Mike Hammer investigation.
Yeah, it's me. What did you find on Nancy Gibson? The photographer.
All I get is her answering machine. But Veronica Pennington called. She wants to meet you at La Petite Fleurette. She doesn't sound like a mother to me, Mike.
She's a mother, all right. You shake anything else out of their family tree?
Yeah, I checked with the probate department. Carl and his sister each get 1/3 of Papa's estate when they turn 25. That's only a few weeks away for Connie. But right now, Veronica's got it all.
Well, did I ever tell you you had a suspicious mind?
Must be the company I keep.
I'll see you later.
Okay.
Keep the change.
Who is she?
Whoever she is, she looks great. Hello. Nice place.
It is now. Sit. I ordered for you scotch, no ice. Hope that was all right.
Actually, it's beer, but this is fine, thanks.
I heard about your meeting with Bradley.
Yeah? He's a classy guy.
I felt I owed you an explanation about Carl.
About Carl? Or about the fact that you lied to me that he wasn't there?
It's the same. Since my husband, Carl's father, died, Carl hasn't been the same. There's something you don't know about Carl. Something hardly anybody knows. He's a drug addict.
Have you tried to help him?
We have run out of doctors and programs.
So you lied in order to protect him. What are you afraid of? Publicity?
Yes, exactly.
You're fighting a losing battle. Carl was at the club the other night escorting 2 lovelies. Not exactly your come-to-tea types. And the photographer was snapping every single move. Did you happen to see them at the house?
No.
What about Vicky? You did see her there.
Earlier in the evening, but she said she was ill and she left. Since I couldn't see any possible connection between her visit and her death, I didn't say anything.
Publicity again, right? Excuse me.
Don't leave. I've ordered.
Sorry, I've lost my appetite.
I was surprised to see Assistant D.A. Barrington. With a date yet.
I recommend the veal.
Why not try the tuna? It's cheaper and much, much better for you.
Hammer. Do me a favor, will you? We've got this guy in narcotics. His name is Harry Welch. For some reason, he doesn't like you. I don't know. Anyway, the point is, we're this close to closing the books on a major heroin supplier, and I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't mess things up for us.
I wouldn't dream of it. Listen, I gotta go.
Hammer. That's the kitchen.
I know.
I'm getting bored with you, bozo. Just relax. Tomorrow's collection day. Hello, Jake? Hammer. Listen tight and don't interrupt, because I'm not going to repeat myself. Be at the West 32nd Street Pier at 8 o'clock tonight, or you can kiss a white Christmas goodbye. What are you doing here, Moochie?
Wasn't doing anything, and Mr. Gill thought I might enjoy the ride.
All right, I'm here.
Show and tell time, Jake.
Hey, watch that. It's a lot of bread you're messing with.
Can we get on with this? I have a date. She'll wait.
All right, Hammer, what do you want to know?
It's a small-time hype pusher named Cappy Hinton in the Bowery. Do you supply him?
There is no pusher named Cappy Hinton.
You sure?
What did he just say, Mike?
Did you ever furnish an uptown swell named Carl Pennington?
Never heard of him.
Do you know a singer named Vicky Cornell?
Have you said broad?
No.
No, I don't know her. Now, look, Hammer, if we're through playing show and tell, hand that stuff over here.
What is this stuff? It's about 90% pure age and heroin, isn't it? About 2 pounds worth.
Mike, being an accountant can be bad on your health right now.
Oh, really? This stuff is bad for your
Hey,
health.
what are you doing? Get down! No! No! That was a bad mistake, Hammer!
Yeah, well, I made a few in my time, but that wasn't one of them. You missed a spot.
Taxi?
The dust, Hammer. You're a walking dead man.
Jake, just so there's no bad feelings, I know Angie's cleaner on 6th Avenue. Go down there, tell him I recommended you. You get a buck off.
Very funny, Mike. Very funny. That's what I like about my man. He has no sense of reality. Good cleaners, anyway.
Velda never reached a club photographer, so I decided to go down to Soho and find her myself. I hoped she was a good photographer. I also hoped she was just a lousy housekeeper.
Mike, preliminary's court report says Nancy Gibson didn't hang herself. Somebody else did it for her.
Brilliant. 2 little leaguers could have told us that.
Captain Chambers, telephone.
Yeah.
Captain races all day long. You got, whoa, hey, nice thread. I understand you have been cutting into my territory.
Visiting sewers was never my style.
Oh, cute, cute. You went after Jake Gill.
Yeah, and I found him. Where were you?
Mr. Hammer, I am putting you on official notice. You keep messing your nose around where it doesn't belong, and I am going to jam you for possession of narcotics and obstruction of justice. Do you understand?
I'll make a note.
You do that.
Hi.
Colette, what can I do for you?
A lot, I'm sure, but I'm here to see Moochie.
I told you you had a nice body. Would you hold it against me?
That's funny. I like that.
I wasn't kidding.
I don't know your name. I don't know your face. I never saw you. It was a real nice performance you gave the other night, Michael. The only reason I didn't get busted up is Gil is convinced that you are a wacko.
What did you tell him?
What did I tell him? I told him the truth, that you are psychotic. Have you ever considered serious medical treatment, Mike?
Yes, I've considered it. Listen, Moochie, I know I don't win any awards for diplomacy with guys like Jake Gill.
No, you don't.
And I don't know what kind of a relationship you've got with him. I really don't care. But Vicky Cornell is dead. And one way or another, I can't help but feel that guys like Jake Gill are responsible. Listen, I need your help. I want you to talk to me about Carl Pennington. Now, if a guy like Carl is young, wealthy, Westchester type, wanting to get lined up with a couple of hookers, who would he go to?
But your lucky day, Michael. Because I happen to know the dude.
I thought you might.
Yeah.
You want something?
Yeah, a few minutes of your time.
If you're interested in private lessons, there's a card in my bag.
Do they know you're a pimp around here?
We're through for today, honey. We'll pick it up tomorrow. You know, I don't know how you got in here, but I do know how you're leaving.
You better put the racket down, pal. It's going to become your lunch.
What do you want?
The two bimbettes who hang out with Carl Pennington.
Dee Dee and Kim.
Where can I find them?
They're working. The Woodward building.
What's all this? You must give good lesson.
You can't go in there.
Watch this. Good afternoon, Mr. Clark. Well, it's nice to see a man enjoying a wide variety of interests. In your case, obviously, sports and nursery rhymes.
Who the hell are you?
My name's Hammer. I'll be representing your wife in her divorce proceedings against you. Now, where did I put those documents?
My wife and I have an arrangement. She knows exactly what I'm doing.
Really?
Well, almost exactly. Call security, Jason.
Great. The more witnesses we have to this cozy little scene, the better. Your wife is getting quite a settlement from you, eh, Mr. Clark?
Jason! Wait.
Mother Goose never had it so good, huh?
You know, I remember you from the club. Who are you?
Actually, I sell life insurance. In this case, yours.
What are you talking about?
Tell me about that night over at Carl Pennington's house. Come on, girls. This is serious.
Hey, look, we didn't take anything that didn't belong to us.
Yeah, we were in the pool house. Carl went up to the big house to get us some more dope.
What happened to Vicky Cornell?
We waited for a while, then she went in after him.
They never came back. We got bored and split.
You never saw Vicky again after that?
Wasn't our problem.
Yeah? Well, somebody thinks it is. They're looking for you. And they're not as nice as I am. Now, I strongly suggest you girls split town for a while. Gary went out of business. He asked me to give you your severance pay. For you?
Hey, we really appreciate this.
Mm-hmm.
And since he already paid $500...
You know, I'm curious. What do you girls do for that kind of money? Oh, no, never mind. You better get out of here as fast as possible.
Please, we gotta talk. You gotta get me out of this. I swear I'll never do it again.
You promise? All right. I was tired and I was frustrated. But I wasn't so far gone not to notice that the thin piece of tape I always put between the door and the jamb was broken. All right, tell me it's a mistake. That our houses look alike and you thought I was a burglar. Come
Besides, I've got a landlady downstairs who hates loud noises. Why are you trying to kill me?
Because you're trying to hurt Carl. He can't take care of himself. I am all he has.
Did Carl kill Vicky Cornell?
No, he couldn't kill anyone.
And you've got nothing to worry about. Because I'm only looking for the guy who killed Vicky.
I want you to leave Carl alone. I'm so worried that something horrible is going to happen to him.
Like OD? Listen, I understand. I know what it is to love someone and then have them taken away from you.
Carl is all I have.
What about Veronica?
And my stepmother. She was my father's toy. Carl and I have no use for her.
Then why don't you get out of there?
And go where? My shrink says I'm trying to replace Daddy.
Freudian.
Mike, I don't want to go home tonight.
Street Theater here on A&A.
Hey, Dal.
Hi, don't give him any cigarettes.
Why don't you face it? You're never gonna quit smoking.
Yeah.
Give the gumball machine to my kid.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, pick up on this. Going down to the jazz club tonight. They want me to sit in on drums just for laughs.
Yeah?
Why don't you come along?
No, thanks. I'm working.
Uh-huh. Not anymore, you're not, old buddy. Restraining order, signed, sealed, and delivered. You go anywhere near the Pennington family again, you'll have a date with the judge.
You tell the judge I don't kiss up the second date?
Oh, you're serious, old buddy. Snyder's pulling all the right strings on this one.
Yeah, not by himself he is, and I got a feeling we're talking yo-yo here.
Barrington.
I know it.
Is backing him all the way. Mike, don't you think it's time? The dead need to be buried. Let Vicky rest.
Pat, Vicky is resting. I'm the guy that can't rest. Listen, I am not going to bury this case. I know there's something there. The bottom line in this whole investigation is narcotics. And you tell me something. Harry Welsh has not been overly enthusiastic.
Have you got any proof against him?
Nothing that would stand up in court.
Then I don't want to buy it. We're not talking about some two-bit street hustler here. We're talking about a cop. You got some facts? I'll listen. No facts, no audience.
Oh, I shouldn't be doing this.
Oh, you're a doll, Georgia.
I could lose my job.
Hey, nobody will find out except us and the spiders.
This is crazy.
It always is.
I could never say no to you.
Thank goodness.
Files over here. Okay, every arrest Detective Harry Welch ever made.
Great.
5 minutes, Mike, that's all.
Yeah. Seem to have enough time anymore.
We do have time for this. But that's all. Come on.
It was all beginning to come clear. Harry Welsh used to work vice, and his early arrest records included some prostitution busts. One of them was none other than Veronica Pennington. So Welsh had known her all along, and each arrest resulted in no conviction. This was quite a pair to draw to. Veronica had made a giant leap. Prostitution to society marriage, and then a convenient auto accident in the Catskills made her a rich widow who was about to become even richer. They can put in new walls and fancy furniture and take out the trapeze, but they can't erase the memories of the women who wasted away inside the world's oldest profession. Veronica didn't want to see me until I mentioned the Lido Hotel. I knew she'd remember.
Well, how do I look?
In a grade. Clothes don't make the lady.
Oh, I suppose a private detective is high society.
I'm for hire, not for sale.
I was pretty good here. Actually, I was sensational.
I'll bet you were.
So quiet. I know how you and I can raise the noise level.
About Carl's drug problem. You know, it's a funny thing. The kid is actually afraid of needles. You were the one who was injecting him, weren't you, Veronica? That's why he kept coming back to the house.
You're gonna spoil the whole thing, aren't you?
Vicky Cornell saw you injecting Carl. You were setting your stepson up for an accidental overdose down the line, and Vicky happened to stumble into the secret, and you had to kill her. It's the trust money, isn't it?
Of course it's the money. God knows I'm not gonna kill for a man.
And then your narc buddy, Welsh. He's the one who actually iced Vicky, isn't he?
That's not bad, Hammer. But you didn't check far enough. Welsh just pulled Veronica off the street. You should have checked my file. I was assistant DA at the time. I put her back out there. I'm afraid I was forced to clean up after her initial miscues.
Uh-huh. Hookers and velvet sweatsuits, eh, Snyder? You're full of surprises. You actually do have a wide range of interests.
Well, both serve their purposes for a while, at least. I let Veronica do all the dirty work.
Bradley.
Hammer's right there. Clothes don't make the lady.
Hello, Mike.
What a great family. You must be a laugh riot at Christmas.
Well, that's a secret you're going to take to your grave, Hammer. You lured the Penningtons here in violation of your restraining order and killed Veronica. Fortunately, I arrived in time to kill you before you could harm Connie.
Nobody's going to buy that garbage, Snyder.
Well, unfortunately, you're not going to be able to tell your side of the story. Now, take your gun out. Left. 2 fingers. Put it on the floor. No. Let him kick it over.
Remembered a line by Kipling. The Colonel's lady and Judy O'Grady are sisters under the skin. Veronica and Connie had proven just that.
She had a beautiful voice, didn't she?
Yeah, she sure did.
I was gonna help her. I know I was. I wanted to tell you that I'm staying straight now. I'm in a pretty good rehabilitation program.
Hey, that's great.
I'd like to give you some money.
Why? I never worked for you.
You saved my life. They would have killed me.
I'll tell you what. Take this money, put an ad in the trades, and find a good young singer. Give her a break. Vicky sure would have liked it that way.
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll let you know what happens.
Good luck.
There's a somebody I'm longing to see. I hope that he turns out to be someone to watch over me.
You don't have to live a lifetime to know that glory comes and goes. Sometimes we only get a moment, it's all ours. Vicky never really made it up in lights, but for me, she'd always be a star.
Won't you tell him, please put on some speed, follow my lead, oh how I need someone to watch over me.
It was a brisk Tuesday night in New York, and everything seemed right with the world. The Knicks had just nailed the Celtics at the buzzer by 1, so I decided to stretch my luck even further by taking a walk in Central Park.
Signal.
Very funny. I've got two guys chasing me.
I'll check it out. Stay here. Where'd you go?
I don't know.
You guys look lost.
Don't bug us, pal. You get hurt. You want to stay out of our way, mister.
It's not polite to point. Drop it. Why are you guys hassling that girl?
What girl?
Okay. Drop your pants.
What?
You heard me.
What are you, some kind of a pervert?
Only on Tuesdays. Now drop them. Okay. I'll follow him in.
You're crazy.
You're right. Move.
Well, what do we do now?
Dive for coins.
I made a note of the gun's serial number.
He's gonna get this back. You're gonna get this back!
Drop it in the mail, pal. Just a couple of guys out for a midnight swim. Come on. I don't think they're my size. Hey, who were those guys?
Look, I'm really grateful to you, but I just can't tell you.
Oh, thanks a lot. I'll tell you one thing. They weren't muggers. Their haircuts were too neat. So at least tell me, what's your name? You got one to go with that pretty face? Oh, great. I don't even get a name? What is this? Only in New York this happens to me. I save your bacon, you want to disappear on me. So what am I supposed to do with you, huh?
How about a cup of coffee?
Hey, now you're talking my language.
Thank you.
Nobody shares donuts anymore.
I know, it's tough to divide the whole fairly.
Yeah. So, when are you going to talk to me?
I don't want to get you in any more trouble because of me.
Hey, I can handle it.
I know, but this is different. I read faces real well. You're the type that tilts at windmills, and they gotta kill you in order to stop you.
Only the people that I'm involved with would actually do that.
You sound like a Saturday matinee.
You look like one.
Listen, about that name.
Shelley,
I'm Mike.
you look like a Mike.
Thanks.
Oh, here. Keep him.
Thanks. Nice neighborhood. You can afford it.
Yeah, well, I couldn't afford it by myself. I have a roommate, Julie. You'd like her. She's real pretty.
Yeah? Pretty as you?
Hey, we should go drinking sometime. I'm better after a few drinks.
Hey, you're okay now.
I have this favorite spot. It's called the 40s. There's a guy there named Jake. He plays the piano real well. If you go there, tell Jake that Shelley said to play Stardust.
You're an interesting piece of work.
Well, look at Mike. I gotta run. Hey, thanks for everything. Bye.
Okay.
We always have Central Park. Here's looking at you, kid.
Jelly. Call an ambulance!
Jelly! Jelly!
Get down.
Oh, my God! My God! Somebody shot at me in my window.
Where's that ambulance?
Is she all right? Is she all right? I'm not gonna die, am I, Mike?
Why would anyone want to do this to Shelley?
I don't know.
How long were you roommates?
About 3 months. Ever since I started working at Intervision. It's where we met. Why is this happening?
I asked my friend Pat Chambers to put a guard on Julie Elan's hospital room. I just couldn't get Shelley's smiling eyes out of my mind.
Mike, here are the brochures on Intervision. Mostly pretty innocent. Eyeglasses, microscopes, even glass cookware. But here's where it gets interesting. Defense. Something called integrative optics.
Integrative optics. Classified national defense information.
What does Shelley still do at Intervision?
You know something? I don't even know. Oh, listen. Here's the serial number of one of the guns those guys had in the park that were chasing Shelley. Have Pat run it through the computer, will you?
Okay.
Any mention of Shelley in the newspapers?
No, I checked. She didn't even make the obituaries.
Great. Just great.
Mike, listen, I didn't put a guard on Julie's room. Orders.
Who gave the orders?
Oh, these knit ties. Look at this. Another thing. We don't have any men on the Shelley Steele case. They told us to find other business.
She was just a kid, Pat. She was shot right in the back.
I know. I'm out in the cold in this one, Mike. I gotta find me a mirror.
I wasn't going to leave there without an answer, even if I had to go to Assistant D.A. Barrington.
I know he's working too hard. You shouldn't bring the little fellow out in the open, Barrington. He might catch cold.
Look, Hammer, I'm having a rough time here. I'm battling a very painful ingrown toenail. Kind of reminds me of you. What the hell do you want?
Why the silent treatment on Shelley Steele?
Who? Look, Hammer, I take orders just like everybody else. Except for maybe you, Prince Valiant.
Barrington, a young girl was murdered.
No one died. Look, Hammer, this isn't me. It's not my idea. If you want to chew somebody's face, look elsewhere. But Shelley Steele never existed.
Now, this time, the weasel really had me worried. So I called Velda and told her to get Julie Elin out of the hospital and over to my apartment fast.
Shelley Steele was my assistant, a very talented scientist.
Dr. Marcia Forrest, the vice president of Intervision, was surprisingly eager to chat.
This is what we do here. We design grid tapes. These tapes contain data on various subjects.
Did she work on any classified projects?
Yes.
Like defense?
Yes. 2 days ago, a grid tape containing the layouts for the entire East Coast missile defense locations was stolen.
And you're sure that Shelley wasn't involved in this?
Yes, I'm sure. But there's some people in Washington that think otherwise. I am trapped in the bureaucratic machinery, but I'm sure that she was innocent of any wrongdoing. And though I wish I could, I can't help you any further.
Hey, you've been a lot of help as it is. You've given me a start. Thank you.
If it was defense secrets, I was even more worried about Julie. A whirlwind could break loose at any moment.
You all right?
I wish I knew what was happening.
Yeah, so do I. Why is this every single time I go in here, it happens? Well, listen, you've got to keep a chain on that door and don't go anywhere. Stay put.
What's wrong?
Things are getting out of hand fast.
Tell me about it. The serial numbers on that gun show it to be government issue. Federal.
Whoops.
Please, Mike, tell me.
Julie, do you know anything about a missing grid tape? Integrative optics.
Not a thing. I'm just a lab clerk. Do you think that's why Shelley...
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Did she say anything?
Not enough.
Are we in danger here?
Not if you just stay with Velda, keep away from that window, and don't open this door for anyone. I'll be back.
Theater here on A&A.
No one wanted to have anything to do with Shelley Steele's death. It had all the smells of a cover-up. I don't like cover-ups.
Told you I'd get back, pal. I decided not to drop it in the mail. I like the personal touch.
I'd have preferred a singing telegram.
I don't like this guy, Cobb. Now, Lily here hasn't busted an arm in at least a week. He needs his brutality fix. Now, how did you meet Shelley Steele?
By accident.
What kind of an idiot you take me for?
First rate.
Let's rough this guy up as a public service.
What a brutal guy.
Okay. Okay, Hammer. You want to talk the old-fashioned way? I can go along with that.
What a pleasure. Oh, that's nice. Is that your mother?
Shelley was a thief and a traitor. And you helped her.
Yeah? That's your version.
I'm a government agent, bright boy. I was about to arrest her. I'm gonna nail you.
I'll do the nailing around here, pal. That's why they call me Hammer.
Shelley Steele's hooked into Owen Goddard, black marketeer. Steals from everybody. Sells to everybody.
Yeah. Haiku.
IRA, PLO, Soviets.
It's not over.
Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is. How's your choice little girlfriend looking now?
Don't forget King Kong.
Oh. Come on. Come on.
You know, I still don't buy it.
You don't know this territory. We're not playing games here. You'll be hearing from me. Huh?
Thanks for the workout.
Hammer, how are you?
Ozzy.
Oh, sorry. One of those days, huh?
Listen, oh, forget it. Even you couldn't help me out this time.
Yeah, fat chance. Look, I got a 10 target.
Well?
Yeah.
You're on.
Name that tune, huh?
Intervision. Integrative Optics.
Intervision makes my eyeglasses. Integrative optics, bending light signals to ultra-high frequency electronic rebound. Initially proposed by Dr. Erich von Steinfeld, 1948. But now with missile defense applications, is the hottest commodity on the black market between the Soviets and the U.S.
You win, Ozzy. Don't spend it all in one place. Ozzy's key words were black market. So Owen Goddard, black marketeer extraordinaire, was the guy I needed to see.
Hey! Hey, Betty! Betty with the carriers, where it's at? You want to move, Mike?
You always know how to read me, Betty. You live up to your real name.
Bathsheba von Ginsberg, City.
Listen, I'm looking for somebody inside, an Owen Goddard.
Oh, red carnation in his lapel. Buys one every night. Good money, but bad soul.
I'll be careful.
A flower.
For a kiss. You're the one?
And only.
Owen Goddard?
Who are you?
Mike Hammer. I'm a friend of Shelley Steele.
Yes, I know about you. Snoop, I'm told.
Now, how would a pimp who works for every spy ring in the world know that?
Look at yourself, Hammer. Don't you ever get tired of going economy fare? Just once in your life, wouldn't you like to order a bottle of Chateau Latour 1959 to savor with your lunch? $250 a bottle. That's about $60 a glass.
What is it by the drop?
That was humorously done, Owen, you must admit.
I'm not laughing.
Talk to me about Shelley Steele.
You're impatient.
Very.
Let me make your job easier. I hired Shelley to get a tape from Intervision. Everyone knows I deliver. The point is, Shelley Steele failed. I don't have the tape. I wouldn't be here if I did.
I wouldn't suggest any fancy aerobics, fellas, or your nose could wind up at the end of this fork.
You were with her in the park. I know, because I was there. Maybe you have the tape. If so, I'll find out. Either way, you have a lot to learn about my business.
Well, let me teach you something about mine. In my spare time, I practice anatomy. And if you're lying to me about Shelley Steele, I'll cut your tongue out. Ladies, enjoy the wine. You have insurance? Owen Goddard was one of those guys who played all sides against the middle. He had no patriotism, no courage, no loyalty. And he had some bad qualities, too.
May I take you for a ride?
Nicely put.
I've had practice. I'm Linda Sloan.
Bet you make a lot of new friends this way.
Oh, I give parties, balls, dinners, luncheons, still more parties. On the 7th day, I rest.
What's today? Very nice. White satin sheets, huh? I bet you're one of those ladies who believes in taking care of luxuries first and that essentials will just take care of themselves.
Very good.
Tell me something. Do you, work for Owen Goddard?
No. You get right to the point. Do you do everything this quickly?
Do you know Shelley Steele?
Quite well, in fact. She traveled back and forth to Washington. Poor girl. But, Mr. Hammer, must we talk of such terrible things? I'll start to think your interest in me is not sincere at all.
Well, don't do that.
You learned some good moves in your time.
I've learned from the best.
I'll just bet you have.
How well do you know Goddard?
He travels, I travel. He goes to parties with rich political types, and so do I. He does stuff that's illegal, but when you start hanging out in the fast lane, who can afford to be judgmental?
Linda, what do you do for a living? I mean, are you in the same business as Owen Goddard? These white satin sheets, do you just put them on the bed when you need to get information from guys who are going to keep you in the fast lane?
You really know how to ruin the romance.
Is that what you call this? Romance? I learned a lot from Linda Sloan. Unfortunately, none of it had to do with the case. I still didn't know what her game was, but she was good at it. Real good. Can't be morning already.
Well, guess again. You want coffee?
Yeah.
Come on. You know that car last night? Stolen. No prints.
Kidding. Morning. How'd you sleep?
Good. I wish you wouldn't have taken the couch.
Well, it's better than the chair.
It's not as good as the bed.
We'll have to discuss furniture another time.
Hello? It's Cobb.
Hello? Yeah. Where? Lucky's Bar? No. It's too far away. Listen, what about the Light and Easy? It's a nice neighborhood joint. You know it. Okay, when? 20 minutes? I'll be there.
What did Cobb want?
Says he's got some information on Shelley Steele.
Mm-hmm.
You know what that means, ladies? Same routine. Doors? Mm-hmm. No by the windows?
Early for you, Mike.
Yeah, it's one of those days.
Hey! That ain't the tune I played. What the hell's the matter with this machine, huh?
That's an expensive machine, Bud.
Yeah. The lady's right, pal.
Look, I'm sorry. I got up on the wrong side of the bed this morning. I don't know what's the matter with me.
Okay. Okay, no harm done.
No problem, huh? All right.
Have you seen my camera?
Yeah, he's in the back room.
You okay? Is this the quiet place you told me about?
You don't have very good manners, pal.
Gonna teach me some, pal?
Lesson number 1. Have some respect for other people's property.
Yeah, lesson number 2. Don't eat with your face. Lesson number 3.
Know when to leave gracefully. Well, maybe you'll learn something this time.
Yeah.
You've been getting a lot of exercise this week.
Let me tell you, spying is dirty. I'd get back to regular whores, junkies, pimps, and murderers as soon as I could if I was you.
Listen, I still want to talk to you about Shelley Steele. Let me get my coat and we'll take a walk.
I don't know, I've been putting things together about her, and they add up differently than I figured. You know, guys like you may not think so, but I'm capable of noticing when I make a mistake, too.
Well, I guess I had you figured wrong, Cobb.
I guess we had each other figured wrong, Hammer.
What about Shelley Steele?
She's innocent.
She wasn't working for Goddard.
Not exactly.
Cigarette? It was the second time in a week that the red light of an ambulance went strobing across my eyelids. Cobb and Shelley Steele were dead, and I felt like I was walking barefoot on a spiked treadmill.
Where you been? Bella called. There's trouble at your place. She okay? Yeah, but they took Julie. Jump in.
You all right, sweetheart?
Yeah, I'm all right. Julie and I were just sitting here and we were talking, and all of a sudden the door just blew apart.
Must have used a small explosive to blow the door, Mike.
Seems like things are always getting blown up around you, Hammer.
Maybe you should hang around me more often, Hennessy.
Barrington wants to see you downstairs. Right away.
Sit there.
Can I get you something, Del?
No, I'm okay.
Get in, Hammer.
What's up, Barrington? I know you didn't call me down here to watch you play with your radio.
Look, Hammer, let's get one thing straight up front just so there aren't any illusions. I don't like you. However, for the first time, I find myself wishing I could be of some kind of help.
Really? You want to help? Okay, then tell me this. A government agent was murdered earlier today because I think he had some information that might have cleared Shelley Steele. Now, who did this guy Con report to? Because whoever it was, I think he contacted him before he died.
I can't tell you that. That's classified information. Look, Hammer, you think you've got problems? I've been trying to nail Owen Goddard for 6 months. The feds waltz in and close my case down. That doesn't make me a happy man.
Listen, Barrington, 2 people have been murdered. That doesn't even seem to faze you.
Look, Hammer, forget what I said a moment ago. I no longer have any interest in helping you. You know, you pushed me too far, and I find that very annoying.
By the way, how's your toe?
It's killing me, thank you.
Good.
How'd it go?
Oh, great. Wants me to be the best man at his sister's wedding.
Listen, what do you know about this guy, Cobb?
It's a real nice bar you might like. Lucky's Bar. Nice bar.
Lucky's Bar. That's where he wanted me to meet him. Matter of fact, you gotta phone me from there. Are you telling me that's where he operated from?
It's a real nice bar.
Because if he did operate out of there, he would have had to use some kind of special phone.
Federal safe phones, the kind you can't tap.
Right, which means that the phone company would have had exact lists of incoming and outgoing calls.
It's too bad we don't know someone that works for the phone company, you know? Tina.
No way. Forget it. I could lose my job.
Tina, this is really important to me.
It's always important.
I know, but this is a matter of life and death.
Oh, in that case, absolutely no. It's always life or death with you, Mike.
Tina, look, I've changed, really. I've quit smoking. Almost. Hey, it's a new me.
Well, I hope the new you kisses as good as the old you did.
Tina, about those phone records. Hello, Linda.
With all your other skills, now there's breaking and entering. You're a wonder, Mike.
I do my best.
I've just had a hard day shopping, so unless you're in an ultra-gentle and relaxed mood, I suggest you come back another time.
Federal agent named Cobb was murdered yesterday, but you already know that.
I don't know who or what you're talking about.
He phoned you 4 times from Lucky's Bar the day that he died. So it turns out that our frivolous socialite is actually the leader of a federal spy ring. You were Cobb's boss. I want some answers about Shelley Steele. Was she set up? Was she a traitor? Did you order her killed or what?
You won't rest until you know it all, will you?
You got it.
All right, then, fine. I'll show you. My office. I had no reason to kill Shelley. Shelley worked for me.
So did Cobb. So why was he after Shelley?
I arranged that.
Arranged it?
Owen Goddard is the best secrets thief in the world. I had to convince him that Shelley was really a legitimate inside plant at Intervision. So I put Cobb on Shelley's tail. He actually thought she was guilty. I used Cobb to make Shelley look good to Goddard.
Cobb found that out.
Looks that way, doesn't it?
Who killed him?
I don't know.
You don't know. Linda, people who work for you die. Doesn't that mean anything to you? Well, know this. I don't give a damn whether your federal operation succeeds or fails. I'm going to find out who killed Shelley and Cobb and who kidnapped Julie. If you value your health, you'll take my advice. Move out of the fast lane before you get run over.
Mystery Theater here on A&A.
Julie's kidnappers finally called and Velda talked to them. They said either I handed over the tape or Julie was dead. If I could just find that tape, I knew I'd be able to smoke out whoever killed Shelley and Cobb. And I'd have to do it before the same thing happened to Julie. But then I recognized the next number on the phone list as the coroner's office. A tingling in the pit of my stomach told me I was onto something.
Hey, I don't know. You say you want me to try to remember some guy. What is about 6 feet tall, sallow, Cobb. Yeah, Cobb. He wanted to see a murder victim he was working on, about 36 hours old.
Shelley Steele.
I don't remember the name. I know tag number. Got it written down.
I know the case. I need to see exactly what Cobb saw. Can you show me the body?
You're probably wondering what a guy like me is doing poking around with stiffs, huh? Yeah. El Grosso, huh? You curious? Right?
Yeah. I'm on the edge of my slab.
I'm getting good bucks, you see. Oh, I'm learning a lot. I'm going to be a forensic consultant to a big private investigation firm. Chicks, travels, cars, get you dig. What do you do?
Private investigator.
Oh. Anyway, poking around with stiffs ain't exactly my idea of whoopee, but it's a living.
Show me the body, will you?
Oh, yeah. Your hands clean?
What did Cobb find?
It's really trivial. I mentioned I shined an ultraviolet light on her. It's routine, right?
Yeah.
There was this dumb stamp on her arm. You're getting clubs. So you don't have to pay a second time if you leave, go and get back in.
Can I see it? Now it was beginning to come together. Cobb had discovered that the tape was stashed somewhere at the 40s Club, but he didn't have the code that was needed to put his hands on it. I did, and I'd had it all along. Shelley had told me to see Jake and ask him to play Stardust. I could see why Shelley liked this place. The guy on the ivories, Jake, was one of those cats whose religion was jazz.
Oh, mister.
How you doing, Jake? A nice touch.
Thank you. What can I do for you?
I'm a friend of Shelley Steele's. Shelley had a message for you. She said, have Jake play Stardust for me.
You a good friend of Shelley's? I like that kid.
Yeah, I did too.
There's been an awful lot of strange people nosing around here lately.
I bet.
What is that thing?
I'm not sure. The thing I do know is that people have been dying to get their hands on it.
Kind of glad you showed up.
Thanks, Jake.
All right, see you later.
So it wasn't a tape after all. It was a computer disc. To me, it looked like an old 45 record. But it held the secret that Shelley died for. I was hoping it would keep Julie from winding up the same way. Hello?
Hammer,
Goddard?
you've got the tape. I've got the girl. I propose a trade.
So those guys who shoot people in the back do work for you?
Let's say we cooperate now. You've got 20 minutes to get to the 59th Street Metal Works. When Julie goes out of your life for good.
How do I know she isn't dead already?
Please, Mike, you gotta help me. You just...
Satisfied.
I'll be satisfied when I get to you, Goddard.
I'm gonna back you on this, Mike, but it's unofficial.
Right. Okay, we got 20 minutes. I'll go in at 3:45, you go in at 5 up.
Gotcha.
Goddard!
Looks like the pace got a little too swift for him.
Drop it.
Well, Julie, I figured that you and Goddard were in the same business. You sure are murder on the competition, though.
He served his purpose. I can sell that tape for as much as he can. You know, he maintained this whole operation just for his smuggling deal. Bad business.
Yeah, too much overhead. You had Shelley killed, and then you had one of your cronies shoot out your windows to throw suspicion away from you. Very clever.
Shelley was getting too close. I figured she was on to me. Then I got a call from Goddard saying the feds were closing in. I thought you were a fed that night.
Shelley was a little smarter than you thought, though. She transferred the grid tapes to disk, and then she stashed it at the 40s Club.
Luckily, you volunteered to do all the bloodhound work for me, Mike. I appreciate it.
But Cobb was following in your tracks. He found out about you. And then he began to suspect that Shelley wasn't a traitor after all, so you had to kill him and arrange for your own kidnapping as well.
Very nice. You've got it all.
You're a very good actress, Julie. I think you should enjoy the prison theater groups.
Give me the disc.
Not in this lifetime.
Search him. Thank you, and thank you.
I'm gonna say this one time. Drop the guns now. Now.
And now you drop it.
Yeah, good night.
Mrs. Calabash. Sorry to tie you up like this. Time for the showers, babe.
Come in.
You rang for a bell, Captain?
I certainly did.
So everything worked out?
Better than I expected, actually. I'm being called to Washington.
Promotion?
As a matter of fact, yes. Turns out Julie was the biggest intelligence catch in the last 5 years.
Is that right?
I should, thank you. Real bad one, that Julie. Lucky she didn't kill you. She terminated 3 of our operatives 2 months ago in Switzerland.
What about the disc?
It was as phony as the grid tape it was taken from. The idea was to have Goddard sell some false information to the Russians. But we can do that any old time. No, catching up with Julie, that was the big thing.
Cold, hard lady, Linda.
It's a cold, hard game, Mike. But if you ever decide you want to play by my rules and follow my orders, look me up. I wouldn't mind.
I'll make a note.
It wasn't possible to really like Linda, but respect is something else. I figure with people like her working on our side, the bad guys don't stand a chance. You know, I like New York when it rains. It washes away a lot of unpleasant memories. One reason I don't go to swanky New York restaurants, I make it a rule not to eat in a place where snails are served under assumed names. My choice would have been to order burgers to go, keep the gourmet talk to the merits of mustard over ketchup. But satin sheets can make the best man compromise. Polly. Sorry I'm late.
It was worth it.
You look gorgeous.
Mike.
Austin, how you doing?
Not bad. I can't complain. Hey, Mike, listen, what happened before? No hard feelings, huh?
No hard feelings.
Good. Hey, I tell you what, why don't you give me a call sometime, huh? Here's my card. Maybe I can throw some work your way. What do you say?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Mike, it's good to see you.
You too. See anything you like?
It's a nice Bordeaux.
Okay. Give us number 51, please.
Who's that, a friend?
No, not exactly a friend. Austin's an ex-cop who nearly yanked my license away a couple of years ago because he didn't like my style. It's a long story.
I might like you better without a license.
I'd feel naked without it.
What a good idea. Why don't we forget about the wine?
Careful. We may not get invited back. Too old. Send it back. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Mike, you are primitive.
So was Grandma Moses. She did good work. Cheers.
I understand.
Austin. Austin, let it go. You okay?
Yeah, fine.
Austin.
Save the children. We must save the children.
That was the last I would see of Polly, which I could understand. It was the blonde I was after. 2 men were dead, and she was nowhere to be found.
I saw the whole thing. This one guy pulls the gun on another guy, and 2 more guys start firing. There were bullets flying everywhere.
I just can't get that look in Austin's eyes out of my mind. Empty. Dead empty. I haven't seen that look since we were in Vietnam. And then this blonde nuzzles Austin's ear, and then all of a sudden, he pulls a gun, and he's just trying to kill people. You gotta do me a favor, man. You gotta find that blonde.
Yeah. Cherchez la femme, Hammer? Let me see if I can get all this straight. This Austin. It's the same Austin who testified against you at a coroner's inquest a couple of years back, right? Bad blood.
I don't like your insinuation, Barrington. And if you'll recall, I was found innocent. If you liked Austin's testimony so much, why did you fire him off the force?
Hold it, Mike. Pardon me. Now, the witnesses, the non-flakes, are backing Mike's story. It looks clean.
Did you get the ID on the second victim?
Yeah, he was carrying a passport. Terrence Buck, jewel merchant, trying to contact the family in Connecticut.
Well, forget about that because the morgue ran the prints and the name is Brockman. Tony Brockman.
Why didn't they tell me?
Wait a minute. Brockman?
Tony Brockman, Sam Brockman's nephew?
Wait, hold it. What is going on here?
Sam Brockman, Sam the Dollar Brockman, is a big loan shark. He's got big friends. And when one of his relatives gets hit, he doesn't call the police, Pat. He calls the DA. And here I thought you came all the way down here just to get on my case.
Yeah, well, when I can, I will. You can count on that one.
Yeah, but you can't. You got an ex-dead cop, an ex-killer dead cop, and now you got a dead underworld figure.
Don't push me, Hammer. Now, I want your statement. And if you don't dot your I's and cross your T's, you're in...
You got my statement. The blonde fingered Brockman. Why don't you earn the taxpayers' money for a change and find her? She's the one you want.
I had a team at Austin's apartment since the call. Good chance we'll be able to piece all this together. You know, Austin was working the organized crime squad before he was thrown off the force last year.
Yeah, I remember. He iced 2 hoods.
Yeah, big deal. They were unarmed.
Hey, they were both killers. You don't ask a cobra if he's got fangs. See you later.
Get some sleep.
Yeah.
I'll call you if his wife gives me anything.
His wife?
Yeah.
Hey, man, you never told me that Austin was married.
Sure.
Well, listen, you gotta let me talk to her.
You stay out of this. Let the department clean it up.
Yeah, but who's gonna clean it up for his wife? Don't forget, Pat, I killed the guy. Now, come on, you gotta let me talk to her.
You murderer!
This is Austin. Please,
killed-
please. No, Pat, leave her alone.
You murderer!
Let her
You're
get
a
it out of
murderer!
her system. Mrs. Austin, I did not murder your husband. I shot him in self-defense.
Self-defense. Those were his words. But the department wouldn't listen. 12 years he gave the force, and you just dumped him.
Roberta, please.
Richard would have proven that he was telling the truth if he had been himself. But the department doesn't have room for nervous breakdowns, does it, Captain?
I never knew that Richard had a problem.
3 months of hell? When you call that a problem?
Captain?
Yeah.
Can I see him on it?
Mrs. Austin, could you fill me in a little bit more about Richard's illness? How did he deal with it?
Well, he...
What do you got?
Well, we may have something here. Austin may be dead, but he couldn't have left any more incriminating evidence. He might as well signed a confession. His own wife identified the handwriting.
Was Richard still under treatment?
No. He had successfully completed therapy at the clinic with Dr. Crane. In fact, ever since then, things have been going very well for him at ComTab operations.
Was this his business card?
Yes, it was. Richard was in charge of security. He loved his work, his home, his friends.
His children?
We never had any children. And now, thanks to you, we never will.
Richard Austin had no children, and yet his dying words were save the children.
Sorry. Shooting gallery's closed, fella.
You were behind the bar last night.
Yeah, and the first round from that cannon of yours nearly knocked my ear off.
Yeah, well, Betsy's always had a very loud voice. Oh, thanks. I'm trying to quit.
Why don't you try taking up the harmonica? Yeah, my brother-in-law swears that's the way he did it.
Really?
Yeah.
Listen, that blonde that was working the stool, was she a regular?
Nah, last night was her first time.
You sure?
Are you kidding? With a build like that, you think I'm going to forget?
Did you happen to hear what you said to Austin?
Is that the John's name?
Yeah.
She was working his ear. But she did a peculiar thing. When he turned her down, she laid a dime on him.
A dime?
A dime, yeah, I'm sure. I remember because it had a red X on it or something, made with nail polish, you know?
I'd like to see that dime.
I thought it was a funny kind of a kiss-off, you know? But then the John, Austin, he topped her. He used it to make a phone call.
You mind if I borrow this?
Ma Bell collected about an hour ago.
You could have told me.
Hey, you want to mug a payphone? Who am I to stop you?
Hey, no good word? I wore the skirt just for you.
Nice.
Nice? 43rd Street gave me a standing ovation. And you give me nice?
Honey, I'm not myself today. I left my libido at home.
Last night was really rough, huh?
You heard.
Yeah, I talked to Pat.
Yeah, it's about as bad as it gets. Listen, I want to talk to someone at the company where Austin worked. There's a Dr. Crane, Austin psychiatrist. I don't know what his listing is, but make an appointment for me, okay?
You're going to go see a shrink? Finally, after all this time?
Very cute. Keep that up. You won't have to wear lipstick.
Okay. I made an appointment for you at Zenita's steam room. You grab a shave and a steam and a couple hours of sleep, and maybe, just maybe, I'll have the appointments that you want.
Oh, it sounds good. You taking over my life?
No, let's just say I like my job.
What time's the steam?
Right now.
Great. Oh, listen, better call Moochie Barnes. I want to talk to him in an hour. Tell him to get the word on Tony Brockman. Find out whatever he can about the blonde.
What blonde?
The one from last night.
Oh.
Oh, by the way, I love the skirt. A good steam leaves you feeling fit and trim. Now all I had to do was get rid of the 200 pounds of ugly fat that was following me. Oh, my goodness, that looks awful. You're going to have to see a manicurist.
I really tried. I'm sorry, Michael, but I couldn't find out anything about your blonde.
My blonde? I thought she was your blonde. She looked like she should work for somebody.
If she did, I would know. At Maison Jacques? No way. Jeez. You accept my word?
I always have, Moochie.
Moochie? Did you see the chandeliers as you came in? No one who has chandeliers is called Moochie. It's Sebastian. Please.
All right, Sebastian, but let's cut the crap. I want to find out about Tony Brockman, and I want to find out about his uncle. And I want to know what they had to do with Richard Austin.
You know, that's what I've always liked about you, Michael. You're so very, very aggressive. I've always admired that in you.
Then let's hear some admiration, huh?
Sure. For old time's sake. Tony wasn't an ordinary soldier. Sam moved the boy into money management. You'd call him a bagman. But it's much more sophisticated nowadays. You don't carry it in a satchel. They got computers, bankers. It's very clean.
So what you're telling me is that the kid laundered money?
Sam sent the boy to learn Swiss banking. Swiss banking. That ain't wash and wear.
All right, but what did Tony have to do with Richard Austin?
Michael, the view from the 20th floor is fantastic. However, checking out the other 19 on the way down can be disabling.
I get your drift. Thanks, Mooch.
It's Sebastian. Yo. You know, I've got to tell Sam that we've talked.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Michael, be careful of my ficus benjamina.
Oh, Minnesota Fats, you're not.
Hey, everybody misses once in a while.
Not Barrington. Good news, Mike. You're off the hook.
You're kidding.
Those drug dealers that Austin killed before he was thrown off the force. Tony was his brother.
Really?
Revenge, it figures. Only Austin hit Tony before Tony could hit him.
Really believe that?
I believe that Barrington doesn't want to raise a stink.
Raise a stink? This already smells worse than a phone booth in the Bowery. Raise a stink.
Mike, relax. It's over.
Hey, it's not over. It'll be over when I can explain that look in Austin's face and I can find that missing blonde. That's when it'll be over. It'll be over when I can tell Austin's widow what happened. Why I had to blow her husband away. That's when it'll be over. Because right now, I don't even have a clue. Dr. Crane's clinic was on the east side, high rent district.
According to Velda, you came here to dry out, go crazy, or simply hide from what passes for sanity in New York. Whoever she was, she had class.
Excuse me. I'm looking for Dr. Crane.
I'm Dr. Crane.
I'm Mike Hammer. I believe we had an appointment.
Yes, Mr. Hammer, I left word. There's just not time, not today. Good afternoon, Carl. Hi, boys. How are my boys today, huh?
Doctor, are you a disciple of Freud's or the Ringling Brothers? Those dogs look dangerous.
They're supposed to. But actually, they're quite harmless to the patients and staff. They're picked up in the morning and brought back at night. The dogs are for security, Mr. Hammer. A security you seem to have breached.
Okay, look, truce. I just want to ask you a couple of questions about Richard Austin.
No truce. I know exactly why you're here. I do watch the news.
Well, good. That'll make it easier.
Mr. Hammer, you have exactly 1 minute before I call security.
All right, look, I just want to see Richard Austin's files.
That's impossible. All of my patients' files are confidential.
Doctor, just cut the mumbo-jumbo. I can have that file open with a court order from the DA, and you know it. All I have to do is raise enough of a stink. Please, give me a couple of answers.
All right, ask your questions.
This place is not what I would call a rescue mission. How did a guy like Richard Austin wind up here?
Austin was working as a security guard for Comtab when he started to have a few problems. Comtab referred him to us.
So he comes here to the Crane Clinic. You fix him up better than ever. Comtab promotes him to the head of security. Who paid his bills?
Comtab.
Uh-huh. Did they pick up the bills for all their employees here?
No, just some. I work with several major corporations. The fact is, with politics, jet lag, computers, too much information, too fast. Stress is epidemic in our society. Why, I could probably help even you, Mr. Hammer. Although there are exceptions to every rule.
Did Richard Austin ever mention a girlfriend? A blonde?
Out of bounds. But no, he didn't.
What about children? The last thing he said was, save the children.
All effective analysis involves the patient's childhood. Richard Austin was no exception. The truth is, my treatment of him obviously failed. If I could change that, I would. I wonder if you feel the same. Because if you did, maybe he'd still be alive.
You're a regular Sister Teresa.
The Manhattan Mountains were carved out of glass and steel and filled with people trying to climb to the top of companies like Comtab.
See anything you like? I'm responsible for all their training.
Really? You must be the best then.
You'd have to make that judgment for yourself.
I'll make a note.
Please do.
Allison, I can't find the documentation on the Bremer interface.
It's probably up in reproduction. I'll check. Mr. Lacey, this is Mike Hammer. Now, if you'll excuse me.
How are you, Mr. Hammer?
Mr. Lacey, your secretary explained to you that I'm here about Richard Austin.
Yes, it's tragic business. Look, I have a board meeting, but perhaps we could chat along the way.
Sure.
You know, it is sad about Austin. I was the one who promoted him to chief of security, and he served us efficiently and quite loyally. But you see, Mr. Hammer, Comtab is international. It's a low-profile organization, and our security is important and essential. But it's equally as important that it be integrated into the overall operation without abrading the efforts of the research and the administrative staff.
All right. Let's just cut the corporate bull, pal. All this high finance, low profile, shine the detective on stuff. Austin was a hard-nosed ex-cop. You didn't hire him to make sure that people threw their candy wrappers in the wastebasket. How much were you paying him?
$60,000 plus perks.
Perks? Does that include a brassy blonde working to keep a size 12 and a size 8?
What are you? I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about Richard Austin. He killed a guy a couple of nights ago and nearly took me with him, and I want to know why.
I don't know. Mr. Kohlmeyer, this is the private detective that I was telling you about. We were just discussing the Austin matter.
Yes, I gathered that. Vernon, don't you have a meeting?
Yes, sir, I do. By the way, I was sorry about Austin.
Yes, I shave twice a day, Mr. Hammer. I'd like to make an impression for my company. A good impression, sharp, clean, direct.
Makes sense.
Now, Dr. Crane considers you a borderline sociopath.
Really?
I have respect for her opinion. She had every right to deny you access to Austin's record. I use her services myself. Time to time, I wouldn't certainly like it to be public knowledge.
Well, if you've talked to Dr. Crane, you know why I'm here.
Yes, I do. But an aggressive company like Comtap and let the loss of one man diminish the whole. Mr. Hammond, Comtap is a new company in a new world. The international monetary computer which is being constructed in Belgium at the present time is ours.
I'm very happy for you.
Software used in the new computer is our game, and it's a very profitable game. One day, Mr. Hammer, all your credit cards, your bank accounts, every transaction you make will be processed with one universal credit card. A Comtap credit card. Controlled by Comtap.
You're talking Big Brother. You know, we have laws against monopolies.
Well, in the new world of international banking, they'll make their own laws. Regarding Austin, if there are answers beyond your knowing, I will find them. And if you have a need to know, I will tell you. Do I make myself clear?
Not in any language I've ever heard.
Well, then I suggest you go to night school.
Kohlmeyer lusted after power, more power than most men dream of, even powerful men like Sam the Dollar Brockman. And unlike Kohlmeyer, Brockman wanted to talk to me.
Nobody listens anymore. Everybody does what he wants to do, and nobody does it right.
We could. We're both after the same thing.
Are we? Anthony wasn't your nephew.
Yeah, I know. The police say that Tony set Austin up for a hit, for old time's sake, and it backfired, that's all.
You hit a guy who was ever a cop. That's bad for business.
Yeah. Listen, Sam, I might be able to connect if you were to tell me what Tony was really into.
You know, in the old days, it was so simple. I mean, you put some money out on the street, and they'd chase you down to pay you. Now it's computers and banks, numbered accounts. Tell me, how do people remember those numbers?
What's wrong, Sam?
You know, we used to be the only game in town. Tony got a look at something that made us look like a nickel and dime outfit.
If Sam was telling the truth, Tony wasn't after Austin. Tony was the target. He had stumbled onto something very big, and I was going to find out what it was.
You look good in a turtleneck, Bubba. Sam didn't mention anything about recreational activities.
This is just between us, Hammer. Has nothing to do with Sam.
You should know better to fight when you're disabled, Bubba. Here, change your diet.
in a week, and I'll sign your cast.
Were even more important now. I decided to make a house call to a doctor, Dr. Crane.
Hey, good. Hey, and thrust. Hey, and thrust. All right, very good, very good. That's enough for today.
Thank you. See you on Thursday.
Okay.
How did you find me? I know the clinic didn't give out my home address.
It's what I do.
You obviously do it very well.
You're not too bad at karate. Is that part of your job?
It's a form of direct communication. I do it to relax. Care for something to drink?
I wouldn't mind.
Good. Care for some herb tea?
I hate herb tea.
So do I. Care for some coffee? I have a terrific Kona and Colombian blend.
Got a beer?
Help yourself.
Thanks. What else do you like?
I have a rather strong fondness for the Knicks, Oriental food, and Kabuki theater.
1 out of 3 isn't bad.
Listen, about yesterday. When I'm at the clinic, I have to be all business.
There are at least 2 sides to every story. I was seeing another side of Dr. Crane I found pretty appealing. Cheers.
So, with 10 seconds left to go, the Knicks are down by 2. Truck Robinson tries to out-Danny Darrell Dawkins, and he shatters the entire backboard.
We should see a Knicks game together sometime.
Next Tuesday, the Knicks play the Celtics in the Garden.
I'd like to see that.
Listen, I hate to bring up business.
Richard Austin's file.
You got it. I need it.
Mike, there's a long line of people just waiting for me to have one serious breach of professional ethics. I could, make a quick dinner, and we could discuss dessert. We don't really have to talk about business right now, do we? I can't give you the file.
And I'm afraid I can't stay for dessert.
A part of me wanted to stay for dessert, but that part's gotten me in trouble before. Breaking an entry's also gotten me in trouble before, but I needed those files if I was going to find out what made Richard Austin go haywire. I thought I'd be fine as long as I didn't move. These dogs knew their job. Hold them till the sweat melts them. Fact is, I figured I'd run into these guys, so I came prepared.
Look what I got for you.
Trouble is, these dogs didn't want hamburger. They wanted hammerburger.
Okay, boys.
Anyway, I was finally able to do to them what they'd been doing to fire hydrants for years. Now, getting Dr. Crane's files out of her office was one thing. Understanding them was another. Stanley Freen was the best psychiatrist I knew. Well, at least the only one I could afford. If there was a reason for Austin's behavior the night I shot him, Stanley was the guy who could find it.
Oh, yeah?
What do you got?
All four of these tests show a very strong similarity of personality profile. They're nearly identical. Family-oriented, high moral values, and most important, all four subjects were highly suggestible. And these tests were not given for stress, they were given for psychological conditioning.
You want to run that by me again, Stanley?
Michael, this confab. Just want to see if you were listening. They turn out very highly efficient people. It's called behavior modification. It's not something that you couldn't use, Michael.
Is there anything in there about children? How they felt about children?
Strongly. Very strongly.
Save the children. Austin's last words still rang in my ears, along with the nagging dread that I had missed something. I had questions that could only be answered by Roberta Austin. At least she was starting to understand that I was on her side. You're certain that neither you nor your husband ever met Joseph Kohlmeyer?
Mr. Hammer.
Hey, Mike, please, come on.
Mike, the chairman of the board, Mr. Kohlmeyer, was a little bit out of our league.
Did you ever hear of a man named Jay Fielding?
No, I don't think so.
What about Sampson, R. Sampson?
R. Sampson. I'm R. Sampson. Roberta Sampson was my maiden name.
Really? Then you were a patient of Dr. Crane's?
No, not exactly. For support, they asked me to stay with Richard during his therapy.
While he was at the clinic?
But only for about 3 weeks. I'll tell you something. It may have been the closest time I ever spent with my husband.
I called Velda. She had interesting information about someone else in Dr. Crane's files. Velda found Jay Fielding, only he wasn't very talkative. He was very dead. Jason Fielding was a nice family man from Jersey, sold insurance, which made you wonder why he gunned down a West German banker in Stuttgart, then walked right into a hail of police bullets. One thing was certain. It wasn't real healthy to be in those files. People were in trouble because of the company they were keeping. That company was called Comtab. It was time to see Kohlmeyer and rattle his luxurious cage. Call the police. Tell them you want to talk to Pat Chambers.
Monsieur Kohlmeyer?
He's dead. Please, honey, make the call. I'd finally found my blonde, but too late for Kohlmeyer. It was a clear case of suicide. Joseph Kohlmeyer killed himself, all right, but he probably had the same question I did. Why?
Theater here on A&E.
It's Fielding, Austin, and now Kohlmeyer. And they all had the same M.O. They all died pulling a trigger. They either shot themselves or they set themselves up to be killed. Remember what Doc Green said about behavior modification?
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to take this thing to Barrington.
Oh, no. Listen, by the time Barrington gets to this, you could be in retirement. I shot Austin. Fielding was a family man who suddenly turned into a newspaper item. Kohlmeyer took himself out. I realized Roberta Austin could be in real danger.
children. We must save the children.
It's all right. Everything's all right. I understand. We must save the children, Roberta. Now, if we're going to do that, you have to dial the number. Please, Roberta, dial the number. We must save the children.
Roberta, listen. And listen closely. Hammer is threatening the children. You must save the children, Roberta. Hammer must die.
Hello, Doc Freen. Mike Hammer. I need your help. Take behavior modification, bend it a little, and you get brainwashing. Dr. Crane was going to talk to me about her files and her patients, whether she wanted to or not. Remember me, boys? I couldn't find Dr. Crane in her office, but I did find her in what looked like a dressing room. Hello, Doctor.
Hello, Mike. I was just getting ready to take a shower. Would you like to join me?
With or without the wig?
So I lie, don't we all?
A woman of quality doesn't have to. But then you're not worth a plug nickel, let alone a little old dime.
A little old dime.
The dime was the trigger, wasn't it? First you program them to kill, then you slip them the coin, then finally finger the victim, right?
No, this wasn't my trigger. This was my safety device. I could hardly have my assassins going off every time somebody mentioned the poor little children, now could I?
Oh, yes, save the children. Save the children. These people actually thought they were saving the children, didn't they? But really all that was an operational phrase, 3 magic words to set them off. So you dropped the coin on them, gave them the word by phone, all very neat and clean. But why the busty blonde? I mean, that really was a risk, wasn't it?
True. But necessary for our first control group. You see, I needed to monitor my subjects in person, watch their reactions, and see if I needed to refine my procedure. I don't. But this is just the beginning. When ComTab's monetary computer goes into operation, it will be power. Absolute power. We won't answer to the governments. The governments will answer to us.
You're forgetting one thing. The people. The people still have choice.
Oh, no. They won't have a choice. There will only be one credit card, and everyone will have to have one. Just think of it, Mike. One silver credit card, and it holds your entire life. And we hold all the cards.
I think you dealt yourself a pretty good hand, right? You loot the entire system, and you cover it up simply by charging more interest to everybody's credit card account. Nobody will know. And who's going to pay for it? The poor Joe in the street? Not a chance. You, underestimate the people of this country, sweetheart. They won't stand for it.
That's why we require soldiers trained to absolute loyalty. You see, when you're dealing in billions, Mr. Hammer,
There is no security that you can't buy. Take you, for example. What's your price? I can afford it. I can afford you.
Not on your best day. By the way, Roberta Austin fired the bullet that was meant for me.
I'm ready, Mike.
How about the DA's office?
If you insist.
People were killing and getting killed so that nobody would interfere with ComTab and its little almighty credit card.
Hold it right there.
Sorry, Lacey. I didn't mean to ignore you.
Get his gun. All right, lose the coat. Let's try this on for size. Hurry up, Hammer.
I think this is a size 8.
Get it.
Tony Brockman knew too much about our operation and tried to move in. Too much knowledge can be dangerous.
It's just my graduation diploma.
That was a dumb thing to do.
There's plenty more where that came from. Sorry, Mike.
Interesting, isn't it? It's just you and me now, no brainwashed assassin this time. Now you've really got the power, Doctor. Go ahead, use it. Go ahead. She was still alive. For Lacey, he just went to the dogs. The papers were going to have a field day with this. But I was more concerned with Roberta. At least I could tell her the truth now because I understand it. Maybe she would too. There was a time when Dr. Crane's dime would have bought a round trip on the Staten Island ferry. These days, the fare costs a quarter, but it was still the best buy in town. New York is a city of over 10 million people. Yet it's hard to go anywhere in this town without running into somebody that you know. Somebody like Kate Conlon, who had drifted through my life 6 months ago like satin on glass and then disappeared. It was nice to have a drink with Kate again. Somehow she seemed a little edgy. So you
Honey,
Go ahead.
I never thought I'd see you again.
Well, here I am, still alive and kicking. Tough luck, huh?
I wouldn't call it that.
Well, here's to 3 weeks, a long time ago.
They were wonderful weeks. I'm sorry I never said goodbye.
Hey, come on, forget it. I hate goodbyes anyway.
Mike, I'm really glad I ran into you.
Yeah, me too.
I'd love to spend more time with you, but I gotta get going.
No dinner tonight?
Can't. Let's make it another time.
Next time I bump into you in a crowd, huh? Do I get a phone number?
Let me call you. You're at the same place, right?
Still playing the mysterious lady, huh?
Who's playing? Bye, Mike.
All right, pal, hold it right there. Now, you know I'm serious. Now, you can come down your way or my way.
Hey, mister, don't shoot. You want the money? Look, you got the money, okay? Look, I got a wife. Well, I got an ex-wife. But I got kids. Well, I got ex-kids. Here, look, you take the money, okay? Give me a break.
Drop the cannon, Pilgrim.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey! Hey!
Hold it.
Don't let him get away, man!
Please. Move again and you're gonna be breathing through another hole.
Look, it's okay. You can ask the lady. She'll tell you what happened.
What lady?
Right over there in the trench coat. Look, I'm a private cop. If you don't believe me, you can check my ID. It's right here in my shirt pocket.
Yeah. We get forgeries all the time, Ace.
And I bet you don't give me any love letters.
Hey, my license. You dropped my license, Ace.
Listen, what about the glasses? They were thick, like beer bottles.
Put them on last.
Chambers.
Yes, sir.
Swell.
Hammer, I'm glad you're still here.
Who does your face, Barrington?
None of your business.
You look very good in black and blue.
Henry Tolnos, Mike Hammer, the gentleman who recovered your billfold.
Oh. There you go.
Thank you. Mr. Tolnovsky is an attaché with the Bulgarian legation to the UN.
Oh, yeah? I didn't know Bulgaria was in the UN.
I understand you actually saw the perpetrator.
Yeah, but he was nothing special, just sort of a street weasel.
Weasel?
Yeah, you know, kind of weaselish.
Real dirtbag.
I would like a copy of this for my security staff. They will be most interested to see that this man is apprehended.
No problem.
Did he get you for much?
Oh, the money is not important, but I had 2 tickets for the Yankee home opener. American baseball. Fascinating. An intriguing, geometric, orderly game.
I guess you haven't seen the Mets play lately.
Oh, no, I haven't. Mr. Hammond, may I express my gratitude by offering you some Yankee tickets?
That's a very generous offer, sir, but Mr. Hammer, like myself, is just happy that we could be of some assistance to the diplomatic community, hands across the water, so to speak. I'll walk you out. Gentlemen?
If I ever get you 10, Barrington cop the tickets for himself.
Yeah, I'll forget the tickets. I just want to dig Kate's wallet out of here and deliver it personally.
Oh, come on, Mike. You don't want to get mixed up with her again. Not Kate Conlon. Nice frame, but she doesn't get a 10 for loyalty.
Come on, give me a break, will you, Pat? Kate was obviously ducking the cops, but why?
Mr. Hammer.
Yeah?
If Mr. Barnes had told me what you looked like, I would have picked you up alone.
I would have let you.
Michael.
Hey, Mochila. What's happening? Well, if it isn't the dipstick.
Hey, you're right already. Take it easy. I knew you'd catch me. I just wanted to set things right.
Where is the girl's wallet?
I gave it back. I swear. I gave them all back.
I do like your style, Michael. When the animal grovels, kick it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's quite possible that the dip, Lester here, could be of assistance. He cases his marks better than most second-story men.
Yeah. From the roof, I seen the lady cut out on you, leave you with the cops. Kate Conlon, right?
You got it.
She works at the Dream Star Ballroom.
The Dream Star, that's a classy, unique dime dance run by this gentleman from Detroit, John Box. Caters to the older, the ethnic, and the foreign.
Yeah. After hours, these girls are bringing in a bundle with a few extra cha-chas, and she's the best. Hey, it's not my fault she's a hooker.
Where is the Dream Star Ballroom?
Here's the address. We even now?
No. Now we're even.
You've got to see that psychiatrist, Michael.
Soon.
Good evening, sir. Can I help you?
Yeah, I'm looking for a woman.
And I'm looking for a man.
Kate Conlon, you know her?
Nothing Kate can do for you that I can.
Hey, pal. You can't talk to the girls unless you buy a computer ticket. You can't talk to the girls out here. You can't talk to them in there.
How much does a ticket cost?
$1.50 a minute.
$1.50 a minute? That's more than most shrinks get.
I bet you'd like my couch better.
I'll make a note.
We'd like a credit card or $50 cash advance. You got that kind of bread, don't you?
Hey, is America a free country? You have 20, 40, 45, 6, 7, 8, 9. Got 25, 50, 75, 85, 95, 1, 2, 3, 4. $50. For that price, you should throw in a pair of shoes. Nice. Hello, Kate. Remember me?
The lady and I are waiting for a polka.
Really? Sorry, pal. She's my wife.
Dr. Hammer.
What are you doing in a place like this anyway?
Mike, how did you find me?
I'm cutting in.
Oh, yeah? I didn't know you could dance with a bad knee.
I don't have a bad knee.
Now you do. Now you got a matching pair.
Mike, you are crazy.
All right. Talk to me. Why did you leave me when the cops had me?
I can't tell you. Not here. It's too dangerous.
Where then?
Light and easy. I get off at 2.
Light needs it closes at 2. Listen, you remember Aristotle's?
Yeah,
Okay. When you get off work, meet me there. What do you say?
sure.
You promise. Hey, thanks for the dance, big guy. Next time you can lead. Good night, John Box.
You can't win. You always got women coming in and out of your life, and always at the wrong time.
Tell me about it. Speaking of time, it's 2:30 in the morning. Where is she?
Listen, Mike. If Kate don't show up, I get you a nice Greek girl, huh? She stroke your head, bake your bread, and warm your bed.
Is that why Zorba's always dancing? You're something else, you know that?
Hey, Kate. You're looking even better than I remembered.
Thank you, Aristotle.
You still like them without mustard?
Yeah.
Hey, you two, go ahead. Whatever. I'm not here. Hey.
Talk to me. What's going on?
There's so much I want to tell you, but it's complicated. And
Somebody call an ambulance!
Obviously, somebody had wanted Kate's purse, and they didn't care how they got it. Kate and I were lucky this time. Aristotle wasn't.
The Smooth Talkery Theater here on A&A.
I woke up the next morning to the sharp smell of antiseptic and every muscle rebelling against last night's close encounter of the dangerous kind. The nurses in this hospital were very tight-lipped. No one would tell me anything about Kate, but they didn't need to tell me about poor Aristotle. I knew he was dead.
Oh, come on. I already gave you blood this morning.
And now we need some more. Hold out your arm.
I feel like an automated teller in a blood bank.
Nothing like a little blood money, darling.
Ow! Easy, honey.
Please, no more questions. Thank you. No more questions. I'm sorry.
Ow!
Honey, you got more scars on your body than an old baseball.
And now you know why.
A body like yours deserves more respect. You forget. I saw you in your birthday suit. Happy birthday.
Listen, I just saw you on the tube. You were absolutely great. You got a real nose for news.
That thing I did 2 days ago, you mean they showed my mishap on the television?
In living color, and it was wonderful. I mean, great for your image. You know, I never noticed you got these two little hairs that are growing right out of the end of your nose.
Very funny. I suppose they call that freedom of the press. Well, I got a friend at the FCC who's going to hear about this. Where's the phone?
Beavers. Bobby's Little League uniform. What do you think? Not bad, huh? I'm the manager.
No kidding.
Here, sign these.
What's this?
Mike, what do you think is better for a bunt signal? Cap, arm, chest, leg, leg, chest, arm, cap.
The other one. Wait a minute. This is an accident report, and it's wrong. Look, the guy used a machine pistol. Aristotle was murdered while somebody else was trying to kill Kate.
It's always got to be complicated with you. It's always got to be murder. It can never be something simple like a hit and run.
Barrington, are you brain damaged as well as nose damage? Why don't you just talk to Kate? She'll tell you.
Kate signed the report, Mike.
What?
She was released a few moments ago. Now, will you sign a report, please?
What the hell are you talking about?
Dr. Morrison, Judith Morrison, please call the court.
Excuse me. Where is Kate Conlon?
That gentleman right there just checked her out.
Hey! 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 Hey, wait a minute!
Hi. Come back here.
What? going on here? Who was that in the car with Kate?
I don't know.
Well, I want her phone number, and I want her address, and I want it right now.
Feeling a little wind at your back door?
Nice buns, honey.
Thanks. I'll make a note.
Oh, Mike. You remember Mr. Porter?
Yeah, how you doing, Mr. Porter? Listen, just a minute. Zelda?
Yeah.
I want you to call this number and keep trying it to get a hold of somebody.
Okay. Moochie's waiting inside. Hey, I haven't talked to you for 2 days, and that's all I get? No hello, how's it going? It's great to see you.
Hello, how's it going? Great to see you. Call the number.
Nice to be appreciated.
Hey, Moochkin. Hey, Michael. I'd like you to meet Cherry. She's an electronics wizard, handles all my computers.
Wizard, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I know how to push all the right buttons.
Oh, yeah? Bet you got a soft touch. What do you got here?
Roll it. Ciao.
It was Kate Conlon, and it made me sick. Who is this guy?
Some kind of attaché with the French embassy. And I believe you know the lady.
I know the lady. Where'd you get this crap?
Now, this stuff used to be in possession of John Box. Now, you know, a tape like that can only serve one purpose, blackmail. Knowingly or not, your Kate is involved. John Box is not going to let her just walk away.
I'll take care of that. What do you want?
As long as Mr. Box sells the two-step and his ladies, I don't care. But this blackmail, Michael, you know, one scandal and the authority's going to come down on everybody. That means me and my girls, too.
So you want me to take John Box down?
My girls don't make any money behind bars.
Watching that tape was a real education. I decided to go to Kate's apartment and pay the teacher a visit. I never thought of Kate as vain. With a video camera on one wall and a still camera on the other, she certainly wasn't going to miss her best side, or anybody else's. I didn't want to see the pictures inside that camera, but I knew I had to.
Excuse me, sir. Do you want to see the subways cleaned up?
Yeah, I sure do.
Would you like to sign my petition?
Love to. Where is it?
Don't turn around.
We're not interested, honey.
Let's walk, shall we? Use your ears, not your eyes. Use them properly. You're way in over your head.
I try to make that a habit.
I said use your ears, don't go popping off. You were somewhere you shouldn't have been. Some things could end sooner than later. Leave Kate Conlon alone. You're a bad mix, you two.
Yeah? Why don't you and me just try and mix it up right now?
And then they gave me this, like,
great.
You get the pictures?
Well, I just got Velda's opinion. What do you think?
I think I need a double, straight up.
Mike, I'm talking about my new hairstyle.
Is that new? Looks great.
I knew men would hate it. The double coming up. You better make it a triple, Jenny. I did get the photos back from Kate's apartment. You're not going to like them.
Make it a quadruple.
Oh, it's all right, Dimitri. I know the gentleman. Mr. Hammer. I see you come for your Yankee tickets. It wasn't necessary. I would have sent them.
Yeah? What about the tickets to this ball game? It's not your best angle, pal.
Where did you get this?
Does the name John Box ring a bell?
Fine. I'll pay what you want. Americans have taken blackmail and raised it to an art form.
Well, I wouldn't exactly call this art. I mean, the lighting is okay, but the situation is a little, kinky for my taste.
I have a wife and a child, Mr. Hammer. In your country, this would merely be a scandal, but where I come from, these pictures could destroy me. How much does John Box want?
I don't work for John Box. You guys are dummy. You come to America and you think you can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you like under the guise of diplomatic immunity. Tell me something. How does somebody like you get mixed up with a slime like John Box anyway?
It's not so difficult. It's when you start to speak the languages of Europe, many diplomats, especially those from the East, find it difficult to adjust. We go there to talk, to dance.
Dance, huh? What do you call this, the foxtrot? Don't worry, I won't blow your cover. It's the girl I'm interested in. I'll even take care of John Box. What do you think of that, vodka puss? Blackmail may be the dirtiest game of them all, and the filth contaminates everyone it touches. I was going to enjoy taking John Box apart. Planning a night out, eh, Box?
What the hell are you doing here?
This is what I'm doing here. Huh? You get the picture? Your girls do more than just dance. They're sleeping with these guys. And you add a little blackmail and make quite a profit. But these guys are all diplomats. Now, I want to know why.
You're in way over your head, Hammer.
Yeah, I know. People keep telling me that. You know, you're going to tell me what this is all about.
All right, no rough stuff. I'll tell you. Some guys in town.
John, you wouldn't make it, believe me. Who's the piece? You always drop in like this? You see that wound? That's me. I gave him that last night. He killed a friend of mine.
Now it's all square. And from here on, you're out of it. And you're out of Kate Conlon's life. You get it?
Give me a good reason.
Life. Yours.
I guess having a Russian assassin come after you is kind of a memorable occasion, but somehow I wasn't in the mood to celebrate.
Hey, fella, you want to point that camera at the body? Brother, when you want publicity, you can never get it. Only 2 dead. What are you, cutting back? Can't wait to hear your version of what happened here.
All right. The Russian got John Box. The guy that hustled Kate out of the hospital got the Russian. Now, I laid a slug into the Russian last night, but he...
All right, you can go.
What?
You can go.
What? What's this?
I don't think you heard me. I want you out.
Don't get your nose out of joint.
Oh, you picked a great time to cause a mess. It never fails. 2 on, bottom of the 5th, 1 run behind, nobody out. Our best hitter coming up, Kenny Slauson. He's 12 years old. Built like Steve Garvey, only not as clean cut.
Huh? You should have been here for the doubleheader.
What happened?
What happened?
Don't move.
Would you shoot me if I turned on the light?
I had to make sure it was you.
Usually is. I live here.
Turn the light on, Mike. Now take off your jacket.
Just the jacket? Why not the whole thing? I mean, why not go all the way, huh? You could even take pictures.
Take your gun out, put it down, and move away from it.
What about these? Remember these? What do you want to do with these, huh?
I came here to be straight with you if you just keep your mouth shut and give me a chance. These pictures are what you're really angry about, Mike. I'm a professional.
That's putting it kindly.
No, not like that. 6 months ago, I didn't dare tell you what I was, no more than I could tell you why I had to leave.
Well, I don't get it. Why didn't you?
I work for military intelligence. I have for 4 years. Now it's just me and you. The agency that sent me away on this assignment, I couldn't tell anybody, not even you. Brought me back to New York, and John Box.
John Box? What about all the others?
Damn you! John Box has his hooks into the diplomats of this town.
Blackmail.
Not for money.
Then for what?
For government secrets.
Government secrets? Listen, you better start leveling with me right now.
One diplomat victim was an American who gave John Box a microdot that has top secret plans for a defense satellite.
That important. There must be other government agents involved.
Of course.
Then why are you still caught up in it?
Because John Box was only a middleman, and I'm closing in on the ringleader. He's going to turn over the microdot to the Russians any day now. I don't have time for games.
Yeah, you played me pretty well. But anything for your profession, right, Kate?
I was never professional with you. What we had was real. Maybe the best thing I've ever known. Stupid to come here.
You know, those pictures, they really hurt me a lot.
Why? Because you're not in them?
You got it. Where are you going?
I've got a job.
Still the professional, huh?
Please, Mike, don't get in my way.
What would you do if I did? Kill me?
Coffee's getting cold.
Maybe I couldn't stop Kate, but I had to know what she was up to. For the next 12 hours, my office was across the street from her apartment. once heard they could shrink the Gettysburg Address down to the size of a pinhead. Now they're cramming government secrets into a tiny microdot. People were dying for it, and I didn't want Kate to be one of them. So I followed her to the UN building and saw her go inside. I was always curious about what went on in there. Wherever I was, Kate was in there with me, and I couldn't tell whether she was dead or alive.
Here on A&E.
Kate had taken a pretty bad hit on the head and was still unconscious when I got her to the hospital. Somebody had made a big mistake. They left me alive.
Take it easy, Mike.
Hammer. She has a severe head trauma. I put her on some medication to keep the brain from swelling.
How long will she be unconscious?
A couple of days.
You're going to stick around if you don't mind.
Come on.
Hey! Hey! Oh! Get right! What are you doing? Hey! Pull it! Crazy! Next time you pull a gun on me, they're going to have to jumpstart your heart.
Agent Griffin is with military intelligence. He's Kate Conlon's superior. Should you forget that he saved your life?
I forget nothing, including the fact that he is still using her.
Using her? Kate Conlon's a professional.
Professional, please. I'm sick and tired of hearing that word.
She's maybe the best I've got. In 4 years, she's won more commendation than any man in my unit. And don't forget she uncovered the connection between the KGB and John Bucks' blackmail operation. But then her cover was broken. She stopped trusting everyone. Stopped trusting me.
So what's that, surprise of the week?
She didn't stop trusting you. Where's the microdot?
I don't have any idea where it is.
You're holding it.
Easy.
Come on, no. You'll make me a very happy man.
You don't understand, Hammer, do you? You don't understand, do you? That microdot contains information that will be catastrophic to America in the wrong hands. Danger to the balance of power?
All right. But Kate had no idea where that microdot was. She was getting close to it, but she had no idea where it was.
Must have been a recent contact.
There are Captain Chambers here.
That's me.
You have a phone call.
Yeah, easy.
Come on. So what happens to the guy who tried to kill Kate?
That's government work, Hammer. No room for personal vendettas.
He's a regular Billy Graham.
This homicide dismissed a couple of goons at Yankee Stadium, pulverizing a guy. Scrape him off the bathroom walls. Pickpocket. Lester D. Weldon, alias Lester the Dip.
$20 on the Yankee.
You're on. Good. Dip's personal belongings. Hey, what are you doing? That's evidence.
No. Last night was the Yankees' home opener, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was the Beavers' home opener, too. They got beat 32-6.
Poor little dipstick. All he wanted was a free ticket to the game.
Mike, talk English.
Hey, look at this. See that printing? It's blue. This dot? It's black.
What are you, Sherlock Holmes or something?
Right. Look at these stubs, Dr. Watson. There's a dot on this one. Ain't no dot on this one.
Having a good time?
Doctor, I think we may have just found ourselves a microdot.
No kidding.
Yeah, be a hero. Don't sneeze. The trail led to a party at the French embassy. According to Velda, they throw the classiest affairs. And if I wanted a soda water, I shouldn't ask for a derriere. Good evening, man. I'm the ambassador from Flatbush, and I'm going to be your escort for the next 10 minutes.
10 minutes? What if I need an extension?
We give extensions at Flatbush. Sweetheart, please forgive me, but I've got some business to take care of, but I want you to have fun. Don't eat too many hors d'oeuvres.
Suddenly, I'm not really hungry for food.
Wise decision. I hear the caterer's up on domain charges.
Monsieur?
Oh, thank you very much. I thought the man I wanted would be here, and I was right. Excuse me.
Oh, Mr. Hammer.
I need to talk to you in private. Yes, I know, but it's very important. Pardon me.
I'll be only a moment.
Don't count on it.
Maybe you can come back later.
Sorry, sweetheart, I've got my hands full. That's for killing Lester the Dip. Take this, turkey. People didn't find the microdot, did they?
I don't know what you're talking about.
On the ticket. You see, we don't dot our E's in this country. You knew that Lester would be at the Yankee game, but you didn't know that the ticket would be in his hat band. Hey, it was your biggest mistake. Just couldn't keep her hand out of the cookie jar, could you?
I'm an official of the Bulgarian government. I have diplomatic immunity.
Not from me, you don't. Come on. We both know you're a KGB spy. That was a sweet little blackmail gig you tried to set up.
You have no evidence. Your police cannot touch me.
You forget, I am not the police. And then there are those very interesting pictures of you and Kate.
By Catherine, you are naive. My superiors do not regard dead prostitutes with such seriousness.
Wrong again, bozo. She's alive, and she's not a prostitute. She's a U.S. agent. Military intelligence. You know, I think you're going to have a little trouble explaining to your superiors about your relationship with Kate, not just an innocent roll in the hay. You see, blackmail works both ways.
I can make you a wealthy man. Whatever you ask.
Really? My very own MiG jet? What happened to that famous Bulgarian sense of humor? Huh? Oh, no. Now, this is for Kate. What's that happen? That's enough.
You want him alive. No value to us dead.
He's dead already. Or at least he will be when his KGB buddies get a hold of those photographs.
Hey, now, hang on. We'll decide what's going to happen to the photographs, all right?
Decided already. I sent him COD to the Kremlin. Hey, what do you think? You government guys are the only ones who play hardball? Well, I'd say he got his just desserts, wouldn't you?
What happened? Obviously something.
What is it with you, Hammer? One international incident a week isn't enough for you?
Oh, come on, Barrington. Be grateful for words. You could score some points on this, you know.
Yeah, I'll be grateful the day you move to Miami and open up a tattoo parlor.
Excuse me, could we please ask you some questions about what happened here?
Sorry, fellas. I have got to catch a plane to Miami, but I'm sure that Assistant D.A. Barrington will tell you everything you want to know.
Mr. Barrington, can you help us? Please, we need some information. Please.
Sorry, I said I would not answer any questions.
Anything at all, please.
Please.
Any information at all would help. Please, Mr. Barrington, please.
Leave me alone.
Any information, please.
Anything.
Hammer. Nice to have you back.
I was out a long time.
Couple of days.
Sure, I'm glad to see you.
Me too.
I love the flowers.
Oh,
You remembered my color.
yeah. Hey, you know, look like they're not doing too well.
But they sure are beautiful while they last.
Sure. Take care of yourself. See you around. I knew I couldn't change Kate any more than she could change me. I had a habit of choosing unpredictable women in my life. But thank God for them.
Okay, ladies, let's do it now. Okay, a little faster now, Jackie. A little faster. That's it, baby. Oh, great, honey, great. Okay, Joe, I will need some more leg here, baby. More leg. Take that coat off, baby. We're selling skin. Skin and underwear here, baby. Sexy. Hey. Woo!
Hey, kid, keep it up. Make them beautiful, huh? And make them work. I like to see pretty girls sweat.
You're the boss, honey. It's your boat. All right, ladies, you heard the man. Let's work. Okay, Zena, I'm gonna make it up to you later.
Yeah, promises, promises.
Come on, Jackie. That's it, baby.
Oh, come on, Bobby. We're freezing our hemlines out here. Freezing an awful lot more than our hemlines.
All right, Joe. There we are, baby. Yes. Yes! Yeah, yeah. Okay, Jackie, here I am, Jackie. Look at me, baby. Lovely.
Mike Hammer, private investigation.
Yeah, my camera, please.
He's not in right now. Would you like to leave a message?
Yeah. Tell him Bobby Indigo called. And tell Mike I'm onto something really hot, and I got the negatives to prove it, okay? Nice of you to knock. Who gave you the key anyway?
The last time I saw Bobby Indigo, we were having a few laughs and telling a few lies. He was a good buddy, and I was looking forward to buying him a beer. He was a hot photojournalist for most of the major magazines, and he could work a tip into a story faster than anybody. Now and then, Bobby's work had led him into some questionable places, but I was still surprised to find his apartment crawling with cops.
Oh, nice suit. One of your grandfather's hand-me-downs.
No, Harry, actually, it was a gift from your girlfriend. Pat, what's going on?
Bad day, Mike.
What?
3 slugs in the chest.
Oh, no.
Mike, you didn't know about this?
No, I didn't. Bobby called me yesterday, said he wanted me to take a look at some hot negatives.
Oh, you want negatives? He only had about 10,000 in his files. Please be my guest.
Good news with a small caliber. Probably a .32 fired at close range. Maybe somebody you knew.
Yeah, somebody like Arnie Quinn.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, Quinn was the middleman for the Rosario family out of Staten Island. Dominic Rosario's into some pretty sticky things, including the modeling scam that Quinn ran for him.
Modeling scam? Why don't you try white slavery? Half a dozen modeling jobs, and they're shanghaied off to Never Never Land, and they make a fortune in the process.
What does this have to do with Bobby Indigo?
He brought Quinn the girls. I seen them hanging out together at a joint near here called Green Street.
You got proof? How'd you come up with it?
I got a toe tag on a 15-year-old. Narcotics found her 7 months ago inside of a trash can at LaGuardia. And guess what was inside of her wallet? A calling card from your pal Indigo. He set her up, and last night his karma came back on him.
Lab extracted paper sediments from the chemical baths.
Yeah? So where are they?
What?
The prints that Bobby developed, the negatives. Velda called me and said that Bobby said he had something hot to show me.
Well, I don't know, but Welsh is convinced that Indigo was involved in white slavery. So far, all the evidence points to it.
What is his game? I thought his playground was narcotics.
Harry's bucking to make major case squad. Cracking Quinn's operation will probably do it for him.
That's it. Don't forget, Bobby Indigo was your pal, too, Pat.
I knew Bobby Indigo as well as anybody. He might have been involved in a lot of things, but white slavery wasn't one of them. The warning light started me thinking. The sediments in the baths proved that Bobby had been printing. So where were the prints? If this was the picture Bobby had been working on, why was it so important to him? On the surface, it just looked like a photo of 3 pretty models. The picture was taken aboard a boat owned by Arnie Quinn. Welsh had said he'd seen Quinn and Bobby at a place called Green Street. The menu on the outside window featured fresh striped bass. I thought I'd try for a bigger fish.
Hi there. Is there something I can do for you?
Maybe. I'm looking for a regular named Arnie Quinn.
Oh, there is lots of tension in your eyes. Bet it's your diet.
Maybe.
Too much salt, I bet.
Really?
Mm-hmm. You know, you could try something spicy instead.
I'll make a note.
Okay. Mr. Quinn's in the room over there in the plaid suit. You're welcome.
Listen, you dumb gumshoe.
What is this, Harry? Wait. Don't tell me. You joined a fraternity and this is Hell Week.
Quinn and I are real cozy, okay? I got him thinking that I am an American businessman with a healthy appetite for hot broads. Broads that he is going to sell to me if you don't blow my cover.
Harry, you are very tense. I think you've got too much salt in your diet.
Can I get you anything?
I recognized the waitress as one of the girls Bobby had photographed on the boat.
Excuse me. You're even prettier than your picture.
Now, where have I heard that before?
No, I mean the picture you took at Bobby Indigo's. You modeled for Bobby during the daytime. What'd you do with your nights?
My nights are just that. My nights, Mr.
Hammer. Mike Hammer. I'm a private investigator.
Well, then we have one thing in common, Mr. Hammer. Privacy.
Bobby Indigo was murdered. You didn't know that?
No, Oh, look, I'm sorry, Mr. Hammer. I'm Jackie Drake. Bobby was a friend of mine.
Miss Drake, I need some answers. You have any idea who might have killed him?
No, I don't.
Does Tiny here have a leash? Oh, no.
Sorry, Sledgehammer. This ain't me. It's my cover, huh?
Get him out of here!
I wondered what this guy found so fascinating about a man kissing concrete.
So these guys push him in towards me, and I turn, and I got ready to deck him. Come on.
Hold it, one thing, old buddy. Remember where you are. Hey, hold it. All right. Bobby Indigo may be taking the rap for selling prostitutes, but the truth is, he's just a stepping stone in the sublife of a ruthless narc named Harry Welsh, whose ambitious quest for fame, fortune, and making major case squad will only end in complete disaster due to the fact that Mr. Welsh does not have a brain.
Okay, so you and Welsh aren't blood brothers, huh?
That is not the point. Point is, Bobby Indigo was murdered, and all you guys are doing is trying to bury it.
Oh, Mike, believe me, I'd help you if I could. I've been put on special task force, babysitting the oil minister to the OPEC conference. Some nut's been making threatening phone calls. The commissioner's a little nervous. You'd think this guy would want to stay in his room, right, huh? Huh? He wants to go to Bloomingdale's.
I don't know how all this got started, Hammer, but there's a rumor going around that you blundered into our stakeout. Hey, big fella, screw-ups can be painful.
Well, you ought to know, Barrington. You're working with one. Genius here left the evidence back in the dark room.
We covered every inch of that lab. There was nothing.
There was a picture, hotshot. I know it. A picture that could have cleared Bobby Indigo. But maybe you don't want to clear him. Maybe the truth would just get in your way of making major case squad.
You know, you ought to be in the morgue laying next to your friend.
Yeah, well, you're gonna be.
Whoa. That's it. Oh, that's it. Now I own you. You are in.
Congratulations, Hammer. You just bought yourself 90 days.
Well, you could spend 90 days with me anytime, Sugar Plum.
You know something, Barrington? That might not be too bad.
So what's your story?
They say I was walking my dog and they stole my fur.
You seen Star Wars yet?
This place didn't need guards. The cockroaches were that big. I didn't know how yet, but Welsh was going to pay for this. And one way or another, I was going to clear Bobby Indigo's name.
Street Theater here on A&A.
You got problems, Yo-Yo.
The DA's office wants to charge you with assault and battery, obstruction of justice, withholding evidence, incitement to riot.
You're going to be a very busy man, Barrington.
I have an offer. It's good for just 5 seconds. You give us the picture you found at Bobby Indigo's and we drop the charges.
You guys still don't get it, do you? Bobby Indigo was murdered because of something that he photographed.
Now, those pictures were stolen, except for the one that I have. Now, how do you guys account for that?
Indigo was greedy. He tried to muscle in, and Quinn iced him. It's as simple as that.
You know, it would be really simple to lose your records in the state's penal bureaucracy.
That's right, Barrington. I forgot. You're an expert in the penal code.
90 days could turn into years.
Hey, I could use a vacation.
What is it with you, Hammer? What do you want?
I want to be dealt in on the case. I want to clear Bobby Indigo's name. That's right. Laugh it up, hotshot. All right, you guys, suit yourselves. I'm very comfortable here. The bed is soft. The food only speaks when it's spoken to. I could be a very happy man.
You want in on the case, huh? All right. 3 days. We get the picture you found, you get 72 hours to clear your...
Wait a minute, then he's gonna be in my hair.
Wrong, I'm in your face.
3 days. You interfere with my investigation after that, and I'll throw away the key.
Come on, man. You stay on the right side of the street.
Quit
Look out, look out!
I see the guy. Just stop being such an old lady about it, all right?
Hey, come on, man. This is not demolition derby. Hey, Rich.
What's up, Mike?
This guy's a maniac. Listen, you got the paper I asked you to say for me?
Right here waiting for you, Mike. Pages 9 and 10.
What was that all about?
Somebody I know, I don't know, I know.
I know. Just remember, you're private, I'm government, all right?
Hey,
what I say
chug a little
goes.
fast water. I've heard this too many times.
Enough already. The picture, I want it and I want it now.
You can count to 10, can't you?
Yeah.
Check it out.
The newsstand? You hid it in a newsstand?
Got it.
This is it. What is this? We sprung you for nothing.
Harry, there was one print and you missed it. I happened to find it in the paper pack that Bobby was using to print with. Now, this was exposed, but it was undeveloped. And what does that tell you?
It tells me that Bobby Indigo was a sleazeball who hung out with other sleazeballs and got what all sleazeballs get. Dead.
I guess you're not into photography. All right, genius, think Dick Tracy for just a second. Now, Bobby's in the lab. He's developing this print, and somebody walks in on it. The warning light must have gone off to tip him just in time. So he takes the print, and he returns it to the drawer.
So?
Harry, you know, I'm really glad you're helping me out. I don't know what I'd do without you. You know, in spite of your scuzziness, you are one of the few guys I know who I can honestly say is totally, and I mean totally, expendable.
Hello.
What are you doing here?
I'll ask the questions, all right? Detective Welch, narcotics.
I think you just blew your cover, Harry. This is Jackie Drake. She is a
waitress at the Green Street and a model for Bobby Indigo. I know all that. What I don't know is why you're here.
What's wrong with you anyway? Bobby was a friend of mine. He lent me his keys. He was helping me to...
Become a hooker, huh?
Harry.
Are you crazy?
Indigo gets you a job working for Arnie Quinn. A few modeling assignments, pow, you're shanghaied into white slavery. Am I right?
Hey, at least you get the travel.
Listen to me, will you? Bobby had introduced me to Mr. Quinn, but that's all. Do you understand me? He was trying to help me to find my father.
Your father?
Jonathan Drake. He's been missing for almost 7 years now, and... well, I thought I might find something here.
What is this, a soap opera?
Harry, lighten up, will you? Sit down.
6 months ago, I received this locket in the mail. It's a family heirloom. My father's picture's inside. New York City was the last place he was seen. That's all I had to go on.
You ever show this to Indigo?
Only once. Bobby thought he could help me.
Who are these other models?
Zena Borg and Joanna Wells. Zena and Joe are roommates, and... well, Bobby and Zena were dating at the time, and... oh, dear God. I wonder if she knows He's dead.
Zena Borg and Joanna Wells lived in a Soho apartment. I wondered if Welsh would be as sensitive to them as he was with Jackie Drake.
I don't know why you won't listen to me. Broads like Jackie Drake were made for guys like Quinn. They don't have any family, so nobody asks any questions.
Hi. Want a bite? It's real juicy.
Oh, no, thanks. I'm on a very strict red meat diet.
That's why they call it New York and not Peoria.
Ah.
Oh, gee.
Zena was gone. So were her clothes and belongings. Joanna wasn't around either, but at least her room showed some signs of life.
Wait a minute. Does that look like the same lingerie to you?
I wouldn't know. I'm not into lingerie.
That's not what I heard.
Oh, cute. So what's it supposed to mean?
It means that both prints were shot on the same day, Einstein. Question is, how did this one wind up here?
Well, only Joanna Wells can answer that one. Unless she's disappeared, too.
By the way, where did you go to school?
I didn't.
That's what I thought.
Welsh went to look for Joanna Wells. I wanted to talk to Jackie Drake again. We planned to meet up later. Dominic Rosario had a habit of making people disappear, but somehow he never was indicted.
Jackie? You're a great guy to have around in a pinch.
Hey, those were Quinn's goons. What do you want me to do, blow my cover?
I wouldn't dream of it. You okay? What'd you find out about Joanna Wells?
Also history, just like Zena Borg. You know, you're a very lucky lady, Miss Drake. Perhaps now you'll reconsider testifying against Quinn. Tell me, did he ever try to get you to do a business in bed?
What?
You know, sell it.
Oh, that's real tactful, Harry. Now, come on, lighten up. Bobby Indigo was killed for his negatives.
Wrong. The models in that picture were the next one slated to fly. Indigo was setting them up.
That isn't true. Bobby was my friend. He loved Zena. Joanna he hardly knew. Now, why would he want to hurt us?
You just fall off a turnip truck? You help me get the goods on Quinn, and I'll let you know why.
Look, I don't know anything.
Just back off, Harry. You keep going like this, and somebody's going to put out your lights.
Well, what about the Statue of Liberty?
Never been there.
Empire State Building. Radio City Music Hall. Madison Square Garden?
Ever since I've been here, all I've been doing is, well, working and looking for my father.
Well, listen, New York is a great city. When you get some time off, you ought to take a look around. Where would you like to start?
The first thing I'd like to do is, we'll take one of those nighttime buggy rides through Central Park.
Central Park at night? You must be from Massachusetts.
Mike, bonus for you.
Thanks. Excuse me.
Do you know a Harry Welch?
Unfortunately, I do. Yeah, Welsh, what's up? Sorry, I've already got a date. Okay, give me a half hour. We went back to the Green Street restaurant. Welsh was hot to land Arnie Quinn.
Listen, I'll take care of Quinn. You just go sit at another table, all right?
You mean I don't get to sit with you?
Look, would you please get out of here? You're spoiling my cover.
Hey, Harry, what would you say if I told you that Quinn's boss, Rosario, is headed this way?
I can handle it. He thinks I'm Mr. Funk. Now, would you please get out of here?
Mr. Hammer, is it?
Uh-huh.
Detective Wells, why don't you join us?
Great cover, Mr. Funk.
I've come to make you a proposition.
Sorry, I make it a point never to deal with guys who slip horses' heads into people's beds.
It's not my style. Your actions here yesterday, Mr. Hammer, posed an annoyance to my clientele. Now, you and Lieutenant Wells should be more careful. Annoyances can turn into problems, you know, and problems have been known to disappear.
The old long lunch routine, huh?
Stay away from the whitefish, Lieutenant Wells. Very salty to the palate.
Smooth.
Joanna Wells, meet my camera. Mike was a friend of Bobby Indigo's.
Wells?
It's nice to meet you. Like I was telling your partner yesterday, Bobby was a terrific photographer, that's all.
Well, Harry's a little forgetful sometimes. Would you mind filling me in?
Gladly. Met Bobby a couple of weeks ago. Did a few assignments for him. They were always for Mr. Quinn.
How do you know that Bobby was working for Quinn?
Because that's his name was on my paychecks. Look, Zena and me, we just model for the guy, you know? Can I go now?
Yeah, I'll let someone take you home.
Nice perfume.
Got a lot of nice things.
I'll make a note.
You don't even breathe unless you let me know first. You hear?
You know, you got too much starch in your shorts this morning.
Well, partner, anything else you've forgotten to tell me?
Oh, gee, I guess in all the excitement, it must have just, slipped my mind.
Well, something sure as hell slipped your mind. What the heck were you thinking about when you blew your cover to Jackie Drake?
He forced my hand.
That's what I love about you, Harry. Loyalty.
That's enough. Now, you two jabronis are going to find a way to work together. You're going right back to jail. And, Welch, as far as Major K Squad is concerned, you've got 2 days left to nail Arnie Quinn. Or you're going to be in narcotics so long you think you're a pharmacist.
Here's the history on Jackie Drake, Mike. Seems a little odd, if you ask me.
Odd? How come?
Well, I mean, why does a school teacher from Farmington, Massachusetts suddenly give up her career at 26 to become a model?
Do you know what they pay teachers?
Modeling's great money if you're 19, Lieutenant. But at 26, how many good years does she really have left for that kind of work?
Hey, wait a minute. There's nothing here about her father. I mean, there's no history, no nothing.
Give me that.
We can't find any record of who her father might be.
Simple as ABC. Jackie Drake is illegitimate.
There goes my immaculate conception theory. What's this?
What is it, Mike?
It's just a name. Jimmy DeVita. Jimmy DeVita. Yeah, he was an old union czar. You know this name? It keeps turning up in all of Bobby's files.
DeVita was 6 years ago. Tried to blow the whistle on Dominic Rosario's union pension fund fraud. Only Rosario blew him away. 200 G's that he put out on his head bought him eternal silence. DeVita's a memory.
My camera's office. It's Barrington. It's for you.
Yeah. Got it. They just found Zena Borg. Very dead.
Zena's body turned up in Hell's Kitchen with 3 .32 caliber slugs in her chest. I wanted to make sure Jackie was all right. Going anyplace special? Or just running to run?
Coming to New York was a big mistake for me. I'm never gonna find my father.
Jackie, I don't think you should go anywhere right now. You could be in a lot of danger.
Why?
Zena's body was found a few hours ago. She was murdered.
Murder? Oh, no. But why, Mike? Why would anybody want to hurt Zena?
I'm not sure. But it might have something to do with that photograph that Bobby took of the three of you.
I can't stay here. I have got to get out of here now.
Now, wait a minute. I'm right here. I'm not going to let anything happen to you.
I don't know what to do. Please, I don't want to stay alone. Will you stay with me, please?
How you doing?
I'm feeling a lot better. What?
Jackie, we ran a check on your father. Jonathan Drake doesn't exist.
Oh, but that isn't true. He is here. I've got to find him. I just don't know how.
There's something you're not telling me.
Oh, isn't this cozy? Samson and Delilah. It's a good thing that your super at least is a man who respects the law.
Great timing, Mighty Mouse, as usual.
Would you please leave my apartment?
If I leave here, it is going to be with you in cuffs. I am damn sick of your lies, your stories, your dramas.
Hey, Harry.
All right. I knew everything. You want me to testify, Lieutenant? Where do I sign?
Why don't we start with Arnie Quinn's complaint and work our way up from there, huh?
Now, wait a minute. Now, Jackie, you don't have to do this thing, you know.
Yes, I do, Mike.
Jackie was at the point she'd say anything Welsh wanted to hear, just to get him off her back, even if it wasn't the truth.
Thank you.
Now Welsh had what he needed to nail Arnie Quinn and pick up his promotion to Major Case Squad. Unfortunately, it was too late. Quinn had 3 .32 caliber bullets in his chest, just like Zena and Bobby. Well, that settles it, Harry. White slavery for sure, right?
There's a call for you inside, Lieutenant.
Smell good, cutie. I never figured you for the perfume type.
I'm not. Cosmetic inducements pollute my aura. I mean, why tamper with the right stuff?
Why, indeed. See you later. What's up?
That was from one of the patrolmen that was watching Jackie.
And? She's been kidnapped.
Theater here on A&A.
Jackie Drake was missing. Where was she? Was she still alive? The police had no clues, and all we had was Bobby's photograph.
I am starving. We have not eaten all day. Don't you ever eat?
Won't take long. I hope not, anyway.
I sure hope you know what you're doing.
Why? Find out. Okay, negative.
Where did you learn how to do all this stuff?
Vietnam.
3 broads. Look, whatever you're hoping to find ain't there.
What if it wasn't the models that Bobby saw in the print? I mean, what if it was something else, something in the background?
What?
Wait a minute.
It's just another boat with some guys on it.
Harry, you're brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Are you losing it?
Hard as it was to believe, Harry had given me an idea. There were trees in this forest I hadn't even looked at before.
It's just like I thought. Quinn's cooking up a deal behind the models' collective backs.
Yeah, but look at the guy in the wheelchair. You recognize him?
Jeez, guy's in cuffs. He's a mess. He looks awful. The locket. That's the face in Jackie Drake's locket. Wait a minute. Her old man? Her old man.
Look at this.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that's Jimmy DeVita?
Got it.
Hold on. The whole world is sold on the fact that DeVita's dead, that Rosario had him erased.
Exactly. Only Bobby Indigo found out different. And somebody didn't like what Bobby found.
Hey, but you're forgetting something. DeVita never had a daughter.
Take a look at this. Look at the name on the boat. The J.D. and the initials on the mast above the antenna. J.D. and exactly the same initials as in the locket. Jackie Drake is Jackie DeVita. He wasn't kidding when he said he had something out to show me.
Yeah, well, could make some sense.
Welsh tried to convince me that we should wait for the next morning. Well, he could wait if he wanted to. I headed straight for the 79th Street boat basin and a little ship called the J.D.
You are being watched.
By me.
Who are you?
It's okay, Daddy. Mr. Hammer's here to help us.
Mr. DeVita, I presume.
I owe you. She told me all about you, Hammer. Tough guy like that Bobby Indigo.
You know him?
The stuff on the union pension fund fraud was the reason Dominic Rosario put out a contract on me in '78. When he heard I was going to talk, I had to split.
Hey, who untied you?
I did, pal.
My nurse, Paolo Iraci.
Wait a minute. You were the third guy in the photograph. You were also in the alley behind the Green Street restaurant. Was that the same day that you killed Arnie Quinn and stashed him in the freezer?
Quinn needed killing. He double-crossed me. Paolo set it up, Hammer. Turned on me after I sent Jackie the line. He cheated me. Left everything in the will to her. It wasn't fair. You know it wasn't. 6 years I gave you. I treated you just like a baby, took care of you till it made my stomach turn. You're stupid, Paolo. Jackie is blood. That can never change.
Well, if it isn't the lady with expensive tastes. I thought I recognized the perfume.
Drop the gun, Hammer.
.32 caliber. You've been very busy, sweetheart.
Would you really have shot me, Mike?
Bullets are murder on jumpsuits.
On any suits, including yours, Hammer. Jimmy, 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 Jimmy. That's very touching, dear, but 6 years too late. Hello, Jimmy. Long time no see. All the money's in there. Go ahead, open.
You killed Bobby Indigo. Then you killed Quinn. After you murdered your roommate, Zena Borg.
You killed Zena. Somebody had to. Bobby called and told her what he had on film.
And then Zena told you.
She knew too much. Bobby stood in the way of all that money. $1 million can buy a girl a whole lot of perfume, Mr. Hammer.
Yeah, but the price on Jimmy DeVito's head used to be $200,000. What's this, heavy inflation, or is it just greed?
Mr. Hammer, I think you have become a problem. It's time for you and both DeVitas to disappear.
Yeah? How are you going to explain the dead bodies?
What's to explain? You arrived to settle a score with Joanna Wells, whose fingerprints are all over her gun. She kills you with a .32, but not before taking a fatal shot herself.
I can't see!
Watch it, Paolo! Unfortunately, Paolo Iraci didn't have eyes in the back of his head until now. Use your left. Use your left. Bob and weave. Bob and weave. Congratulations, Tiny. You just won. It's all right, kid. You'll get him next time. Hit the showers. You got a pretty tough lady for a daughter, Mr. DeVito. You testify in court, I guarantee you she'll stand behind you.
I'm gonna be just as tough.
Zario's going down. Pension fund fraud, white slavery. Good work, Mike.
Well, we can thank Bobby Indigo. He was the guy that broke the case.
Hey, you remember the oil minister?
Yeah.
I turned him into a deli freak. We're having him over for dinner. Pretty nice guy. See you later.
Harry.
To you and New York City, a city I still haven't seen.
Well, grab the drinks and come with me. This beer?
I got it.
Okay. Your carriage awaits, Miss Drake.
This is wonderful.
Tonight, the city is yours.
Even Central Park.
Even Central Park. Right, Zeke? There's something special about New York City at night, and it's even better when you can share it with someone. One of my favorite things about New York City is that it never closes. And I love to taste the early morning hours. Times Square comes alive after all the tourists are back in their hotels. I cruise for a while, and then I usually end up at Richie's newsstand for a pack of smokes, tomorrow's daily news, and a few tips on the nags.
Hey, Rich. Hey, Mike, how you doing? Oh, by the way, the Naked Madonna on the 5th at Aqueduct. Now, look, it's going to be a long price, so get down good, okay?
Naked Madonna. Huh? What's going on?
Some little jerk put graffiti all over my stand. Mike, would you take a look at that? You believe that some people call that art?
Art, huh? I'd like to find the artist who did that and use his face as an eraser.
Hey, Rocky, how you doing, boy? Hey, Mike, you remember that beautiful model I was telling you about, Karen Thorson? Rocky's our dog. Hey, Mike, look, here's a picture of Karen. Now, is she a beauty or what? Look at that.
Not bad. How you doing, Rock? Huh? You're a good guy.
Hey, Richie, come here, look at this. Blood. Hey, boy, you all right? What's Karen's address?
At the brownstone around the corner, 212.
Call the fire department, Micky!
Anybody here? Flames, the smoke. There was no way I could have gotten to her. The next day, there wasn't much left of what made up the life of a beautiful woman. And I felt bad. Karen had kept tarot fortune cards and mystical candles. I never could figure out why people use these things. Gave me a strange feeling.
Hello, Mike.
God, she was gorgeous. What was the bottom line on the report?
The arson boys said knocked over candle caused the fire. Coroner's preliminary report said the victim was burned beyond recognition. But she did suffer a skull fracture caused by a fall against some kind of a blunt object.
And you really think this was a burglary, huh?
Oh. Jimmy rear window, ransacked closet, spilled dressers. Like, it's a grounder. Victim wakes up, hears the guy, knocks over a candle, falls and hits her head. You're not even listening to me.
No, I'm listening. I just don't think it's that clean, that's all. I mean, when I came in here last night, the closets and the drawers were not ransacked. Now, this morning when I came in, I figured that the firemen tore the place up trying to put out the fire.
Guy on a rescue mission in a burning apartment doesn't see much.
Pat, I know what I saw.
Okay, I hear you. And I'll look into it. The investigation's still open.
Thanks.
Am I interrupting, gentlemen?
Hi, Velda.
Hi, Pat.
That's a nice dress you're almost wearing. Wish my wife could get into a dress like that. Talk to you later.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Rocky, meet Velda. Velda, this is Rocky.
Well, hi, Rocky.
Rocky was Karen Thorsen's dog.
You know, Richie's taking this thing pretty bad.
Yeah, I know.
I guess I should cancel that 10:30 meeting with Mr. Porter.
Oh, you got to cancel everything until further notice. What do you got?
Well, Karen Thorsen's agent said she had no family locally. She'd been working on a campaign for LeMay perfume. LeMay is a very uptown house, Mike. I'd probably use her perfume myself if I got paid regularly. Claude Davos runs LeMay. Here's the address.
Okay, great. Rocky's going to be staying in the office until further notice. Now, don't worry about a thing. Just think of him as a giant bunny that drools.
Mike!
I wasn't going to stop until I discovered who murdered Karen Thorsen. I owed it to Richie. The guy in the black sedan had tailed me to the LeMay perfume building, and it didn't seem to bother him that I knew it. I'm here to see Claude Davos.
Well, it's not possible. He's in the showroom today directing a TV commercial. He's canceled all his appointments.
Oh, that's okay. I don't have an appointment anyway.
Take a hike, chump.
Yale. No, Princeton.
I said get lost.
Is that a Havana cigar? No, I guess it isn't. Claude Davos had a nice little operation. I guess the perfume business was nothing to sniff at.
My motor's running a little hot.
Oh, maybe you need a tune-up.
Cut! Who in the hell are you?
I'm Mike Hammer, Mr. Davos. I'm a private investigator. I've got some questions for you about Karen Thorsen.
You ruined my shot, Mr. Hammer.
What? Was I in the picture?
Let's break. Be back in 5. Mr. Hammer will be gone.
Gone, but not forgotten. I've still got some questions for you, dog breath.
Goodbye, Hammer.
Mr. Hammer, maybe I can help you.
Who are you?
I'm Monica Brooks. Karen was my closest friend.
Really?
I went to the morgue to try and identify her body.
That must have been tough.
Do you think it was an accident?
I'm not sure. What do you think?
I don't know.
How well did you know Karen?
Oh, we were close. We met at a psychic experiment. We were both into the occult.
Yeah. I found some tarot cards and candles in Karen's apartment. Listen, what about this guy Davos? Why is he being so uptight?
He's a closet gambler, and he's been on a long losing streak. He's that way a lot lately.
Yeah. Well, listen, I won't take any more of your time. Thanks. You've been very helpful. You come up with anything or want to ask me some questions or whatever, just give me a call at this number. Here's my card.
Thanks.
I'd almost forgotten about the guy who was built like a phone booth, but the smell of burnt hair reminded me he was still a little hot under the collar. But something got his attention. You're one lucky gorilla, Bonzo. Those two monkeys just saved your bananas. I went to Karen's funeral to say my goodbyes to someone I'd never even said hello to. Karen had a lot of other mourners, including whoever was following me in that black sedan. You okay, Rich? I've been better. What was Barrington doing there? Maybe funerals were his idea of a fun afternoon. Looking for anyone special, Barrington?
Just be grateful it isn't you. Beautiful dog. Hello, doggy.
Whoa! Hey, he's crazy about you. Good boy, Rocky. You got taste.
Dear Lord, to whom it belongs to have mercy and to spare, we humbly entreat you for the soul of your servant, Karen Thorson, whom you have summoned today from this world, that you would not deliver her into the hands of the enemy.
Is he here? Is he?
Ozzy, what are you doing here? Is who here?
Mike, could you give me a double sawbuck?
Yeah. There you go.
All right, I want you to look at this carefully. Mine's counterfeit, but it's perfect. Question. Can you tell which one it is? Answer, of course you can't.
You know, slow down. One of those is mine.
Yeah, but you couldn't tell which one. See, Mike, this 20 has netted me a bundle over the years. Look at this. Perfect paper. And they never found the plates. I tell you, this guy's a genius. I'm a real fan of his, a regular groupie.
Question. What are you doing here, Ozzy?
Answer, I just told you, Mike, to see the guy, to see the counterfeiter. See this model they're bearing? She's his daughter. So I figured the feds were going to spring Gus Thorson from the pen to attend his own daughter's funeral.
Gus Thorson? I knew who Gus Thorson was. Probably one of the greatest counterfeiters that ever lived. If the stakes in this game were his perfect 20 plates, it could be the reason Karen was killed. Hey, Oz, can you hold on to this guy for a second?
Fine.
He won't bite.
Promise?
I had to find out who was in that black sedan, but they clearly didn't want to have any contact with me. Unfortunately, somebody else did.
What are you doing down there?
Oh, nothing special. Just looking for Jimmy Hoffa. Can you help me out? The poor fellow seemed to be stuck there. Too bad for him. Sorry to hold you guys up.
You are dead, you two-bit rent-a-cop.
Mr. Hammer, don't let his big mouth upset you.
Yeah, well, his big mouth is going to be accompanied by a broken arm unless I get some answers. Who are you and what are you doing here?
I'm Max Bremer, and you're holding on to Kurt, my adopted son. Now, we happen to be old friends of Karen's family, and we decided to pay our respects in private.
You were at LeMay yesterday. Why?
None of your stinking business.
Would you let me handle this? Being at LeMay had absolutely nothing to do with Karen Thorson. It was strictly business. I've heard about you, Mr. Hammer. I know your reputation. Check us out. You'll see whatever I've said is the truth.
It better be, because if it's not, you're going to be checking into a nice little hotel suite about 6 feet deep.
Don't hurt his face!
Sorry, Max. You know the old saying, spare the rod, spoil the child.
Here on A&E.
Hey, Rick. Hey, Mike, what do you say? You turn anything up yet? You know, the paper sure didn't give it much play.
Yeah, I know. Listen, I need your help.
Calm down, will you?
I want you to put the word out and see what you can come up with on Max or Kurt Bremer or a guy named Gus Thorson, okay?
Mike, don't worry about it. If there's anything out there, believe me, I'll dig it up. Calm down, will you?
Try your light.
Mike, knowing Karen ain't gonna come by anymore sure makes a difference. One smile out of her will keep me warm inside for hours.
Listen, you better sell some papers.
Yeah. Calm down, will you? The news don't get any better if you get it faster.
Those eyes kept looking at me. I wanted to tell her I'd find her killer. The next morning, I located Monica at the gym owned by Max Bremer and the blonde bombshell he was calling his son.
Do you think my pecs need more work?
I think they need a rest. Like this every day?
Just about.
I thought so. It's working.
Thanks.
Listen, talk to me about the Bremers.
Well, Max and Kurt have always been close. Max finally adopted Kurt so he could take over his businesses one day. This gym, the loans.
How did Karen get along with him?
Kurt, hardly. But she seemed to get along with Max okay. He was an old friend of her father's.
Gus Thorson? Did you know him?
No. Karen hardly ever spoke of him. All she ever mentioned was his funny Swedish accent, and he used to send her sweet little notes with flowers on her birthdays.
You didn't know that he was doing time for counterfeiting?
Counterfeiting? No, I didn't.
Okay, well,
Last night I spent some time with the tarot cards to try to make some sense of Karen's death. I didn't find any answers, but in the cards I saw a strong man who cares. It was you.
And?
Please be careful, Mike. Extra careful. The cards also said there's danger all around.
Thanks, Monica. But don't worry. There is nothing I value more than my health. Except maybe, see you. I wanted to know more about the connection between Max Bremer and Claude Davos. So I went back to the LeMay perfume building to see what I could uncork. We really have to stop meeting like this.
Wonderful. I was hoping you'd drop by again. 30 him until you're tired, Maurice.
Maurice? Maurice! Sorry, I meant to kick you in the head.
My turn, Hammer. I owe you this for bruising my face. You know, Max doesn't like it when I don't look my best.
Kurt, it's 11:30 at night. Does your daddy know you're out and playing with guns?
Oh!
Thank God for my little finger. It was the only part of me that didn't hurt. Somebody was gonna get this back.
What's happened to you?
I got kissed by a gorilla. Got some ice?
The lights on Broadway? Sure.
Now, that is a nice touch, Jenny. You should have started that years ago.
Thanks. I'll tell the Vice Squad you approved. The ladies are working at Framucci. In fact, he's been here waiting for you over a half hour.
Really? I might have known.
Excuse me. Do you have a dime?
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
Give me a call sometime.
You know you're not supposed to talk with strangers.
Hey, Moo.
Michael. Now, you know only the deepest and most meaningful friendship could get me to deviate from my appointed rounds with my ladies.
Uh-huh.
Michael, great friends, but you gotta get another playmate.
Look, I've had a rough night, Mooch. Just get to the bottom line.
Well, Richie told me what you were looking for. Now, listen, I've never told anyone about this before, so mum's the word.
Jenny?
15 years ago, when I was just another street face, I was a runner for Max Bremer.
Really?
And my main job was picking up the counterfeit perfect 20s a guy by the name of...
Gus Thorson?
Gus Thorson was making for him. Right. You follow me?
I'm with you.
Now, two things happened I never could figure out. First, Gus gets busted. And second, those perfect 20 plates never did show up.
Really?
Right. Ladies.
You got any theories, Mooch?
Michael, there's only one person that has theories that count.
Who's that?
Gus Thorson. Check him out.
Thanks, Mooch. I always wondered what Moochie told his mother he did for a living. I was convinced the missing plates were connected to Karen's death. So I decided to drop over to her dad's place. The warden didn't make me feel too welcome there, which was fine with me. Mr. Thorson, I'm Mike Hammer. I got some questions for you.
I'm not feeling so good, so make it short.
Oh, yeah? You going somewhere? Listen, I'm sorry about your daughter.
Thanks.
How long you been here?
After the first month, who cares?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Gus has never been too cooperative.
Uh-huh. Well, I'm impressed. Actually, I'm even amazed. I've heard that a good warden can change a con's behavior, but this, I wasn't prepared for this.
I'm not sure I understand.
Tell me, was it just plain old hard work, or was it some little trick you picked up in warden school? I'm curious, how did you do it?
Do what?
Take a Swedish accent and turn it into a southern drawl. That guy isn't Gus Thorson. And you may not be the warden for long either. So the man who made the perfect 20 plates wasn't in the federal pen where he was supposed to be. And for some reason, the warden there was playing musical prisoners. I was through playing. The game was over. Listen, Gus Thorson is not in the joint. Where is he?
Yeah, I know. Barron will fill us in on the detail.
Hello, Hammer. This briefing is a courtesy to Captain Chambers, and everything is to be kept confidential.
Hey, of course. Just between you and me. Who are you?
Agent George Tice, Treasury Department. Alias your black mystery sedan.
About 12 months ago, I authored a concept that my superiors thought was unique and innovative.
Really? Congratulations.
Thank you. You see, the government needs large amounts of cash in order to make illicit drug buys. The money is tied up as evidence for months or longer.
So?
I said, why not use a counterfeiter in custody to manufacture a large batch of phony drug deal capital?
What a guy.
It helps us make arrests. It helps the money to be easier to ID and easier to trace.
easier to pass if you happen to know a guy named Gus Thorson.
That's right. Unfortunately, though, when Tice tried to move him to a private little lab he'd set up, he escaped.
It's a tough break.
I led a team watching Karen Thorson's place, hoping he'd show up, or else she'd lead us to him. The night she was killed, I went into her place after you and the fireman left.
Wait a minute. You're the guy. You faked a burglary by trashing the closets and emptying the drawers so the NYPD wouldn't press an investigation.
Yes, because I happen to be a professional, Mr. Hammer.
Right, you're a professional hotshot. Looking to make a name for yourself in the Treasury. I'll bet you set this whole deal up by yourself and then roped in Mr. Barrington here to cover your mess.
Now, look, back off a little bit. Agent Tice officially requested our cooperation, and we gave it to him. What the heck is wrong with that?
This is a federal case now, Hammer. The search for Thorson continues. You get in my way and I'll bust you.
Yeah? Well, the search for the truth about Karen Thorson's murder also continues. And you get in my way, you're gonna have a set of footprints across your face. You got it, punk? Yet no one knew where to find him. But I did know where to find his old friend, Max Bremer.
The guy said he wants to borrow big, so I told him meet us here. We'll talk.
What are you doing?
Come on, Max. Now, it's going to be over 200 degrees in there in less than a minute, so I suggest you start talking or your boy's going to shrink down to the size you won't like. What do you want? Information. Let's start with Claude Davos.
Worst gambler I ever knew. He owes me a bundle. If you want to talk, okay, we'll talk, but let him out.
Talk fast. Why does Davos have a bodyguard?
Maurice, he works for me. Sometimes losers like Davos, they panic and they run.
All right, let's get down to the bit. Gus Thorson.
He came to me years ago to borrow money because his wife was sick. She died, but he paid me back. So I knew I could trust him, so I got him to do some work for me.
Hammer, he'll die in there.
And the work was getting him to make those perfect 20 counterfeit plates, right?
I still feel I owe him. I want to help.
You want to help Gus, or you want to help yourself to those plates?
No. Gus melted those plates before the feds got him.
Sure he did.
Hammer, I'm begging you, let him out, will you?
You want to help Gus, you got to find him first.
I think I know somebody who might help. As soon as I get a lead, I'll call you.
Save the dime.
Let me out.
I'm going with you. We'll check it out.
All right.
Oh, my gosh, what a mess. Just for the record, Goldilocks, medium rare is not your best look.
Come on, I'll take care of you. Look. All right.
Mike!
All right, boys. Make out your trees and grow roots right here. I'll be back in a second, and don't forget, Betsy's watching you.
Finally, I've called everywhere trying to find you.
What's going on?
The tarot cards. Each time I dealt them, I saw a friendly presence nearby. Then yesterday, I had 4 hang-ups on my answering machine.
Do you think it was Gus?
Maybe this will help. It's the card Gus sent Karen with flowers on her last birthday.
Great. Okay, listen, you know the number. You call if anything else comes up. Belle will be there to take a message. And this does help. Thanks, Mom.
Bye-bye.
Open up in there.
The sign in the window said that Bremer's contact was dead. But a little thing like that didn't seem to stop Max and Kurt.
Rocco!
I wound up getting a tip anyway. The card Monica gave me matched the one in the window. Gus Thorson had sent his daughter flowers from a place called Lochner's Nursery. I decided that Lochner was the man to see. Excuse me, is Lochner around?
Yes, he's in the garage.
Thanks. Excuse me, you Lochner? Hey, you were at the cemetery. My name is Mike Hammer. I'm a private investigator. I'd like to ask you some questions about Gus Thorson.
PI? Cop fed?
Bob Wise guy, I don't care who you are. Gus is my friend. That's all I'm saying.
Really? Well, if he is your friend, then perhaps you know that he's on the outside. He's in hiding.
Why should I trust you?
No reason. Except your friend is in a lot of trouble. He might be able to use your help.
Hammer! Gus and me worked in the prison greenhouse together. He preached to me my whole stretch about staying straight. A friend of his owned this nursery, so I came to work here when I got out. Last year, the guy retired, and I bought the place. That's what I owe Gus.
You have any idea where he is now?
No, I don't. Over the years, I always sent his daughter flowers for him. I heard she died. I tried to reach him in the pen. They gave me the runaround, so I brought the wreath on my own.
Listen, if you happen to get in touch with him, or he happens to get in touch with you, I'd appreciate it if you asked him to give me a call. Here's my number. My card. Mind if I use your phone?
It's all right.
Okay. Bell, me. Listen, I'm expecting a phone call from Monica. Yeah? 66th and Central Park West. All right, if she calls back, tell her I'm on my way. Thanks.
Mike!
Monica!
Mike, I told you the cars don't lie, Mike. They told me to stay by the phone today. I did. And 2 hours ago... Oh.
The guy running away obviously wasn't a jogger.
All right, hold it right there and turn around very slowly.
I knew those eyes. It was Karen Thorson.
On Mystery Theater here on A&E.
After the police got to the park, I brought Karen Thorson back to my apartment where we talked about how special Monica was and how much Karen would miss her. And before we knew it, the sun had come up.
Listen, tell me something. Who was actually killed in your apartment that night?
Beth Terry, Canadian model friend of mine. She was spending the night in New York before catching a morning flight to Australia.
Where were you?
Out searching for Gus. He called me the night he first escaped. He said that I'd be watched, not to trust anyone, and that he'd be in touch. That's the last I heard from him. Beth looked enough like me to fool the police. I sent her out to walk Rocky, and I slipped away.
What time did you get home?
About 3 a.m. It was awful. There were firemen everywhere. Beth killed. I saw you leave with Rocky. I was terrified, so I ran. When the morning paper said I was dead, I stayed underground until I worked up enough courage to call Monica yesterday.
Listen, talk to me about the Bremers. What do they have to do with this whole thing?
Max Bremer started all the trouble. 15 years ago, he forced my father into a counterfeiting scheme. My mother was sick. There were bills to pay.
Didn't Gus go to Max first? Didn't he try to borrow money?
Never. After my dad was arrested, he was forced to keep quiet because of what Max said he'd do to me. I want to show you something. Flowers. They've been coming up all morning. And yesterday, Monica said she had to tell you about the flower card. It means something. It's connected. Somehow it's connected.
Wait a minute, Lochner. Lochner, your father's florist friend. That card. I feel like I never find anything when I need it.
When was the last time you lived with someone?
There's lots of people I still live with, in my memory.
Memories are important.
Our afternoon was interrupted by a call from Pat, who had a tip that Tice, the treasury agent, was on his way over to my place, so we decided to scram. Here they come. Wait here. He wouldn't be needing this little gizmo unless he wanted to go somewhere. I took Karen over to Velda's for safekeeping and headed for Queens and Lochner's nursery. There was a feeling in my gut that something was about to happen there.
Who the heck are you?
Mike Hammer. And I'm willing to bet that you are Gus Thorson.
Yeah.
Your daughter Karen's been looking all over the place for you.
Karen's dead.
She's alive. She's safe and in good hands.
Oh, thank God.
What happened here?
I came here yesterday to hide out, but an old friend double-crossed me.
And for good reason. Don't try it, Hammer. You think I'm going to continue sticking plants in the ground when I can have the perfect 20 plates?
You set fire to Karen's apartment.
You got it. I wanted to finish you off in the park, but that girl, Monica, she got in the way. And now I have you, Hammer.
No way am I gonna let anybody take away all the pleasure that I'm gonna get out of doing you in myself, Hammer.
Well, if it isn't curtsy. You're getting your old face back again. Too bad. Oh, by the way, stunning outfit. Max, get that for you?
Forget about Max. He's out of this now. You're my game now.
Sorry, pal. You and me play different games.
So where are the plates, Gus?
Big Bertha's got them. At the old forge where I used to work. In the vent.
Good. Let's go. Come on.
Where's the forge?
Hunts Point Avenue, the Bronx.
All right, wait here. I'll be back.
Kurt would know exactly where Big Bertha was. I'd be lucky if I just didn't get lost in the Bronx again. It looked like Kurt had found Big Bertha and the plates. Now it was my turn to find Kurt. Daddy know you have the big gun, curtsy roll?
Daddy's gonna make you pay for those windows, curtsy.
It's gonna get dark soon. You won't be able to play much longer. I just love when you're angry, Kurt. I love that fire in your eyes. You got nothing to gain here, Kurt, so don't blow it. See? You blew it.
Let's call forward.
604,
Hey, there you are.
Hi. Go say goodbye to Dad?
Sure. What do you know? Swedish cowboy.
Look who I found.
I owe you, Mike, and no words of thanks are going to cover it. I know you think I should stay and clear things up, but I can't.
Gus, I understand, but believe me, the NYPD is going to hear the full story. Your name deserves to be cleared.
I'll meet you on the train, Karen.
Okay.
I'm going to get Rocky here, settled in the baggage car.
Have a good trip, Rocky. Good luck, Gus.
All aboard!
I have something for you. This ring is very special to me. It was given to me by Dad on my 16th birthday. I want you to hold it. Keep it for me. Maybe I'll be back for it someday.
I hope so. I'll keep it. Take care of yourself. Take care of your dad.
Hammer! The Thorstons are on that train, aren't they? Stop the train.
Wait a minute, wait a minute. You don't have to stop the train. This is what you really want, isn't it, Barrington? Gus Thorson asked me to deliver those to you. That should make your friend Tice at the Treasury Department a very happy man. Maybe you can return the favor and see that his name gets cleared.
We'll see.
By the way, your fly is open. I gave the plates to Barrington. He could do whatever he wanted with the perfect 20s. I was going to spend some time with the perfect 10. Her name is New York City.